Hey everyone, welcome to all the new faces around here. I notice most of you haven't subscribed yet. If you're into creepy stories, go ahead and subscribe right now. It's free and it supports the channel a lot. Huge thanks to those already in the creepy crew. Not all stories are fiction, and not every voice should be heard after midnight. There are whispers buried in the static, shadows that move when no one's watching, truths that were never meant to surface. But here, on Daily Story, we bring them to light, from haunted gas stations to lost tapes found deep in the forest, from cursed objects to encounters no one dares talk about. These aren't just stories. They're warnings, so turn off the lights, put on your headphones, and whatever you do, don't listen alone. Now, let's begin.
Last summer, my buddies Melissa, Cole, Tyler, and I decided to get away from the city noise for a long weekend. We all felt tired of phones ringing, sirens outside the windows, neighbors yelling at all hours. We'd been talking about camping together since college, but something always came up. This time we all had a few days off, so we actually followed through. Melissa found this campsite on some tiny mountain lake in Wisconsin. When we looked it up, it seemed perfect. No official campsites for miles, just one dirt road winding down to the water, and nothing else. You could barely even find a cell signal out there, which made it even better. We all agreed. We wanted the quiet, the dark, just to hang out together without all the usual distractions. Cole and I did most of the driving. We left early Friday morning, picked up Tyler and Melissa, and crammed all our gear into the back. The road was smooth until we got off the highway. From there, it was gravel and potholes, big trees getting closer and closer on both sides, until it finally felt like we were out in the real woods. We found the lake at the bottom of a long hill. The water looked almost fake, so calm you could see the trees on the far shore reflected perfectly. Not a single ripple except when a bird hit the surface. There was one cleared area just big enough for 2 tents, a fire ring, and a rough wooden bench. We set up quick and started to relax. No traffic, no other voices, nothing but the breeze in the trees and the sound of insects. I started to feel normal again for the first time in months. We unloaded the food, put our drinks in the coldest part of the lake, and set up our chairs. By mid-afternoon, Tyler and I had our lines in the water. Melissa was getting the firewood ready, and Cole was working on his ancient camp stove. We caught 2 small bass and threw them back. Nobody really wanted to keep anything. It was just for fun. That night, after dinner, we sat around the fire as the woods turned black. The only light came from the flames and a handful of stars overhead. Melissa started telling stories from when we were all in school. Most of them were dumb, just the usual embarrassing stuff. But everything felt different out there. Safer, somehow, like none of it mattered anymore. I kept staring at the trees, listening to the way the fire popped, and thinking I'd never been anywhere this quiet. Cole joked that he hadn't checked his phone once. Tyler started telling some story about his old neighbor, but he kept getting interrupted by the sound of fish jumping out on the lake. We just sat there, talking and laughing, not really caring about anything else. I think we all felt like we'd found the perfect escape. It got cold late, so we piled more wood on the fire, just listening to the frogs and the leaves moving in the wind. We went to bed with everything feeling peaceful and safe. The kind of safe you don't really notice until you realize you haven't felt it in a long time. I woke up early the next morning, still half in my sleeping bag, when I noticed Tyler standing at the edge of the water. He was staring across the lake, squinting like he was trying to figure something out. The sky was still gray, and the air felt colder than I expected for July. I called over to him, but he didn't answer. I got up, rubbing the sleep out of my eyes, and walked down to where he was standing. "You see that?" he asked, pointing. At first, I didn't notice anything. The trees on the far side looked normal, just a solid wall of green and shadows. But then I saw a thin column of smoke rising up behind them, drifting almost straight up before the breeze started pushing it sideways. It wasn't a big fire, just enough to look like someone was burning wet wood or letting a campfire die out. Cole and Melissa came down to look. We checked the map we'd brought along. The nearest public campsite was supposed to be 5 miles east. Nothing but thick forest in between. No marked trails, just miles of trees and hills. We all kind of stared at the smoke for a minute, thinking it over. The whole point of this spot was that it was supposed to be isolated, so it seemed weird for anyone else to be camped that close. Melissa shrugged and said maybe it was a ranger or someone clearing brush. Cole said it was probably just some other campers who found a good spot like we did, but none of us had seen or heard anyone since we got there. It started to bother Tyler more than the rest of us. He said he wanted to paddle over and check it out just to be sure. We argued about it for a minute, but finally Cole said we might as well. It was a small lake and we had the kayak, so we could be there and back before breakfast. We grabbed our paddles and pushed the kayak into the water. All 3 of us squeezed in with our feet on top of our shoes, Melissa standing on the shore and promising to whistle if she saw anything weird from our campsite. The ride over was easy. The water was cold and totally smooth except for the ripples we made. Nobody talked much. I kept looking back at our camp to make sure it was still there. Just a tiny dot of orange tent through the trees. When we got close to the far shore, we could definitely smell the dying campfire. The smoke was almost gone, but the air had that burnt wood smell that sticks to your clothes. There was a flat spot where the brush had been trampled down. We pulled the kayak onto the mud and got out, trying not to slip. The ground was soft, and you could see fresh boot prints pressed deep in the mud, not even dried out yet. Someone had definitely been there recently. Tyler knelt down and touched the ashes, still warm. There were empty cans and some torn plastic food wrappers scattered around, nothing old or faded by the sun, just fresh, maybe from that morning. We looked around for a minute, calling out, but nobody answered. There was no sound except the water and a woodpecker tapping somewhere far away. We checked the tree line, trying to see if anyone was watching, but the woods looked empty, just thick trees crowding right up to the muddy edge. That's when Cole found a half-buried lighter near the ashes, still warm to the touch. We called out a few more times, just in case somebody was nearby, but the woods stayed completely silent. The only sound was the water lapping at the kayak and the distant call of a bird somewhere across the lake. It didn't feel right to stick around. Cole said maybe whoever was camping had just gone off for a walk, but the boot prints at the shore seemed too fresh. We started heading back, moving faster than before, the kayak cutting through the still water while the sky above got brighter and hotter. Melissa was scanning the shoreline with her binoculars, not really saying anything. After a few minutes, she suddenly stopped and pointed at the far side of the lake where the reeds were thick and tangled. I squinted in the same direction. At first, I thought it was just a big log washed up in the shallows, something grayish half buried in the mud. But as we got closer, the shape became more clear. A person, face down in the water, arms twisted underneath him. He was an old man, dressed in faded fishing gear, hat half off, one boot missing. His skin looked pale, almost gray. We floated there for a minute, none of us sure what to do. Melissa started shaking and crying quietly. Cole just stared without blinking. Tyler reached out and started to say something, then just let his hand drop into his lap. I kept waiting for the man to move, for him to stand up and explain, but he didn't. I'd never seen a dead person before. It made my head feel empty, like the sound had been sucked out of the world. We knew we needed to get help as fast as possible, but none of us had a phone that worked out there. The bars on our screens just stayed empty no matter where we stood. Tyler said maybe we should try to move the body to shore, so at least it wouldn't float away. But I told him we shouldn't touch anything. I remembered hearing that you're supposed to leave everything as you find it, especially if there's any chance of an investigation. Nobody argued with me. We pushed the kayak off the mud and paddled back, fast and messy, almost tipping over twice as we rushed. The shore seemed further away than before. Melissa kept looking over her shoulder at the reeds, and I kept checking the tree line, half expecting to see someone step out and start yelling at us. The campsite felt wrong when we got back, like all the fun from the night before had been erased. We started breaking down the tents and stuffing our things into the car. It didn't matter that we'd paid for 2 more nights. We just wanted to be gone. It took less than an hour to pack up, but every second dragged. We left behind some food and a few things that wouldn't fit, not caring any more about the mess. We drove out as soon as everything was loaded, tires spitting up dust and rocks on the narrow dirt road. The forest felt thicker than before, the trees closing in on both sides, blocking out most of the light. Every bump in the road made the car rattle, and I could hear Melissa still crying quietly in the back seat. Cole drove too fast at first, then slowed down when we hit a stretch of potholes. Nobody said much. I kept trying to get a signal on my phone, but the bars didn't come back until we were almost an hour down the road, closer to town. When we finally saw the first gas station, it felt like coming back to real life. The town itself was small, just a main street and a few shops, but there was a sheriff's office next to the diner. We parked in front and went inside, looking like a bunch of scared kids who'd just seen a ghost. Inside the office, a young deputy took our names and listened as we explained what happened. He asked a lot of questions: exact location, how we found the man, if we'd seen anyone else. He told us they'd already been looking for a local fisherman named Robert Clark, 67, missing for 3 days. The man's family had reported him overdue after he didn't come home from one of his usual solo trips. He'd had a heart condition, and everyone had been worried something like this might happen. The deputy explained that the smoke we saw across the lake was from a search team's campfire. They'd been out combing the shoreline the day before, hoping to find some sign of Clark. When they didn't, they packed up and left before sunrise, heading back to regroup with other volunteers. We just missed them by a few hours. The body we found was confirmed to be Robert Clark. The coroner ruled it a natural death. He'd suffered a heart attack while fishing, probably tried to get back to shore, and collapsed in the shallow water. They said there were no signs of foul play. The family came in the next day to thank us for bringing closure. Even after the sheriff told us it was an accident, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It seemed too perfect. How the searchers were camped right where we showed up. How they left just before we arrived. How nobody heard anything in the night. But the sheriff said these things happen sometimes. People disappear out there, and it takes days to find them, even with help. He thanked us again and told us we did the right thing. We stayed in town for an hour, got coffee at the diner, and then drove home. I never told my parents the full story. Every once in a while, I look at the pictures from that trip, and it still feels like another person's memory. I haven't been back to that lake since, and I don't think I ever will. Even now, when I hear the sound of wind in the trees at night, I remember how empty and endless those woods felt. Some places are too quiet, too far from everything, and you only realize it when it's already too late to turn around. When I was 22 and still in college, I decided to do my first solo camping trip in Devil Canyon, Nevada. I'd been talking about it for a while, and for months I planned out the gear, checked weather, and saved up to get the lightest tent and sleeping pad I could afford. I was dead set on doing it alone, just to see if I could handle being in the middle of nowhere with no one to talk to or help me out. I left after class on a Friday, but traffic getting out of the city was bad. I sat in a long line of cars on the freeway, feeling the sun go down through the windshield, knowing I was losing daylight with every mile. By the time I pulled into the little dirt parking lot by the Devil Canyon trailhead, it was almost 7. The sky was turning orange, and I could see my own reflection in the car window, tired and a little anxious. I put on my pack, double-checked the straps, and started hiking. The first stretch of the trail was easy, but the light faded fast. The canyon itself was quieter than I expected. My boots crunched on the sandy path, and the only other sound was my own breath. I watched the map on my phone, trying to hurry before it got completely dark, but every step just made me more aware of how quickly the shadows were taking over. I'd wanted to find a really good spot, not too close to the main path, but not way out in the brush either. After about an hour, I found a flat clearing ringed by tall sagebrush, with a nice view of the far canyon walls. The ground was hard but level. I could see the sliver of the river way down at the bottom of the canyon, shining silver in the moonlight. Setting up my tent took longer than usual. I had to use my headlamp, the only light in the dark, and every task felt awkward with one hand. I dropped a tent pole in the dirt and cursed as I fumbled with the stakes. Everything felt slower, a little clumsy. After the tent was finally up, I sat on a foam pad and set up my little stove. The wind picked up and I had to crouch low to shield the flame. The air was dry, and the only smell was dust, with a faint trace of the sage when the wind shifted. I made instant ramen and watched the steam curl into the night. I tried to relax, but the canyon felt huge and empty now that I wasn't moving. Halfway through eating, I heard a branch snap out in the brush to my left. I froze with my spoon in the air, listening hard. For a second, I thought maybe it was just the wind, but then I heard it again. A slow, heavy crack, then the shuffle of something pushing through leaves. I clicked off my headlamp and sat still. My heart beat faster. The noise was maybe 30 feet away, behind a thicket of sage. There was another quick rustle, then silence. I waited, but nothing else happened. I told myself it was probably a deer, maybe a coyote, something just passing by because of the smell of food. Still, it was hard to shake the feeling that I wasn't as alone as I'd thought. I finished eating fast, put the stove away, and zipped up my bag. I double-checked the tent zipper before crawling in. Lying on my back, I listened to the night. The air outside had a dry coldness, and every little sound was amplified in the quiet. The wind made the bushes rustle, and occasionally a small pebble would shift down the slope nearby. I tried to focus on the sky through the mesh of my tent. The stars were bright, but the longer I looked, the more my mind kept replaying that sharp crack of the branch from earlier. Sleep didn't come easily. I tossed and turned, my mind running through every possible animal that could be out there, reminding myself I was experienced, that I'd read about wildlife in this area. I kept telling myself there was nothing to worry about. When I finally drifted off, it felt shallow, like I was only half asleep. Every gust of wind, every little scrape made me open my eyes again. Around midnight I snapped awake, unsure why at first. Then I heard it. Slow footsteps crunching on gravel, close enough that I could feel the vibration through the ground. I held my breath. The steps circled the tent, not fast, but heavy and deliberate, like someone was making a point to be heard. I stayed still, eyes wide open, barely daring to breathe. The footsteps stopped right by my head, just outside the tent wall. I heard the soft exhale of a person's breath, raspy and close. I counted the seconds, hoping it was just my imagination, but the breathing was steady and real. I tried to convince myself again it was just an animal, but I knew the way a coyote or a deer moved, the pattern of their steps. These footsteps were human, They continued to move, slow and patient, making a full circle around my tent. At every pause, I waited for a hand to brush the tent wall or a face to press up against the mesh, but it never happened. It went on like that, the person stopping, standing so close I could hear them breathing, then slowly crunching a few steps further before pausing again. Sometimes it seemed like they were crouched down, like they were looking at something on the ground. Every once in a while I heard a low grunt, like they were shifting something heavy or just clearing their throat. I lay there for what felt like hours, every muscle tensed, ears straining for the smallest sound. The footsteps kept circling, never moving far from the tent. I kept my eyes fixed on the outline of the tent ceiling, counting my own breaths, trying to stay as quiet as possible. The only thing I could think about was what I would do if the zipper started moving, or if a knife cut through the fabric above my head. I didn't have a weapon, just a cheap multi-tool stuffed in my backpack, and my phone was in the side pocket of the tent, screen turned down. I stayed perfectly still, barely breathing, as the steps continued just outside the thin nylon walls. I moved as quietly as I could, feeling around in the dark for my camping knife. My hands shook a little as I gripped the handle, barely daring to breathe. I kept listening for the footsteps, but everything was silent, except for the wind in the sagebrush. With the knife ready, I reached for the tent zipper and slowly pulled it down just enough to look out. My heart was beating so loud it almost drowned out every other noise. At first, I couldn't see anything but the empty clearing, shadows from the bushes stretching long in the moonlight. Then I spotted him, about 20 yards away, standing between two big sage bushes. Just a dark shape, the outline of a man, standing completely still and facing my tent. He didn't move. I stared at him, hoping my eyes were playing tricks on me. The guy was motionless, not even shifting his weight. He just watched the tent, like he was waiting to see what I would do. I kept the knife in front of me and didn't move a muscle, barely even breathing. 5 minutes passed. He never took a step closer or looked away. Then, slowly, he turned and walked deeper into the darkness, making almost no sound at all on the dry dirt and rocks. I kept watching until he was gone, then zipped the tent all the way shut and backed up against the far wall, clutching the knife tight in both hands. Sleep was out of the question. I sat there with my back pressed against the side of the tent, listening for any noise at all, my eyes darting back and forth to every flicker of shadow. Each time the wind picked up and moved the bushes, my heart jumped. Sometimes a small animal would scurry past and I'd grip the knife even tighter, waiting to see if it was him coming back. My own breathing sounded like it would give me away. I kept thinking that thin nylon wall was the only thing between me and that man, and it was nothing if he wanted to get in. I watched the sky change from black to dark blue, then to gray, counting the minutes until the sun finally started to rise. Only then did I even consider moving. As soon as there was enough light to see the ground clearly, I started packing up. I moved fast, but tried to make as little noise as possible, always glancing toward the bushes where I'd seen him standing. My hands were shaking so much I fumbled the sleeping bag and almost dropped the stove. When I stepped outside, the first thing I saw were footprints. Boot prints, not from my shoes, too big, too deep. They circled the tent, overlapping again and again, like someone had walked around me for hours. There were so many I lost count. They led away into the brush and disappeared in the dirt. While rolling up my sleeping bag, I noticed 3 empty beer cans lying under a twisted juniper tree about 50 feet away. They weren't there the night before. I picked one up. It was cold to the touch, like it hadn't been sitting out long. I dropped it and felt a chill go through me. Whoever had been there, they'd been close, probably watching me even before I noticed. I scanned the whole clearing but saw nothing, just more prints and scattered trash. I shoved the last of my gear into my pack, broke down the tent, and slung everything over my shoulder as fast as I could. I started hiking back to the trailhead, moving as quickly as my legs would take me. Every time I passed a bend in the trail or a big rock, I looked over my shoulder. The path that had seemed peaceful the night before now felt like a tunnel, and every bush looked like it could be hiding someone. The canyon was quiet, but the hairs on the back of my neck stood up the whole time. I kept the knife out in my hand, glancing at every shadow, half expecting that man to step out in front of me. The hike back felt endless, my mind playing tricks, making me think I heard footsteps following me, though I never saw anyone. The only goal was to get out, get to the car, and leave. Near the parking lot, my breathing finally started to slow down. I could see the cars ahead, sunlight glinting off windshields. Right as I stepped off the dirt and onto the gravel, a park ranger in a green uniform came walking up, clipboard in hand. He asked for my permit and where I'd camped. I started telling him what happened, how someone had been outside my tent all night, how I'd seen him standing there and found footprints and beer cans. The ranger's face changed instantly. His jaw tightened and he put down his clipboard. He told me in a low voice that they'd had reports all month about a homeless man living somewhere in the canyon, breaking into camps and stealing gear. A couple campers had woken up to find their packs gone. One woman even saw a man crouching by her tent in the early morning, just watching her. The ranger said he and the others had tried to find where the guy was living, but Devil Canyon was full of side trails and little caves, and he always disappeared before they could catch him. He said I was lucky, that most people lost food, sleeping bags, or worse. He'd been worried it might escalate. I thanked the ranger and showed him where I found the cans and footprints, but he just nodded and told me to stay safe. I walked to my car, threw my pack in the back seat, and locked the doors before I even sat down. My hands were still shaking as I turned the key in the ignition. The whole drive home, I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see that man's face, or his shadow on the side of the road. It wasn't until I got back to the city that I finally let myself relax. I knew I was lucky. Some experiences really do show you that being alone isn't always peaceful. I never went on another solo camping trip after that. I work as a programmer, and last fall I really needed a break from staring at screens all day. I'd been putting in 10 to 12-hour days for weeks, working from my tiny apartment in DC, hunched over my laptop and living off of delivery food. By mid-October, I realized I felt like a zombie. I kept thinking if I didn't do something soon, I'd burn out before the new year. That's when I decided to take a long weekend to clear my head before a big software rollout at work. I figured the best way to reset was to get outside, so I planned a 4-day solo hike on the Appalachian Trail in Virginia. It was a section near Shenandoah, which I picked because it wasn't too remote, and the elevation changes weren't too brutal. I'd done a lot of day hikes before, but this was my first time planning a trip with 3 nights out by myself. I wanted to keep it simple, just me, a tent, and as little technology as possible. I left on a Thursday morning, stopped for a breakfast sandwich at a gas station, and got to the trailhead by 9:30. The air was cold enough that I saw my breath, but by noon it had warmed up, and the leaves were all turning red and orange. I walked for hours without seeing anyone, just squirrels and a few birds. The first night, I set up camp at a little clearing about 20 yards off the main trail. I boiled ramen and ate it sitting on a log, watching the sky turn purple. I slept pretty well, better than I had in weeks. The next day was even quieter. I saw 2 older women walking together in the late morning, both wearing matching hats and big packs. We said hi and kept going. Around 3 in the afternoon, I passed another guy who looked about my age heading the other direction. Otherwise, I had the trail to myself. That evening, I found another nice spot, a flat patch of ground with a fallen tree I could use as a bench. The only sound was wind moving through the trees. I read for a while, made dinner, and was asleep soon after it got dark. No signal, no internet. I felt better than I had in months, like my brain was finally quiet. By the third day, the miles started to catch up with me, but I didn't care. The woods were so empty it was almost peaceful. I'd planned a short day to give my feet a break, and by 5 o'clock I found what felt like the perfect place to stop. A small clearing with a view out over the valley below, just visible through the gaps in the trees. The ground was soft, with enough space for my tent and a ring of rocks for a fire. There was no trash, no sign anyone else had been there in a while. I set up camp, boiled some water for instant soup, and sat looking out over the hills as the light faded. After dinner, I cleaned up, zipped myself into my sleeping bag, and lay listening to the wind in the branches. I think I fell asleep before 9. Sometime around 3 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of someone moving around outside my tent. At first, I thought maybe it was an animal, a raccoon or a deer, but the sound was too quiet and regular, like footsteps, crunching slowly through the leaves. My heart started pounding and I just lay there, listening. I waited, hoping whoever or whatever it was would just move on. But the sounds kept going, not fast, just a steady shuffling, sometimes stopping for a few seconds and then starting again. It felt like forever, but it was probably just a minute or two before it went quiet. I stared at the nylon ceiling of my tent, barely breathing. After a few minutes of silence, I forced myself to sit up as quietly as I could. I slid my hand over to my headlamp, switched it on to its red mode, and looked through the mesh window in the side of my tent. In the dim moonlight, I could see a man standing at the edge of my campsite, maybe 30 feet away. He was just standing there, looking straight at my tent, not moving or saying anything. He didn't have a light. I could barely make out his face, just the outline of a person in dark clothes with something in his hand. I froze and waited. After about a minute of staring, he turned and walked back into the trees, moving quietly until he disappeared from sight. I sat there listening for any other sound, but it was totally silent again. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, sitting up, my headlamp in my hand, barely moving. I kept telling myself maybe I was half dreaming, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the man was real, and that he'd stood there watching me for a long time. Every time a branch snapped or leaves rustled, I tensed up, but nothing else happened. When the sun finally started to rise, I unzipped my tent and looked around. Everything looked normal at first. I walked over to where I'd left my backpack under a tree, and that's when I noticed the zipper was half open. My bag was sitting a few feet away from where I'd put it. When I looked inside, I realized someone had gone through it. All my energy bars were gone, along with my insulated coffee thermos. The rest of my food and my water were still there. Nothing else seemed missing. The food theft was annoying, but not devastating. I still had enough to get through the rest of my hike. But the fact that someone had been close enough to unzip my bag and take things while I was sleeping made me uneasy. I packed up as quickly as I could, barely stopping to eat. My hands were shaking a little as I rolled up my tent and stuffed everything into my pack. I kept looking over my shoulder at the trees. I wanted to put as much distance as I could between me and whoever had visited my camp. As soon as I was ready, I started walking, moving fast even though my legs were sore, not stopping to rest until I'd covered almost 4 miles. About 2 miles down the trail, I caught up with the same man I had seen at my campsite. He was sitting on a fallen log by the side of the trail, his head down, looking like he was picking something out of his shoe. When he saw me coming, he looked up, and I recognized him immediately. His clothes were dirty, torn in places, and he looked like he hadn't washed or shaved in weeks. He had a thin, patchy beard, and the skin on his hands was cracked and covered in scratches. He didn't look surprised to see me. As I got closer, he stood up, blocking part of the trail, and said, "Hey man, you got any food or money to spare?" His voice was rough, like he'd been yelling a lot or hadn't spoken to anyone in days. I stopped a few feet away and kept my hands where he could see them. My first thought was to just get past him and keep moving, but he was already eyeing my pack. I told him I didn't have much, but reached in and pulled out a couple of granola bars and a $5 bill from my wallet. I handed them over, hoping he would take them and let me keep going. He took the bars and the cash, stuffing them into the pockets of his jacket, but he didn't thank me or step aside. Instead, he just started walking next to me as I tried to pass, keeping pace even though I sped up a bit. He started asking if I had any more food, or maybe a jacket he could use since it got cold at night. I tried to stay polite, but kept my answers short, telling him that I'd already given him everything I could spare, and that I needed the rest for myself to finish the hike. He didn't seem satisfied and kept following, his questions turning into demands. "Come on, man, I know you got more in there," he said, motioning toward my pack. "People like you always got extra. You got money, right? You got a car waiting at the lot. I've been out here for months. You could help me out a little more." His voice was getting louder, and he kept glancing at my backpack like he was thinking about grabbing it. The trail narrowed, and with the trees so close on both sides, it was impossible to get much space between us. I stopped and faced him, trying to keep calm. I told him again that I couldn't give him anything else and that I needed to keep moving. But he just stepped in closer and said, "Don't lie to me. I know you got more. You people always do. Rich hikers, you come out here with your fancy gear and act like you can't help someone who really needs it." I started backing away, but he reached out and grabbed one of the shoulder straps of my backpack, trying to pull it off me. I twisted away and managed to break free, stumbling backwards down the trail. That's when he started yelling at me, "Come back! You owe me! You can't just walk away from someone who needs help." His face was red, and he looked completely desperate. I turned and started running, pushing through the overgrown parts of the trail, not caring about how much noise I made. My pack bounced against my back and my boots kept slipping on the loose rocks, but I kept going, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. I could hear him crashing through the bushes behind me, shouting that he was going to find me, that I couldn't get away. My legs were burning, but I kept running, focusing on the trail ahead. The sounds of his footsteps and yelling finally started to fade, but I didn't stop until I was sure he wasn't right behind me. I kept moving fast, my breath coming in short, painful bursts, until I saw the sign for the next trail shelter about a mile ahead. When I finally reached the shelter, there was a wooden roof, some benches, and a big logbook hanging in a plastic bag from a nail. A volunteer caretaker was there, an older guy in a faded green shirt with a trash bag, picking up old wrappers and sweeping leaves out of the shelter. I dropped my pack and sat down on the bench, trying to catch my breath. I told him what happened, how a man had tried to take my pack and chased me down the trail. The caretaker stopped what he was doing and listened, nodding like he'd heard this before. He said there had been several reports of a homeless man harassing hikers and stealing food for the past couple of weeks. "He's been hitting campsites at night," the caretaker said. "He takes anything he can get and disappears before the rangers get here. He knows these woods better than anybody." He pulled out a radio from his bag and called park headquarters, reporting what happened and giving my description of the man. They said they'd send a ranger as soon as possible. While we waited, the caretaker offered me some water and a granola bar from his own supply. "Don't worry, you're safe here," he said. And for the first time since that morning, I felt like I could breathe again. About half an hour later, a uniformed ranger arrived, He asked me to go over the story again and check to make sure I wasn't hurt. He said the man I'd run into had been seen by a few other hikers, sometimes begging, sometimes threatening, but always disappearing into the backcountry before anyone could catch him. The ranger offered to walk me back to the parking lot, and I didn't hesitate to accept. We took a shortcut on a service road that cut about 2 miles off my route. The whole way back, I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see that man watching us from the trees. When we reached the lot, I thanked the ranger, got into my car, and locked the doors before I even took off my boots. I drove home that afternoon, not stopping until I was back in my apartment with the door locked and the shades pulled down. I ended my trip early, and for a while, I stopped hiking alone completely. Now, I only go out on busy weekends, on well-traveled trails where I know there are always other people around. I never camp alone in remote areas anymore, no matter how beautiful or quiet they seem. What I learned on that trip is that sometimes the most dangerous thing in the wilderness isn't the animals or the weather, it's other people, especially the ones who have nothing left to lose. When I was 15, my cousin Matt and I went fishing at Mirror Lake in Colorado, where our family had a small, weathered cabin. That cabin always smelled like pine and old smoke. We only went up there maybe twice a year. The morning we got there, everything felt completely normal. We unpacked the gear in silence, Matt tossing me a faded red tackle box while I hauled the rods out of the back of Dad's truck. It was late July. The air was thin, bright, just a little cool when you stood close to the lake. The surface looked smooth, almost fake, with all the mountains reflecting off it like glass. There were a couple of empty rowboats tied up near the boat ramp, and you could see the trails of old footprints in the mud from people who must have been there the day before. We walked the shore for a while, both of us looking for a good spot, not talking much except to point out where the weeds were thick or where a rock shelf jutted into the water. I remember there were dragonflies skimming the top of the water, and Matt, who was a year older, kept flicking his rod back and forth like he was impatient to start. We picked a spot at a little bend in the lake where you could stand on some boulders and see across to the other side. It was quiet, just the breeze and the clicking of our tackle boxes. I was tying a hook, trying to keep my fingers steady, when I heard a sharp click that didn't fit. It sounded just like the cameras the school photographers used, the old kind with a loud mechanical snap. At first, I didn't look up. Then I heard it again, a little further off, and I turned to see Matt already staring across the water. There, about 100 yards away on the opposite bank, was a man. He looked older, 50s maybe, with gray stubble and a thick head of hair, and he wore an old green army jacket that hung heavy on his frame even though it was summer. He stood out because there wasn't anyone else around the lake at all. No other cars in the gravel lot, no families, no dog walkers. Just this guy standing among the pines, a black camera lifted to his face. He took another picture, the lens pointed straight at us. The sound carried over the water, echoing a little. Matt muttered, "What's he doing?" But I didn't answer. I just shrugged and tried not to make eye contact. We both stood there awkwardly, our rods half-rigged, watching as the man moved along the bank, changing angles, snapping more pictures every few steps. At first it seemed weird, but harmless. Maybe he was a bird watcher or something. But he never turned the camera anywhere except straight at us. Even when he shifted position, crouching, moving side to side, the lens followed us the whole time. 5 minutes must have gone by. Matt tried to joke. Maybe he thinks we're famous. But his voice sounded forced. The man never waved or called out, never did anything except click that shutter, win the film, and then reposition. I could see a strap around his neck, old faded canvas, and when he turned, The sun glinted off something metallic at his hip, maybe keys or a knife. My palms started to sweat, but I tried to focus on my hook, hands shaking as I threaded the line. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, just a weird guy. But it didn't feel like nothing. After a while, Matt said, "Let's just fish," and we cast our lines out. We both tried to ignore him, pretending we were back at the cabin or anywhere else, but I kept glancing up every few seconds. The man didn't stop. He started to move faster, walking down the shoreline, always pausing to shoot another frame, eyes hidden behind his camera. I noticed that every time he took a photo, he adjusted the settings like he was trying to get the perfect shot. I could see the camera was an old film SLR, not digital, and his hands were rough, red-knuckled. After 10 minutes or so, I thought maybe he would leave. But then he did something different. He slung the camera strap across his chest, then began making his way along the edge of the lake toward us, stepping over rocks and driftwood, still pausing every few yards to bring the camera up and fire off another picture. Each time, the shutter echoed off the water. He never once looked away. He never checked his phone, never watched the birds, never turned to admire the scenery. Just us, every time. My skin prickled, like I was standing too close to a nest of wasps. Matt glanced at me and quietly said, "We should go." But I couldn't seem to move. The guy kept coming, camera up, snapping, winding the film, stepping closer, steady and slow. When he got to the shallow inlet on the far side, I thought maybe he'd stop, but instead he started wading into the water. It only reached his knees. He held the camera high above his head to keep it from getting wet, moving carefully, watching where he placed his feet but never turning his back. Matt grabbed my arm, squeezing tight. "Seriously, we should get out of here." But I couldn't take my eyes off the man, who was now maybe 70 feet away, the camera still up, still clicking. I noticed he had a radio clipped to his belt, like the kind park rangers use, and something else, maybe a pouch or a set of tools, dangling from his jacket. His boots made splashing sounds as he moved steadily through the water, not hurrying, just making his way across as if he knew exactly what he was doing. The closer he got, the more details stood out. His jacket was worn thin at the elbows, the fabric stained and faded, and I could see a patch on one shoulder. No words, just a black rectangle sewn on. There was mud on his boots, up past his ankles, and the camera strap was frayed where it joined the metal rings. He was breathing hard, face set in a frown, eyes never leaving us as he got closer and closer. Now he was within 50 feet. Matt let go of my arm, and I heard him take a sharp breath. I couldn't stop watching the man, the camera, the radio, the strange tools on his belt, everything getting clearer and more real as he pushed through the water, never slowing down, never breaking eye contact. The man pointed at the radio on his belt and then made a slashing gesture across his throat with his finger. I stood there confused, not sure if he was telling us to be quiet or threatening us. Either way, my heart started pounding faster, and I knew we shouldn't stay any longer. Matt yanked on my sleeve and we started backing away from the shoreline, moving slowly at first, hoping maybe he'd stop coming closer. But he didn't stop. He kept walking right toward us, camera still up, clicking off more pictures, his other hand repeating that throat-cutting gesture. I could see his face more clearly now. He looked furious, like he hated us for being there, or maybe for seeing him. We kept backing up until my heel caught a root and I nearly tripped. That was when Matt whispered, "Let's go," and we both turned at the same time and started running. We didn't look back. We bolted up the trail that curved around the side of the lake, pushing through the brush and weaving around the trunks. I could hear splashing behind us, then the sound of boots on the rocks, and then branches snapping as he came after us. It didn't sound like he was running hard, but he wasn't stopping either. Every time my foot landed on a stick, it sounded like it was breaking right under his feet, not mine. Matt was in front, breathing hard, arms up to shield his face from branches. I almost lost him in the shadows once, but he slowed down enough for me to catch up, then grabbed my arm and pulled me behind a thick pine to catch our breath. For a second, I thought maybe we'd lost him. Then we heard that man's voice, quiet but close. He was muttering something to himself, moving through the brush on the trail just a few dozen feet behind us. Matt pointed up the hill and we moved fast again, running toward where we knew the cabin was, taking turns down little side trails and ducking under low branches. My legs were burning, lungs hurting, but I could still hear the man moving behind us, steady, not running but never far off. Sometimes I thought I heard the camera click again, but I wasn't sure. Matt led us on a winding path, taking a shortcut he remembered from when we were kids, through a thicket that scratched at our arms and legs. We burst out of the trees right at the back of our family's cabin, hearts pounding so hard I could hardly see straight. We tore across the yard and yanked open the back door, slamming it behind us. My uncle was sitting at the kitchen table, drinking coffee and reading a battered old paperback. He looked up, startled, when we crashed in, both of us talking over each other and trying to explain what happened. Matt managed to say something about a man following us, taking pictures, acting threatening. My uncle's face went white. He got up fast, went straight to the old gun cabinet and took out his hunting rifle. I watched his hands as he checked the action and grabbed a handful of shells. He didn't say a word to us, just nodded for us to stay inside. Then he called a couple of his friends, other guys with cabins around the lake, and told them what was happening. He left the phone off the hook, put on his boots, and went outside, locking the door behind him. We sat in the living room, listening. I kept peeking out the window, half expecting to see that man walk up the driveway, but nobody came. After a few minutes, I heard a car pull up and saw Mr. Jensen, our neighbor, get out with his own shotgun. Another truck pulled in right after. The men huddled for a minute, then fanned out around the property and headed down toward the lake. Matt and I watched from the window as they moved through the trees, rifles at the ready, heads turning, looking for anything. They stayed out there for a long time, at least an hour, searching the trails and the shoreline. When they came back, their faces told me everything. They hadn't found anybody. Not a single sign. Not even footprints except our own. My uncle came back inside, his boots muddy, rifle still in his hands. He told us to lock all the doors and stay away from the windows just in case. He called the sheriff, told him what had happened, and the sheriff said he'd be out as soon as he could. That night, we didn't eat dinner at the table like usual. We just sat in the living room, the TV turned on but muted, waiting for the sound of someone at the door. Every so often I'd hear a noise from outside, branches moving, or maybe just the wind, and I'd freeze up, thinking the man was still out there, waiting for us to come out again. The sheriff showed up an hour before dark, his car crunching up the gravel driveway. He came in, took notes, listened to us describe what the man looked like, what he'd been wearing, what kind of camera he had. He nodded a lot, not saying much. When we finished, he told us that there had been other reports like this over the past month. A couple families who lived farther down the lake had called about a man in a military jacket, carrying a camera, sometimes with a radio clipped to his belt, following kids or watching them from a distance. Nobody had been able to get close enough to talk to him, and nobody had seen a car that matched him either. It was always the same description: older, rough-looking, always taking pictures, always watching. The sheriff said they'd been looking for him but never managed to find him. Sometimes he showed up 2 places in the same day, sometimes not for a week at a time. He suspected the man might be staying in an abandoned cabin somewhere in the woods, or maybe camping, moving around every few nights. He told my uncle they would increase patrols around the lake, especially on the weekends when there were more families up. He also said that 2 other families had filed reports about the man approaching their children, trying to talk to them, even offering them things like candy or a ride in his boat. Each time the kids got scared and ran off, but he never chased anyone. He just kept taking pictures. I asked what he did with all those photos, but the sheriff just shook his head. "Nothing good," was all he said. He told us if we saw him again to call right away, not to confront him, and to stay in groups. Then he took our statements and left, his cruiser's headlights swinging through the trees as he drove off. For the rest of that summer, my uncle kept his rifle out in plain sight. Matt and I never went back to the lake alone. I didn't even want to fish. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the man's face, the camera, the way he pointed at us, the way he cut his finger across his throat. I wondered what would have happened if we hadn't run, if we'd tried to talk to him or ignored him. I still wonder about those photos, what he wanted them for, what he did with them, if they ever ended up online or on someone's wall, part of some sick collection. As far as I know, nobody ever caught him. The patrols around the lake went on for a few months, but the man stopped showing up. Maybe he moved on to somewhere else, or maybe he finally got scared off by all the attention. I never heard about anyone being arrested, and nobody ever claimed to know who he was. Years have gone by, but sometimes I still wake up remembering the sound of that camera clicking, the feeling of being hunted in a place I thought was safe. I learned that summer that real danger doesn't always look like a monster or a ghost. Sometimes it's just a man with a camera, and sometimes it's right there where you least expect it. When I was 28, my stepbrothers Jake and Connor convinced me to go fishing at Lake Tahoe for the weekend. We'd been trying to bond more since our parents got married 5 years earlier, and we weren't the closest, but nobody had ever had a serious problem with anyone else. Jake was 26, always the fun one, the guy who liked to push things a little further, make every trip into a story, and Connor at 24 was more serious, quieter, but he still liked coming along for stuff like this. We packed our gear and threw our duffel bags in the back of Jake's pickup late Friday afternoon, hoping to beat traffic out of the city, which we mostly did except for a slow stretch before the incline. The truck was old but well kept, the inside still smelling a little like oil and chewing gum. We had 3 rods, a portable grill, sleeping bags, and Jake insisted we bring enough beer for a small army. I didn't argue. We drove with the windows cracked, cold air rushing in, talking about jobs and how expensive everything was. Nothing too deep. The first real hint that things might be different this trip was a weird silence about halfway up. We passed a road sign riddled with bullet holes, and Connor made a dry comment about the locals, but then nobody said much for a while. I was staring out the window at the fading daylight, and Jake had the radio tuned to some country station we all hated, just for the joke. We got to the lake just after sunset, finding the old campground we'd stayed at once before. The place was mostly empty this time, just one other car parked a few sites down and a faded blue tent in the distance. The lake was flat and black, the pine trees standing sharp in the cold air, and the only sound was the crunch of gravel under our boots. We set up quick, Jake's tent for him, Connor and I in our own, nothing fancy. Jake got the fire started right away, pulling out a half-burned log from the pit and stacking pine branches on top. I set up the camp chairs. Connor went down to the lake with a bucket to get water for cleaning the fish later. The fishing that first day was incredible. We stood at the edge of the lake on the rough wooden dock, the air still and cold. It was almost too easy. Trout after trout, the lines pulling tight every few minutes. We let a lot of them go. By the time the sun was down, we had more than enough for dinner. Connor filleted them on a cutting board balanced on his knees, scales flying in the dirt, and Jake threw them on the grill, squeezing lemon from one of those little plastic bottles. We ate sitting around the fire, each of us with a plate in our lap, steam rising in the chill. Jake kept passing out beers. There was a lot of laughing, the kind that comes easy when you're away from work and phones. I remember the fire crackling, sparks popping up into the black, and the way the lake looked just beyond, wide and silent. After dinner, we cleaned up, put the leftovers in the cooler, and opened up the first real case of beer. Jake had brought some cheap stuff and some good IPAs, and it all tasted the same after a few. The air was cold enough that our breath came out in clouds. Jake started telling stories about the worst dates he'd ever been on, which turned into us all trying to one-up each other, all of us a little louder every time someone had to get up for another beer or to throw wood on the fire. The light from the fire made everything look a little warped. There was a point when I noticed just how dark it really was around us, how far away the next camp looked, and how the woods seemed to crowd in on all sides. At some point, I felt like maybe someone was watching us, but I brushed it off. It was the kind of thought you have after too many drinks outside, and I didn't say anything. Jake wandered off to look for more firewood and came back empty-handed, swearing he'd seen a raccoon as big as a dog. Connor rolled his eyes. The temperature kept dropping, and the sky was just packed with stars, the kind of view you never got back in town. The beer kept coming. By midnight, we were all pretty wasted, telling stupid jokes and reminiscing about childhood stories, or at least the stories we'd been told by our parents, since we hadn't known each other before we were adults. Jake was the drunkest, slurring his words, laughing at stuff that wasn't funny, stumbling when he got up to piss in the bushes. He nearly fell into the fire once, but caught himself on the arm of a chair, muttering something that none of us really caught. Connor and I were debating whether to call it a night. I remember looking over and seeing Jake weaving his way back toward the tents, the light from his headlamp bouncing off the trees, his boots crunching in the gravel. He said, "I'm going to bed, man," and disappeared into his tent, the zipper noise way too loud in the quiet. The fire was still burning pretty high but starting to die down to coals, a couple of beer cans left by the ring. I remember thinking I should get up and put it out completely, but I was too drunk to care much. Connor tossed the last beer can onto the pile of empties, grunted something about how his head was spinning, and grabbed his jacket. "I'm done," he said, and disappeared into his tent, the zipper noise sharp in the cold. I sat there a while longer, staring at the embers, my legs stretched out in front of me, feeling the heat on my boots. It was so quiet except for the occasional snap from the fire and a breeze rustling through the trees. I thought about calling home, but my phone was dead. Eventually, the cold started to seep through my jacket, and I knew it was time to go in. I stood up too fast, had to catch myself on the edge of the camp table, then stumbled over to my tent. Jake's tent was zipped up and quiet, no sound coming from inside, so I figured he'd passed out already. I crawled into my sleeping bag, zipped up tight against the cold. The last thing I remember was the crackling of the dying fire outside my tent. I woke up around 7 in the morning with a splitting headache, my mouth dry, the inside of my tent cold and stuffy. I smelled smoke right away, stronger than before, and for a second I thought it was just leftover from the fire. But something about it felt wrong, sharp and thick, almost like the air was heavier than it should be. I pushed the sleeping bag off, unzipped my tent, and was hit with a wall of cold air and a strong wave of smoke that made my eyes sting. I squinted in the light, blinking fast, and the first thing I saw was Jake lying face down next to the fire pit, almost right in the ashes, his legs twisted under him. His hands and face were burned, skin red and blistered, and there was soot all over his jacket and hair. For a few seconds I just stood there, not able to understand what I was looking at. Then it hit me. I ran over, knees buckling, shouting Jake's name. But he wasn't moving. I reached out and touched his shoulder, felt heat from the embers, and tried to turn him. His skin was hot and stiff, and when I checked his neck for a pulse, there was nothing. I started yelling for Connor, louder and louder, voice cracking. He came running from his tent in just his thermal shirt and socks, looking half awake and pale, confusion turning to panic when he saw Jake on the ground. I shouted at him to call 911, and he fumbled with his phone, hands shaking, trying to give the dispatcher our location. I kept trying to find a pulse, anything, but Jake was gone. The fire pit was a mess, blackened rocks, beer cans melted on one side, and the air still reeked of burnt plastic and flesh. I sat there in the dirt, knees in the ashes, shaking, while Connor kept saying, "What happened? What happened?" The paramedics showed up after about 20 minutes, sirens echoing through the trees, and tried to move us away while they checked Jake. They covered his body with a silver blanket, faces grim, then started asking us questions. How much we'd all had to drink, when we'd last seen him alive, what happened with the fire. I told them everything I could remember, but it all felt scrambled, like the whole night had been cut up and stitched together wrong. Eventually, one of the paramedics said it looked like Jake had fallen face first into the coals, probably drunk, probably passed out before he even realized what happened. The medical examiner told us later that he died from the burns and smoke inhalation, likely never even waking up. The next few days blurred together. I went back to the city with Connor, both of us still in shock. We sat in silence on the drive home, neither one turning on the radio or saying anything. The funeral was a nightmare. Our parents were wrecked, Mom sobbing so hard she couldn't stand, Dad just staring at the casket like he was waiting to wake up from a dream. Everyone kept asking us what happened, how we could let something like that occur, and we had to tell the story over and over, never changing a detail. The police did their investigation, looked through our statements, checked the campsite, but in the end, they said it was an accident. That was supposed to be the end of it, but it wasn't. After the funeral, the blame started. At first, it was just quiet tension, but it built up fast. Connor said I was the last one up, that I should have put the fire out before going to bed, that if I'd been more careful, none of it would have happened. I snapped back, asked where he was when Jake was stumbling around, why he hadn't helped him to bed, why neither of us checked the fire. I started thinking about the night in pieces, wondering if there'd been a fight between Jake and Connor I hadn't noticed, or if they'd argued about something while I was passed out in my tent. The guilt twisted everything, made me see the whole night in 100 different ways. The accusations kept flying until we stopped speaking altogether. Our mother couldn't handle it and fell into a deep depression. She stopped leaving her room, stopped answering the phone. Family dinners ended. Holidays turned into a mess, everyone avoiding each other, barely getting through an hour in the same house before someone stormed out. It's been 3 years now, and nothing is the same. Connor and I still don't talk. Our parents got divorced last year, the grief finally breaking whatever was left between them. I moved out of state, barely call home except on holidays, and when I do, the conversations are short and stiff. I replay that night in my head every day, thinking about the last time I saw Jake alive, the way he laughed at nothing and stumbled to his tent, the fire crackling just outside. I think about how it only would have taken 5 minutes to pour water over the coals, to make sure they were really out, how that small bit of carelessness changed everything. Sometimes I wonder if Connor blames himself too, if he goes over every detail like I do, but I'll never know. We can't be in the same room anymore without all of it coming back. Jake's death didn't just take him away from us, it tore the whole family apart. left a hole where everything used to fit together. Sometimes the worst things happen in seconds, in the quiet spaces where no one is paying attention. The guilt never really leaves. It just changes shape, finds new ways to remind you it's there. Every time I see a fire or hear someone laugh around a campfire. Every time I look at old pictures of the three of us when things still felt normal. So last fall, my cousins Lucas and Marcus convinced me to split the cost on a hunting cabin rental in Montana. I'd been working as a park ranger for 6 years, so I knew the outdoors pretty well. We found this private hunting property online that rented cabins for weekends. The pictures made it look decent, simple, nothing fancy, and the reviews mentioned it was quiet and out of the way. We picked a weekend in November and booked 3 days. My work had me on rotating shifts all year, so I was glad just to have the days off. Lucas drove up from Billings and picked up Marcus on the way. I met them at a gas station just off the highway. The last stretch was dirt road, with patches of frozen mud and potholes. But we got to the property around lunchtime. The owners weren't there, just a note on the door saying to call if we needed anything. The cabin was small, a little weathered, with 2 rooms and a porch facing some thick pine woods. There was an old fire pit behind it, chopped wood stacked under a tarp, and a metal shed about 30 yards away. We unpacked, set our stuff in the bunks, and checked the map for posted boundaries. By 2, we were out in the woods. The temperature was just above freezing, and the ground had a layer of old snow and pine needles. We hiked for a couple of hours, moving slow and quiet, following some faint deer tracks, and saw plenty of sign but no animals until the sun started to set. Marcus finally spotted a buck maybe 70 yards out, and Lucas dropped it with a clean shot. By the time we dressed it and dragged it back, it was dark. I was tired but relieved to have gotten something on the first day. We made dinner outside, cooked the back straps on the old grill next to the cabin, then dragged some chairs over to the fire pit. It was just past 7 when we got the fire going. The wind rattled the dry grass and the trees creaked, but otherwise it was dead quiet. We passed a couple of beers around and talked about the next day's plans. The sky was clear, stars everywhere, and the woods were so still you could hear the occasional pop of the fire echo across the yard. I remember feeling relaxed. Marcus had brought a little portable speaker, but we kept it low. By 9, the fire was burning down to embers, and the cold was starting to bite. I was about to suggest going in when we all heard it. A hard, sharp sound, like wood on wood, maybe 100 yards back in the trees. Not just a branch falling or a twig snapping, but the steady thud of an axe, over and over, with almost perfect rhythm. At first, we joked about some mountain man chopping firewood late at night, but then it kept going. The swings were too regular, and the noise was too loud for just splitting kindling. The property was supposed to be private, and the owners hadn't said anyone else was staying. We sat there listening. Lucas asked if maybe it was the neighbors, but the closest house was a mile down the road and on the other side of the ridge. After 5 minutes, the sound hadn't stopped. It was past 9. Nobody gathers firewood in the dark out here, not this late in the year. I said I'd check it out, not really expecting much. Marcus offered to come, but I told him to stay by the fire and keep his phone handy in case I needed help. I went back into the cabin and put on my heavier coat and boots, then grabbed my headlamp from my pack. The beam was bright, catching the frosty air. I walked out across the clearing, past the shed, and toward where the sound was coming from. My boots crunched on the ground, and every step felt louder than it should. The axe noise didn't pause when I got closer. I stopped a minute, just listening. It sounded like someone clearing brush, not just splitting logs. I kept moving, staying off the main path, stepping between trees and over patches of snow. The air smelled like wet leaves and cold dirt. My breath fogged in front of me. I figured if it was just some guy getting firewood, I'd see a pile or hear a truck. But there was nothing. After maybe half a mile, I saw movement between the trees. A man in full camo gear, face shadowed by a hood. He was methodically chopping, not at a pile of logs, but at branches and low brush, cutting sight lines between a group of trees. He'd cleared out a patch facing directly toward our cabin, not toward any trails or animal runs. It looked deliberate, like he was building some kind of blind, except the angles were all wrong for hunting game. He'd stacked the cut branches to one side, and there was a plastic chair half buried in the snow. He didn't see me at first. I kept my light low, not wanting to startle him, but he must have heard me, because he stopped swinging, turned, and stared. For maybe 30 seconds, neither of us moved. My headlamp shined off the metal blade of his axe. I said nothing. He said nothing. His hands were steady on the handle, and I could see from his stance he wasn't just camping out here for fun. I realized I had no idea who he was, or if he was alone. He could have had a friend nearby, or a gun, and I was far enough from the cabin that yelling wouldn't bring help. I decided to back away, slow, keeping my eyes on him. He didn't follow. He just stood there, still holding the axe. When I was far enough back, I turned around and walked fast, then jogged the last stretch, stumbling over a log until I reached the edge of the clearing. I could see the glow of the fire where Lucas and Marcus were waiting. I hurried back, boots sliding on the frozen grass, and told my cousins exactly what I saw. We decided to stay inside and keep the curtains drawn. Lucas locked the front door, and I checked the latch on the back, testing the handle twice. We kept the lights low, talking in whispers, waiting for something else to happen. For a while, nothing did. Then, just before midnight, we heard footsteps crunching in the frozen grass outside. They moved slow, not trying to hide. Whoever it was circled the cabin, the sound stopping every few minutes, then starting again near a different wall. It was impossible to guess how many people were out there, but we all agreed it sounded like only one set of footsteps, just wandering and circling. The first time the flashlight beam hit the living room window, Marcus ducked behind the couch and Lucas cursed under his breath. The light stayed there, unmoving, bright enough to show dust on the curtains, then flicked off and reappeared at the next window. This went on for hours. At one point, the light shined straight through the gap in the curtain near the kitchen and swept slowly back and forth. Someone outside was standing just feet away, staring in. We didn't say a word, barely even breathed. Eventually, the light disappeared, but the footsteps kept going. Sometimes they came close enough we could hear twigs snapping and boots dragging through the leaves. Around 3 a.m, we heard something scraping against the wall by the bedroom window. A long, slow drag, like a stick or a knife. We sat in silence, nobody wanting to look, barely able to move. None of us slept, not really. We took turns sitting up, each of us watching the front and back door, waiting for a sound that never came. Lucas suggested calling the police, but the only bars we had on our phones were the ones mocking us. And when he tried the cabin's old landline, it was dead. We just had to wait until dawn and hope the man would finally get bored or move on. When the sky finally started to get lighter, the footsteps stopped. For the first time in hours, the outside was quiet. The only sound was the wind shaking dead leaves off the porch. None of us said much. We just sat together in the front room, waiting for real daylight before we even thought about going outside. I made coffee with shaking hands, and nobody touched the cold eggs and sausage left from the night before. As soon as it was bright enough to see more than a few feet outside the window, I stood up and unlocked the door. Stepping out, the air felt sharper and colder than the day before. All around the cabin, cigarette butts littered the dirt, maybe 20 or 30, all smoked down to the filter and scattered just beneath each window. Whoever was out there hadn't just passed by. They'd stood in the cold for hours, watching and waiting, maybe staring at us through every window. The footprints in the mud circled the whole cabin, pressed deep and wide apart, like someone was pacing in long, nervous steps. At the corner near the shed, we saw where branches had been broken down and pushed aside, making a crude trail leading back into the woods. On the kitchen side, the window screen was torn, not ripped by accident, but cut along the edge. I pulled it back with a stick and saw scratch marks on the glass itself, lines etched in with something sharp. It was obvious this was about intimidation, not theft. Someone had wanted us to feel watched. Lucas and Marcus both agreed we needed to get out right away. We moved fast, barely talking, just stuffing our gear into bags and dragging them to the truck. I checked the back seat 3 times before slamming the door. The road out was muddy, but we made it back to the main road without stopping. The silence in the cab was heavy, each of us watching the tree line for any sign of movement. When we reached the property owner's house, I walked up to the porch and rang the bell, still looking over my shoulder at the empty fields behind me. The owner came out after a minute, an older guy in a brown jacket who barely looked surprised when I told him what happened. He listened quietly while I described the night, the footsteps, the light, the cigarettes, the cut screen. When I mentioned the man in camo building a blind aimed at our cabin, the owner just shook his head. He said he'd had similar complaints from other renters over the past few months. A local hunter, he explained, someone who thought he had the right to use those woods any way he wanted, had started scaring off anyone who came onto the land. First, it was just notes left on windshields. Then it was following people out, watching from the woods. Now he was stalking renters all night, circling cabins and doing whatever he could to make them leave. The owner said he'd been trying to catch him in the act, but the guy knew the property better than anyone and always disappeared before police could show up. He apologized and promised to refund us for the weekend. He said he would talk to law enforcement again, maybe hire someone to patrol the woods, maybe put up cameras. He told us we were welcome to come back, free of charge, once it was safe. But as he spoke, I could tell we all had the same idea. None of us wanted to risk going through that again. On the drive back to town, Lucas kept checking the rearview mirror, and Marcus barely said a word. Even though it was bright daylight, I couldn't shake the feeling we were still being watched. A few weeks later, the owner called and said they'd finally gotten enough complaints for the sheriff to take things seriously. He said the hunter was being investigated, and the property would be patrolled more often. He repeated the offer for a free weekend anytime we wanted. We never took him up on it. That trip changed how I think about being out in the woods. I'd always worried about bears or mountain lions, getting lost or getting hurt. But after that weekend, I realized the scariest thing out there wasn't some animal lurking in the trees. It was the person watching us from the dark, waiting to remind us whose territory it really was. When I was 17, my parents finally convinced me to join them on a family camping trip to Great Smoky Mountains National Park. My little brother was excited, but I was mostly dreading sleeping in a tent and using pit toilets for 3 days. My uncle's family came too, so there were 8 of us total sharing a big group campsite tucked back near some old stone fire rings, with trees all around, and the creek running a few hundred feet away. The adults set up this massive family tent for all the kids, while they pitched their own smaller tents just out of sight, but close enough you could hear them if someone yelled. I was annoyed at first about being stuck with the kids, but at least my brother and cousins were easy to deal with. My uncle tried to keep everyone laughing, making dumb jokes about bears and getting on my nerves a bit, but that was normal. My mom spread out our sleeping bags on foam pads and showed me where the flashlights and lantern were, so at least we weren't totally roughing it. The campground was crowded, a few other families nearby, but it felt safe enough. And once we finished dragging all the gear from the car and helping set up the tent, I was already less annoyed. Our first day, my uncle picked a trail that wasn't too steep, winding up past some old growth trees and a lookout where you could see blue mountains rolling off forever. My little brother kept darting ahead, then falling behind and complaining about his feet. But I walked next to my cousin, mostly just listening to the adults talk. We stopped for lunch at a flat patch of mossy rock, and my aunt handed out peanut butter sandwiches and apples. It was the kind of thing that probably sounds boring, but I kind of liked it, just listening to birds and wind, nothing to do but keep walking. We took some group pictures on someone's phone, then headed back, and even though it was only a few hours, by the time we got to camp, everyone was hot and tired. My parents and uncle cooked dinner on a camp stove, the little ones helping stir the chili and spill things everywhere. After dinner, we roasted marshmallows around the fire pit. My uncle told stories, making up half of it, stuff about lost hikers and old moonshiners hiding in the woods, which made my cousins giggle. By then, it was dark and starting to cool off. My mom handed out headlamps and checked that everyone brushed their teeth. Then the adults wandered back to their tents, leaving my uncle tending the fire a little longer while the rest of us got ready for bed. Inside the tent, my brother crashed out immediately, mouth open, snoring. The cousins argued over a flashlight but were asleep before they could finish. I lay there listening to the last crackles of the fire outside, the sound of my uncle tossing more wood on, quieting down as he moved around. Through the mesh ceiling, I could see faint stars and shadows of tree branches swaying. For a while, it felt peaceful. There was a little light from the fire shining through the tent wall, and every so often a burst of laughter from some campsite across the way drifted in. I was just starting to fall asleep, wishing I'd remembered to grab my hoodie, when I heard someone zipping up a sleeping bag nearby. For a few minutes, I just lay there with my eyes closed, trying to block out the sounds. Then it got quiet, just the low buzz of crickets and the steady rush of the creek in the distance. I heard someone cough, probably my uncle, and then nothing for a long stretch. I was almost asleep when I heard footsteps outside our tent, slow and deliberate like someone taking their time. At first, I figured it was my dad or uncle checking on us before going to bed. But then the person started walking in a complete circle around our tent, stopping every few steps to touch the fabric walls with their hands. You could see the tent wall push in slightly where they pressed against it. I held my breath, listening for my brother or cousins to stir. But they were dead asleep. No movement at all. The footsteps were too careful, too quiet, like whoever it was didn't want the adults to hear them. Whoever it was paused by the zipper door, then kept going, slow enough that the sound of each footstep seemed to echo. I reached for my flashlight but didn't switch it on, just held it in my hand, heart beating a little faster. The fire outside had died down, and the glow coming through the tent was fading, but I could still make out shapes through the mesh window. I tried to tell myself it was just my uncle double-checking everything, maybe making sure the embers were out or that we hadn't left food lying around, but something felt wrong. The person was so quiet, and the way they kept pausing to press their hands to the tent made it obvious they were looking for something or listening. I heard another step, then a faint dragging sound, like someone brushing up against a branch. I peeked through the small mesh window toward the fire pit. My uncle was still sitting by the fire, poking at the logs with a stick. That meant the person circling our tent wasn't family. My heart started pounding as I realized a complete stranger was walking around where we were sleeping. I quietly reached over and shook my little brother's shoulder until he blinked awake, then tapped my two cousins on their arms. I put my finger to my lips and whispered for them to keep quiet. We all sat up as slowly as possible. Blankets pulled around us, barely breathing. The shadow outside kept moving, pausing now and then to press both hands against the tent wall, fingertips brushing along the seams like they were feeling for a zipper or a weak spot. I could see the faint outline of a head and shoulders each time they passed the window. My brother tried to ask something, but I just shook my head and pointed at the wall, showing him the person's shadow as it drifted by. For at least 10 minutes, this figure kept circling, never speaking, just checking every corner of our shelter, sometimes crouching down low, sometimes standing up straight. Nobody outside seemed to notice. None of the adults called out. None of the other tents stirred. My cousin gripped my wrist, his face pale, and my other cousin started quietly crying, but kept her hand over her mouth. The firelight flickered on the tent wall, and the person's shadow stretched and shrank as they moved. Every sound from outside seemed sharper and closer, even the creak of tree branches and the soft rustle of grass under their feet. I just kept watching, waiting for them to try the zipper or the door flap, hoping that my uncle would notice something was wrong before anything worse happened. Finally, my uncle stood up from his seat by the fire, stretching and looking around as if deciding to turn in for the night. He tossed his stick into the flames, grabbed his flashlight, and started walking toward our tent, his boots crunching on the gravel path. The footsteps outside our tent froze, then shifted to the far side, trying to stay out of the light. We heard a sudden, loud crack as branches snapped and someone ran off into the woods, their feet slapping the ground as they crashed away from camp. My uncle called out, "You kids all right in there?" And I scrambled over the sleeping bags to unzip the tent door. He shone his flashlight at my face, frowning. I told him what happened, how someone had been circling our tent, touching the walls, walking around and around for a long time. My brother and cousins all started talking at once, describing the shadow, the hands pressing in, how long it went on. My uncle's face got tight and serious. He swept his light in wide arcs across the trees, walked all the way around our tent, shining it into the brush and behind the logs where we kept our shoes and cooler. He didn't find anyone, but he stayed close, checking every part of the campsite and finally sitting by the tent entrance for a while, listening for any more noise. The fire was almost out by then, but he kept his flashlight on and told us to try and sleep, that he'd keep watch. None of us really slept after that. The next morning, my uncle reported everything to a park ranger who drove over from the main station. The ranger wore a green uniform and a serious expression, not surprised at all by what we told him. He took down our statement and asked what the person looked like, but we could only describe the shadow and how they moved. He told us there'd been problems with petty thieves sneaking around campsites at night, looking for anything easy to steal. He recommended keeping all valuables locked in the car, not leaving food or gear outside, and making sure our tent was zipped tight at all times, even if we just stepped away for a few minutes. The adults were extra careful after that. My dad, uncle, and aunt took turns staying up late and waking each other to check the area every hour or so. They brought the lantern inside the tent, locked up all the coolers and backpacks in the car, and put a pile of rocks and sticks in front of the tent zipper so we'd hear if anyone tried to open it. We heard noises outside sometimes, twigs snapping, leaves crunching, even a low cough once, but nothing like that first night. I barely slept the rest of the trip, lying awake with my ears straining for the sound of footsteps or the tent wall moving. Every time a squirrel ran through the leaves or the wind rattled the branches, I jumped. My cousins wanted to go home early, but the adults said it was safer to stay together and finish out the weekend, so we stuck close to the campsite, only hiking in a group during the day. Each night, my uncle checked the area with his flashlight before we went to bed and sat up until he was sure everyone was asleep. When we finally packed up to go home, Everyone was tired and on edge, looking over their shoulders as we loaded the car. As soon as we got home, I looked up crime statistics for Great Smoky Mountains National Park, curious if what happened to us was rare. There were several reports from the last few years about campers being robbed, tents slashed open at night, even a few stories of people being threatened or chased by strangers who slipped away before the police arrived. The ranger explained that some criminals target family campsites on purpose, figuring that parents won't fight back if kids are at risk. That trip changed how I see camping. I still go sometimes, but I never sleep without a light nearby. Always lock up everything valuable, and stay alert for anyone who doesn't belong near my tent after dark. Even in a place that's supposed to be safe, you never really know who's watching from the shadows. Back in 2003, I was working as a programmer and rarely got outside. So when my coworker Rob suggested a 2-day hiking trip to Yellowstone, I jumped at the chance. I had been feeling burnt out sitting behind a desk for months, barely moving more than a few blocks between my apartment and the office. And it sounded good to do something real. Just walk somewhere far and be tired in a way that had nothing to do with screens. Rob was one of the more outdoorsy guys at work, the kind who would keep his bike in the server room and wear zip-off pants even to meetings. But he was friendly and patient. Never made me feel dumb for not knowing stuff. He suggested a route that would take us about 8 miles into the backcountry, camp overnight by a small lake, and then return on a different trail. I bought a cheap sleeping bag and borrowed a backpack from Rob, and we left early on a Saturday morning, driving through the park gates as the sun came up, cold air spilling into the car every time we rolled down the window. We parked at a small lot where the main trailhead started. There were a few other cars, the kind with dusty bike racks and faded bumper stickers, but mostly it was empty. The sky was clear and the air was cool, not much wind. Rob took the lead right away, setting a steady pace. The trail was wide and mostly flat, dirt packed down with bits of gravel. It cut through long stretches of lodgepole pine, straight trunks and dark needles, with the occasional view of hills in the distance. Rob kept a good rhythm and talked about hiking in Colorado, what boots he liked, which water filters actually worked. I listened, trying to keep my breathing even. We passed a few groups, families with kids, an older couple with walking sticks. Everybody nodded or said morning in that low, polite way hikers do. My feet started to hurt after about 2 hours, but I didn't say anything. The sun got higher, and the trees started to thin, letting in strips of light. We took a short break by a stream, filtered some water, and I ate half a squished granola bar while Rob looked at the map. We were making good time, Rob said, so we kept going. After 4 hours of hiking, my legs were tired and my shirt was sticking to my back. Rob was a few steps ahead, not really talking anymore, just moving at the same steady pace. My calves felt tight, and every time I stopped to adjust my backpack, it seemed harder to get started again. I realized I'd never actually carried this much weight for this long. The trail started to narrow and get rockier, winding up and down small ridges, with dry grass and low bushes along the sides. My boots rubbed the back of my heels raw. Rob glanced back every so often, just making sure I was still behind. We were maybe a mile from our planned campsite when I noticed I was really just staring at the ground, thinking about how much my feet hurt. The only thing I could hear was the crunch of gravel and the distant hiss of wind. I was so focused on just keeping up and moving forward that I didn't really notice anything about the trail ahead. Rob was a few yards in front of me, looking for a good place to stop for water. I watched the back of his pack, putting one foot in front of the other. That's when I stepped right into what looked like solid ground and suddenly dropped 3 meters into a concealed pit. The bottom fell out from under me and the world tilted, Just a split second of weightlessness before I slammed down hard. The landing was rough, sharp pain shooting through my left ankle, and for a second I couldn't even breathe. My backpack twisted and pinned me sideways against the dirt, dust everywhere. I could taste blood in my mouth where I'd bitten my tongue. I tried to stand, but the pain in my ankle was white hot, impossible to ignore. And when I reached down, I could feel it swelling fast. I sat up and looked around, blinking in the sudden darkness. The pit was about 8 or 9 feet deep, maybe 6 feet wide, and the bottom was covered in loose soil and rocks. But worse, I saw rows of rusty metal stakes hammered into the earth, maybe a dozen of them sticking up at crazy angles. I'd landed right between 2 of them. One stake had scraped down the side of my calf, tearing through my hiking pants and leaving a burning gash, bleeding freely. I felt sick when I realized how close I'd come to being impaled. I started yelling for Rob, my voice echoing up out of the pit. Dirt crumbled from the edge and landed on my face. I kept shouting, "Rob, down here!" until I heard footsteps running back, fast, and then his face appeared above, eyes wide, hands gripping the edge of the pit. "Jesus, are you okay?" he called. I held up my hands and tried to explain, but my voice was shaky and thin. Rob scanned the pit, his eyes locking on the metal stakes, then down at my ankle. He swore under his breath, then dropped to one knee, trying to find a way to reach me. The walls were packed dirt, too steep and slippery to climb, and I knew I wouldn't be able to use my left foot at all. Rob lowered his water bottle down by the strap and told me to drink, then said he was going to run to the nearest ranger station for help. I watched his boots disappear as he sprinted back up the trail, leaving me alone at the bottom of that hole, staring up at the strip of sky and trying to keep pressure on my bleeding leg. About 20 minutes after Rob left, it started raining hard. I could hear the rain hitting the leaves and then splattering onto the loose dirt above me. I pulled my arms inside my shirt to keep warm, but it didn't help much. Water started dripping down the sides of the pit at first, just slow trickles, and then the mud on the walls got slick. I realized pretty quickly that I was getting wet and cold, but I figured I'd just have to tough it out until help arrived. After maybe half an hour, I noticed the water at the bottom of the pit was pooling faster than it should. I shifted and heard a splash, then looked down and saw water swirling around the tips of the metal stakes. The ground was clay-heavy and didn't drain, so the rain was collecting in the pit. The cold started to get worse and my teeth were chattering, but what really made me panic was when I saw the water creeping up my legs. By the time an hour had gone by, the water was up to my waist and it was still rising. I tried pushing myself up against the dirt walls, but I couldn't get any grip with my hands, and every time I tried to balance on my good foot, I'd slip on the mud and almost hit one of the submerged stakes. The cold was getting inside my bones. I yelled a few times, hoping someone closer might hear. But the storm just made everything louder. The pain in my ankle made it hard to move, and the cut on my leg started to sting from the muddy water. At some point, I realized I was just treading water, trying to stay away from the sharp metal below me. I held onto a bit of root sticking out from the side, but it was slippery and barely supported my weight. The sky overhead turned gray and flat, and the sound of the rain made it hard to tell how much time had passed. I was getting scared, not just from the cold, but from knowing the water was only going to keep rising as long as it rained. By the time I heard the rescue team approaching, the water was up to my chest, and I was barely keeping my head above the surface. My legs were numb, and my arms felt heavy, and the muddy water was full of floating debris. I could hear shouting and radios above me, then saw a flashlight sweep across the opening of the pit. Someone yelled my name and told me to hold on. I tried to call back, but my teeth were chattering so hard I could barely speak. They lowered a rope, then a harness. It took all my strength to get the straps around myself. The rescuers shouted instructions and told me not to panic. They pulled slowly and steady, getting me clear of the stakes and mud. The harness dug into my shoulders, but it was a relief just to feel myself moving up, away from the cold water and the sharp metal. I remember grabbing at the muddy grass as they hauled me out, then lying on my side, coughing up dirty water, my whole body shaking. They wrapped me in a thermal blanket and gave me oxygen while someone checked my ankle and cut. Rob was there, drenched and shivering, kneeling next to me. I heard one of the rangers say if Rob had taken another hour, I probably wouldn't have made it out alive. They loaded me onto a stretcher and took me to the nearest ranger station by ATV. From there, it was a long ambulance ride to the hospital. The emergency room doctors looked at my ankle and said it needed surgery. There were pins and screws, and I spent a month learning to walk again in physical therapy. I couldn't stop thinking about the pit and the water, the way I almost drowned with no warning. I stopped hiking after that, not because I hated the outdoors, but because I just couldn't shake the memory. Later, I learned from the park rangers that local poachers had been digging these spike traps to catch deer illegally. They would cover them with sticks, leaves, and dirt so the holes looked like solid ground. It wasn't just a one-off either. After my accident, rangers did a sweep and found 3 more traps hidden in the same general area, each with the same rusty stakes and dangerous setup. 2 men were arrested a few weeks later, both of them with a long history of wildlife violations. They'd been running the operation for months, sneaking in at night and checking the traps for wounded animals to butcher and sell. After what happened to me, the park put up new warning signs at trailheads about possible hidden hazards and increased their patrols along the backcountry routes. I got a few calls from park officials after my hospital stay, asking me questions for their investigation. I never went backpacking again after that. Even years later, I couldn't walk through the woods without worrying that the ground might give way beneath me at any moment. Sometimes people talk about how the wilderness is full of dangers, bears, storms, getting lost. But for me, the real danger wasn't nature. It was what people had left behind, waiting under the surface, hidden and sharp. Every time I see a news story about accidents in the woods, I think about that pit, about how close I came to not making it out. That feeling never really goes away. So when I graduated college last spring, I organized a camping trip with my friends Zoe, Rachel, Jake, and Alex to celebrate. We picked this popular campground in Oregon that everyone raved about online. It had nice bathrooms, easy river access, even free firewood. Zoe and I handled the reservation months in advance because the place fills up, especially early summer. Jake and Alex brought their fishing rods, and Rachel packed enough snacks to feed 10 people. We loaded all our gear into Jake's Jeep, left the city early on a Friday morning, and were setting up camp by lunchtime. The first day, everything felt relaxed. Our campsite was a clear, flat space tucked under tall pines, not far from the main trail and close enough to hear the river. I set up my small tent next to Zoe's. The others took the bigger tent on the other side of the fire ring. There were a few other groups around, but not too close. Just some families with kids riding bikes and a big RV about 50 yards away. We spent that afternoon walking the riverside trail, skipping stones and taking photos. That night, we cooked hot dogs over the fire and talked until the flames died out. The forest was quiet except for crickets and the river. I remember thinking this was exactly what I needed after finals. No stress, no responsibilities, just us and the trees. Saturday was just as good. Alex and Jake got up early to fish while the rest of us slept in. When they got back, we ate breakfast burritos Zoe had prepped at home, then hiked a long loop trail through the woods. We only saw a couple other people, an older couple walking a dog, and a guy in a faded red jacket heading the other way. But he just nodded and kept going. We got back to camp in the late afternoon, sweaty and tired. I remember digging around in my bag for my folding knife to help cut up some veggies. It was a new one, a birthday present from my dad, with my initials on the handle. I know I saw it in my bag that morning. Now, I couldn't find it. I emptied the whole bag onto my sleeping pad, checked every pocket and compartment. Nothing. I told everyone I lost it, and Rachel said maybe I dropped it somewhere along the hike. Jake said, "You probably left it by the fire pit last night, but I was sure I'd packed it after using it." We all searched around camp, under the picnic table, inside the tents, even checked the bathroom 100 yards away. Still nothing. I tried to let it go. Maybe I was just scatterbrained, but it bugged me all evening. The knife wasn't that expensive, but it was from my dad. I lay in my tent that night, thinking through every step I'd taken that day, every place I'd set my bag. I figured it would turn up in a shoe or stuck between some clothes, but I still felt uneasy. Nothing else was missing though, and nobody saw anyone near our tents. The next day, the knife was still gone. Sunday morning we woke up to Jake swearing outside his tent. At first, I thought maybe he stepped on something or got stung, but when I went over, he was crouched by his Jeep, staring at the tires. "All four are flat," he said, his voice tight. I thought he was joking, but when I looked closer, I saw it too. The rubber looked chewed up, sliced in a way that couldn't have been an accident. There were jagged slits, deep enough to kill the tires but not make a lot of noise. Jake ran his hand along the tread, shaking his head. "Who would do this?" he muttered. I glanced around, suddenly aware of how empty the campground felt. The families from earlier were already gone, and the RV was pulling out. We told the campground host, a woman in a green vest who drove by on a golf cart, but she just shook her head. "Sorry, nothing I can do," she said. The office phone didn't work for out-of-area calls, and the only tow truck in the county was busy until tomorrow. There were some patch kits in the supply shed, but not enough to fix 4 tires. We debated for a while about what to do: wait for help, or try to walk out. The nearest town was about 8 miles by road. The campground map showed an old highway cutting through the woods, maybe a shortcut if we stuck to the shoulder. We packed up fast, stuffing everything in our backpacks and locking the rest in the Jeep. I kept thinking about the missing knife, the slashed tires, and who might be hanging around to do something like that. The road was empty and hot, with the sun coming through the trees and the pavement already starting to shimmer. We walked single file, not talking much. An hour in, Zoe stopped and pointed back the way we'd come. A man was following us, riding a beat-up bicycle, maybe 50 yards behind. He wore a gray jacket and baseball cap pulled down over his face. Every time we slowed, he slowed. When we sped up, he did too, keeping the same distance. At first, I thought it was just someone headed the same way, but after 10 minutes, it was clear he was watching us. No one said much. Rachel kept glancing back, and Alex muttered under his breath. After a while, the guy still hadn't tried to pass, just kept following, slow and steady. It started to make me nervous. Rachel squinted back at him and said, "He's got something in his hand. Looks like metal." Zoe asked if we should stop or keep going. Jake suggested turning off the highway and cutting through the trees, but none of us really knew the area, and the forest was thick and dark on both sides. The man on the bike just kept following, eyes on us, one hand down by his side gripping something shiny. That's when Rachel realized what he was holding. It was my knife, the one that had gone missing from our campsite. We all started walking faster, but the guy on the bike kept the same distance behind us. The air felt heavy. The only sound was the crunch of gravel under our shoes and the soft squeak of his bike chain. Jake muttered that maybe we should split up and head into the woods on either side, but I didn't want to leave anyone alone. Not with this guy right there watching us. I told everyone to stay together. The old highway curved ahead, shadows from the trees falling over the cracked pavement. We tried not to look back, but every time I glanced over my shoulder, the man was still there, eyes fixed on us, my knife in his hand. There weren't many cars, just an old sedan that didn't even slow down when we waved, then a delivery van that swerved to the other lane to avoid us. Rachel started shouting as soon as she saw headlights in the distance, waving her arms and yelling for help. Zoe joined in, voice shaky, while Alex stood closest to the road, his face pale. 2 more cars passed before one finally slowed. The guy behind us saw it too. He stopped pedaling for a moment, then coasted slowly to a stop, watching as the truck pulled over. The pickup was an old Ford, paint peeling, a dog barking in the cab. An older man rolled down his window and shouted, "You kids all right?" We didn't even answer, just rushed for the truck, shoving backpacks and each other into the bed. I looked back one last time as I scrambled in. The man on the bike just stood there, 30 yards down the road, staring. The knife caught the light as he squeezed the handle. He didn't try to come closer. The farmer barely waited for us to sit down before he pulled back onto the road. The bike rider stayed where he was, standing by the ditch, his face blank and expressionless as we drove away. Nobody spoke for the first few minutes. I could feel my heart thumping in my throat, the wind stinging my face as the truck bounced along the highway. Zoe kept her eyes shut. Jake gripped the side of the truck, and Rachel just stared at her hands. The farmer dropped us at the police station in the nearest town, barely saying anything except, "Lock your doors next time. Not everyone out here's friendly." We went inside, still in shock, and explained everything. About the missing knife, the slashed tires, the man on the highway. The officer who listened to us nodded, like this wasn't the first time he'd heard a story like ours. He took down our descriptions, especially the bike and the way the man had been following us. He said, "We've had a few calls like this lately. Stolen gear, tents ripped open, that sort of thing. Could be the same guy." He showed us a binder of reports, missing backpacks, tools, even someone's hiking boots. All in the last few weeks. Jake described the man's face and the old gray bike. The officer said he'd send a car to check the campground and told us to leave our contact info in case they found anything. We took the bus back home that afternoon. Nobody talked much the whole way. I stared out the window, still seeing that man standing in the shadows, holding my knife, his face blank. At home, I emptied my bag and found I kept double-checking the locks on my apartment door. Every small sound outside made me flinch. That night, I barely slept, replaying the walk down the highway, wondering what would have happened if the farmer hadn't stopped. A week later, I got a call from the police. They'd arrested someone trying to pawn stolen camping gear at a shop outside town. The officer on the phone sounded almost relieved as he explained. "We got your knife," he said, "and a bunch of other stuff from other campsites. Turns out the guy's local. He's been at it for months. Small things, so people wouldn't notice right away. Tools, stoves, knives. He'd break in, watch the campsites for a night or two, then pick a time when everyone was away or sleeping. They said he was probably the one who slashed our tires, trying to strand us long enough to come back and take whatever we left behind. When we left on foot, he must have followed, thinking maybe we'd drop our bags or get desperate. He never tried to attack us in daylight, but the officer said that was common. He liked to wait, see if people got careless. When he saw us get a ride, he turned back. The police returned my knife a few days later, sealed in a plastic bag. It still had the initials my dad had carved on the handle. The officer told me quietly, "You got lucky. He's not violent, but people like that, they do what's easiest. Sometimes it's just stuff. Sometimes it gets worse." I thanked him. but I didn't feel lucky. The next weekend, Jake's Jeep got hauled away from the campground, but nobody wanted to go back to pick it up. None of us have been camping since. I keep the knife in a drawer, but I don't use it anymore. Sometimes I wake up thinking I hear footsteps outside, or I see a face in the dark, just watching. I lock my doors and windows every night now, check them twice before bed. You always think the woods are peaceful, but you don't realize how easy it is for someone to slip between the trees and watch you while you sleep. Out there, nobody's really alone. Back in the early 90s, my dad used to take me and my younger brother Austin camping in the Black Hills during hunting season every fall. I was 12 and Austin was 10, and those trips felt like the highlight of our year. Dad always had the same big green canvas tent, stained up from old campfires and storms, and he'd pull it out of the garage a week early to check for holes. We'd sit in the yard while he worked, the autumn air already starting to feel cold, and talk about the trip like it was some secret mission. The drive out was always long, winding through endless pine trees and dusty roads, but it didn't matter. Me and Austin would count deer from the back seat and try to guess what campsite Dad would pick. He always went to the same spot, a clearing set back from the gravel service road, half hidden by big boulders and thick brush. The air always smelled like pine sap and smoke. Dad would set up camp while Austin and I raced around the clearing, collecting sticks for the fire or seeing who could climb the biggest rock. When everything was ready, Dad would unpack his old rifle, check it, and tell us the usual rules. Stay close to camp. Don't go near the river. Listen for my whistle. We'd nod and pretend to listen, but as soon as he left for the day, we'd start our game. Soldiers sneaking through enemy territory, crawling in the dirt, hiding in the tall grass, whispering like we were on some secret patrol. Austin was always better at hiding than me. He could just vanish, slipping behind a log or under a bush and not move a muscle for ages. That morning, Dad had left early, saying he'd be back by noon. The air was cold and sharp, but the sun was strong, so me and Austin ditched our coats after a while. I remember the sounds of birds and the distant crackle of our fire as we started the game. Austin disappeared into the brush on the edge of camp, crouching so low I could barely see the back of his head. I circled the tent, counting under my breath, making a show of searching behind every tree. When I got close to where I thought he was hiding, I started doing fake footsteps, stomping on sticks, trying to flush him out. Nothing. Not even a breath or a giggle. He was always better at this. After a while, I gave up, sat on a log, and tried to spot him from a distance. That's when I heard the gunshot. It was close. Way too close. It echoed through the trees, sharp and sudden, not like the far-off cracks you usually heard during hunting season. I jumped up, heart thumping in my ears, and looked around. I called Austin's name, half expecting him to pop up laughing, thinking I'd fallen for his trick. "Austin!" I yelled, but nothing came back. The woods were quiet. No birds, no footsteps, not even a squirrel moving. I shouted again, louder, trying not to sound scared. Sometimes he'd stay hidden just to win the game, so I waited, listening. Still nothing. A few minutes went by, and I started to feel weird. I walked the edge of camp, peering into the brush where I'd last seen him disappear. The light was different there, shadows cutting across the ground, everything tangled and dark. I crouched down, searching for any sign. Maybe his shoe, a broken branch, anything. I called his name again, but now my voice sounded small. I pushed further into the brush, moving slow, my shoes slipping on wet leaves. Then I saw something on the ground. At first I thought it was just his jacket, bright red against the dirt and brown leaves. But as I got closer, I realized he was lying on his side, not moving. I ran over and dropped to my knees. There was blood soaking through the back of his jacket, dark and thick, pooling under his shoulder. For a second, I just stared. I couldn't tell where it was coming from. It was just spreading everywhere, soaking into the earth. Austin's face was white, almost gray, and his eyes were half closed. He was breathing fast, little gasps, and when he saw me he tried to move, but only his head shifted a little. "My arm," he said, voice barely there. "I can't move my arm." I pulled off my own jacket and pressed it against his shoulder, trying to remember what Dad always said about stopping bleeding. My hands were shaking and I could feel my teeth chattering even though I wasn't cold. The blood just kept coming, warm and sticky. I started screaming for my dad, yelling as loud as I could, hoping maybe he was close enough to hear. My voice echoed through the trees, bouncing off the rocks, but no answer came. I screamed again and again, calling his name, calling for help, hoping any hunter nearby would come running. Austin's eyes rolled back for a second, and I slapped his face, not knowing what else to do. "Stay awake," I kept saying, pressing harder on the wound, feeling the blood on my hands, seeping through the fabric. I could feel his body trembling under my hands, every muscle tight. My mind kept going blank, like I couldn't think at all, just kept yelling, kept pressing down, kept hoping someone would show up. The woods were silent except for my shouts and Austin's ragged breathing. I kept my hands on his shoulder, watching the blood spread through my jacket, waiting for Dad or anyone to come out of the trees. My dad came crashing through the brush, face red and wild, when he heard my yelling. He slid to the ground next to us, not even asking what happened, just seeing the blood and dropping to his knees. His hands went straight to Austin's shoulder, pushing my jacket harder into the wound. "Hold this, keep it tight," he said, and his voice was so steady I did exactly what he said. Two other men ran up behind him, both in camouflage and orange vests, rifles strapped across their backs. One of them, an older guy with a gray beard, knelt down and told Dad he was an army medic. He took over, tearing open a small first aid kit, using clean gauze and tape, telling Austin to squeeze his hand and stay awake. Dad got up and sprinted off toward the campsite, saying he'd bring the truck around. The medic kept talking to Austin, asking him questions about his name, how old he was, what day it was. Austin answered all of them, but his voice kept getting smaller. The other hunter stood back, keeping an eye out, calling for anyone else in the area. When Dad finally came back with the truck, the medic and the other man helped lift Austin as gently as they could, wrapping his arm tight against his chest. I sat in the back seat with him, still pressing the jacket into his shoulder, feeling the blood warm and sticky under my fingers. Dad drove faster than I'd ever seen, bouncing over potholes, headlights cutting through the late afternoon gloom. Austin's eyes kept fluttering shut, and I shook him every time, telling him to stay with me, that we were almost there. His lips were pale, and he barely talked, just kept looking straight ahead. The medic rode in the bed of the truck, pounding on the cab when Dad needed to go faster. The drive to the nearest hospital felt like it took forever, though Dad later said it was about 40 minutes. When we pulled up to the ER, nurses and doctors ran out and took Austin straight from our arms, blood all over their gloves and scrubs. They didn't even let us in at first, just closed the doors behind them, shouting orders. Dad and I sat in the waiting room, both covered in dried blood, not saying anything, just staring at the floor. The doctor finally came out and said they got him into surgery in time. If we'd waited any longer, he would have bled out completely. Austin was in critical condition for 2 days after the surgery. The doctor said the bullet had gone straight through his shoulder, clipped an artery, and shattered part of the bone. They had to cut him open to repair the artery and remove bone fragments. He was pale and hooked up to tubes and machines, barely moving, for the first day. Dad stayed with him all night. The police came and talked to us, asking what happened, where we'd been, what we heard. They interviewed every hunter in the area. No one admitted to taking the shot. No one said they saw anything. The investigator told us it was probably someone who saw movement in the brush and fired without making sure of their target. He said it happens sometimes, people getting careless, excited, or just scared. They never found the person who fired the shot, and there wasn't much to go on. That was the part that got stuck in my mind. Some stranger could do something like that and never even know. Austin woke up the second night, eyes groggy but clear, and asked what happened. The doctor explained what they'd done, said he was lucky to be alive, but his recovery would be long. After a week in the hospital, he was allowed to come home, but his arm was wrapped up tight and he could barely move it. He had to go to physical therapy twice a week for months. There were days he couldn't lift a cup of water, days when the pain made him snap at everyone, but he didn't give up. Over time, he got most of his strength back. The scar on his shoulder was ugly and thick, but he called it his battle wound and showed it off to his friends. Everything changed after that. Dad never took us camping in the woods like that again. He wouldn't even talk about it. Every fall, when hunting season rolled around, he made sure we only went to campgrounds with rangers and first aid stations. No more wild, hidden spots. The tent stayed in the garage. Sometimes we'd go fishing at the lake or hiking on marked trails, but it was never the same. Austin didn't seem to mind. He got interested in science, in how the body works, in stories of survival and medicine. He read everything he could about trauma and first aid. By the time he finished high school, he wanted to be a doctor. As for me, I never forgot what it felt like kneeling in the dirt, holding my little brother's life in my hands, not knowing if help would come in time. That memory stayed with me, sharper than any nightmare. Our family changed. Dad joined a local hunting safety group and started giving talks about identifying targets, about what happened to Austin. Mom became a big supporter of hunting education programs. Austin went on to medical school, specializing in trauma surgery. He always said that being shot in the woods made him realize how fast things can go wrong and how much difference a trained person can make. He doesn't blame anyone for what happened. Says it was an accident. Says maybe the person who fired the shot thinks about it every year too. I still think about it every hunting season, every time I see a kid in camo or hear a gunshot in the distance. Sometimes I wonder if the person who shot Austin even knows, or if they just packed up their gear and went home, never realizing what happened because of a single careless second. What happened in those woods taught me how quick life can change, and how a single mistake can hurt a family forever. We all still go camping, but never without making sure we're safe. Never without remembering what happened that day in the Black Hills. When I was 6 and 7 years old, my parents sent me to a summer camp for kids with diabetes. They thought it would be good for me to spend time with other kids who had the same medical problems. The camp was in the woods, not far from a big lake. The cabins were old and smelled like wet socks. My bunk bed was near a window with a ripped screen, and every night the breeze carried in the sounds of crickets and far-off laughter from the older kids hanging around the fire pit. The first morning, we had to wake up early for blood sugar checks. Most of the counselors were college kids, always tired and rushing us around to line up for breakfast or hiking. There were a few younger helpers too, older teens who had been campers in past years. One of them was named Trevor. He looked older than the others, tall, with patchy facial hair and a big grin that he flashed a lot. The first time I saw him, he was leading a game of kickball. He noticed me right away and waved me over saying, "Hey, you play?" and winked. When I shook my head, he told me it was okay, But later he came up behind me at lunch and said I should play with him next time because I looked cute in that hat. I didn't know what to say, so I just nodded. During swim time, Trevor always seemed to be watching the younger girls. When I got out of the pool to check my blood sugar, he walked over to see my numbers, even though he wasn't assigned to my cabin. He told me my swimsuit was really nice and asked if my parents bought it for me. When I tried to leave and find the nurse, he kept talking, telling me I could ask him for help anytime. At night, he'd pass by my bunk more than the other counselors. One evening, I was changing into my pajamas behind a row of lockers. Trevor came around the corner and said, "Don't be shy, it's just me." I kept my back turned and got dressed as fast as I could. Nobody else seemed to think it was strange. The other counselors just joked with him or asked him to get more juice boxes when someone had a low. I tried to copy what the other kids did, laugh at his jokes and answer his questions. But after a few days, I started spending more time in the nurse's cabin, pretending I felt sick, just so I wouldn't have to be near him. He liked to be the one checking our blood sugar before meals. Sometimes, when we lined up, he would call me out of line and say, "Let me help you," even if I said I could do it myself. Once, he put his hand on my shoulder and squeezed it while he checked the number on my glucometer, holding on a little too long. I didn't want to make a scene, so I just stood there, staring at the ground. The other kids didn't get this kind of attention, but nobody said anything. I was too young to know what it meant, but I knew I felt uneasy. After lights out, he'd walk the rows with his flashlight. I could see the beam slide across my bed, stop for a moment, then keep moving. If I looked over, he would just smile and say, "Sleep tight," before leaving the cabin. I didn't sleep well at camp that year. I counted the days until it was time to go home. One afternoon, we had free time before dinner. Most of the kids were down by the lake or playing basketball. Trevor walked up to me while I was sitting alone, coloring in my notebook. He asked if I wanted to see a secret spot where the other campers never went. I said no, but he kept insisting, saying he'd show me something really cool. I didn't know how to say no again, so I followed him. He took me down a path behind the cabins, where it was quiet and there weren't any other people around. He started asking me questions about my body, if I had to inject myself with insulin in my leg or stomach, and said I was growing up fast. When I didn't answer, he just grinned and said I was developing nicely. I remember staring at the ground, hoping someone would walk by, but nobody did. During swim time the next day, Trevor volunteered to be my buddy. I tried to pair up with another girl, but he told her, "I got this one." When we were in the water, he held me under my arms, saying he was helping me float. His hands stayed on me the whole time, even when I didn't need help. He said, "You're a good swimmer for your age," and patted my back, but his hand slid lower than it should have. When I got out of the water to check my blood sugar, he followed me, watching me prick my finger. I saw the other kids swimming and laughing, but I felt separate from them. That afternoon, I was swimming laps alone while the other kids played near the dock. It was hot, the sun was bright on the water, and my arms felt heavy. I didn't notice anything was wrong until I started feeling dizzy and confused, like the sounds around me were underwater. I tried to swim to the edge, but my arms wouldn't work right. The noise got fuzzy and my legs went numb. The last thing I remember is Trevor yelling my name and the sound of splashing. Then nothing. I woke up lying on a towel by the side of the pool. The lifeguard was kneeling next to me, holding out a tube of glucose tablets. I took them and sucked on one while he checked my blood sugar, saying, "Just let it dissolve on your tongue. You'll feel better soon." My vision was blurry, and I could hear shouting from the other counselors. Someone wrapped me in a dry towel and carried me to the nurse's cabin, where I sat until my blood sugar came back up. I could see Trevor standing nearby, talking to the head counselor, but nobody looked at me. I just sat there, holding the half-finished tube of glucose tablets, listening to the sound of the pool and the distant laughter of the other campers. After the lifeguard pulled me out of the pool and I'd spent an hour in the nurse's cabin, I felt drained and shaky. I sat on the cot and waited until my hands stopped trembling. The nurse offered me water and crackers, telling me I'd be okay to join the next activity if I felt up to it. When I walked out into the sunlight, Trevor was standing near the flagpole, pretending to be busy sorting out sports equipment. As soon as he saw me, he came over and asked, "You all right now?" I nodded, but I kept my eyes on the gravel at my feet. He looked around to make sure no one was listening, then asked, "What did it feel like when the lifeguard did rescue breathing? Did you remember his hands on your chest?" I felt my stomach twist, and I just shook my head. He leaned closer and lowered his voice, saying, "It's important you tell me. If you ever need help again, I want to know exactly how it works. Did you like how it felt?" I tried to walk away, but he blocked my path and said, "I just need to understand so I can help you next time." After that, I started to avoid him as much as I could. During games or crafts, I picked seats at the edge of the group, hoping he wouldn't notice me. It didn't work. Trevor always found a way to pair us up. If there was a group project, he'd say, "I'll take her in my group," even if I tried to go somewhere else. He'd tell me I was his special camper, and that our friendship was just between us. When we walked between activities, he'd walk right behind me, sometimes placing his hand on my back and steering me where he wanted. If I asked to switch buddies for swimming, he would insist on helping me, telling the other counselors, "She needs me. She had a rough time in the water." I stopped wanting to swim at all. I started faking stomach aches so I could stay in the nurse's office during pool time. At night, I'd lie in my bunk, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Every creak of the cabin floor made me jump. I started getting up to check that the door was locked, even though the counselors always told us it was safe. I didn't tell anyone what Trevor was saying or doing. I didn't have the words for it. All the adults liked him. The other counselors laughed at his jokes and let him do what he wanted. I thought if I said anything, nobody would believe me. He was older, and he was supposed to be taking care of me. I figured adults would just trust him over a little kid. When camp ended and my parents came to pick me up, I felt relieved, but also scared that Trevor would find a way to visit or see me again. My mom and dad hugged me and asked if I'd had a good time. I said yes, but I decided right away that I wouldn't ever go back. That winter, my parents talked about signing me up for camp again. They said I'd seem to enjoy being with other kids like me, and that I'd made friends and learned a lot. I told them I didn't like the food. I said I got homesick. I made up reasons not to return. My mom tried to convince me, but I stuck to my story. For years, I avoided talking about that summer. I didn't want to think about the swimming pool, or the smell of the cabins, or the feeling of Trevor's hand on my arm. I started having nightmares about swimming and someone holding me under. In the dreams, the water was always cold and I couldn't breathe. I woke up sweating, my heart racing, but I never said anything to my parents. In middle school, I avoided being alone with older boys or teenage counselors. If someone made a comment about how I looked, even something innocent, I'd feel my chest tighten and want to disappear. I learned to keep my distance and never let myself be alone with adults who wanted to help. I got good at hiding my panic. I pushed it all down and tried to forget. I didn't tell my mother what really happened until I was 24. We were sitting in her kitchen and talking about summer plans for my younger cousin. She mentioned the camp and how sad it was that it had closed. I just blurted it out. I told her everything. About Trevor, about the things he said, about how he made me feel. about the way he touched me and followed me everywhere. She looked shocked and then angry. She started searching online and asking around, wanting to know if anything had ever been reported. It turned out that I wasn't the only one. Other parents had filed complaints about Trevor, but the camp directors had tried to keep it quiet. They told parents it was a misunderstanding, or that the staff member had been let go for personal reasons. No one ever called the police. The camp shut down a few years later after more families came forward and filed lawsuits. No criminal charges were ever filed against Trevor. He just disappeared. My mother was furious, but there was nothing we could do. I started going to therapy. I learned that what happened to me was not my fault. I began volunteering at an organization that helps children recognize and report abuse. I talk to kids and tell them that if an adult makes them uncomfortable, they should always tell someone, no matter what. Every time I help a kid find the courage to speak up, I think about how things could have been different for me if I had told someone sooner. I still have nightmares sometimes, but I don't feel powerless anymore. I know now that staying silent only protects the people who do harm. Now, I use my story to help others find their voice. When I was 13, most days after school I'd go straight out the back door and cut through the neighbor's yard to get to the forest preserve. The trailhead was hidden by a big tangle of weeds and poison ivy, so almost no one else used it. But I knew exactly where to push through, and then it opened up. The path ran behind our neighborhood for a while, but after a few minutes you couldn't hear cars or anything, just birds and wind in the trees. My parents started drinking around noon every day, and by the time I got home, sometimes you could hear them screaming at each other from the street. The woods were the only place I felt okay. I'd been coming here since I was little. There were old train tracks, a creek with a busted-up bridge, and a bunch of half-fallen shacks from when this used to be some kind of farm or something. If I climbed up the biggest oak tree, I could see the roof of our house, but mostly I kept to the far side, where the brush grew thick and nobody mowed the grass anymore. That summer, the heat was so heavy the air buzzed. I'd stash a water bottle and a comic book in a hollow log and wander for hours, just listening to the cicadas. Sometimes I heard voices from the picnic area near the main parking lot, but I always stayed away from people. One afternoon, I was farther out than usual, in a spot where the grass grew waist-high around a row of old, boarded-up sheds. The paint had peeled off decades ago, and the doors were nailed shut with rusted metal plates. But if you knew where to look, there were cracks in the wood you could peek through. I liked this area because nobody else came out here. Most of the trails had faded away, choked with thorn bushes and vines. There was an old maintenance building, bigger than the sheds, with broken windows and boards nailed across the front. Everybody said it was full of rats and probably asbestos. But as I stepped out of the trees, I heard voices echoing from inside. At first I thought it was just some kids, but the voices were rough and angry, men's voices, cussing and slurring words. I ducked behind a patch of sumac and crawled on my stomach through the weeds until I could see the building up close. The boards over one of the windows were loose, and I pressed my face against a gap, careful not to make a sound. Inside, it was dark, except for a little light leaking through the cracks. I counted 4 men, all older, with dirty backpacks and piles of empty cans scattered around. They looked like the guys I sometimes saw by the bus stop, the ones who asked for change and wore the same clothes every day. They were passing around a bottle, arguing about money or drugs, something like that. The air stank of sweat and stale beer. I held my breath, trying not to make any noise. Their voices got louder, and one of them slammed his fist on a crate, shouting at another guy who looked older, maybe in his 60s, with a gray beard and sunken cheeks. The old guy was slumped in the corner, holding his stomach. The younger man yelling at him was bigger, wearing a dirty red jacket and a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. He got in the old man's face, jabbing a finger at his chest. "You think you can just take from us?" he barked, his voice cracking. The others muttered, but none of them tried to step in. The old man mumbled something, but his words were too quiet to hear. The man in the red jacket shoved him hard, and the old man's head snapped back, hitting the wall with a dull thud. Nobody moved to help him. The argument got worse, with more shoving. I saw the old man put his hands up like he wanted to leave, but the big guy blocked his way. There was broken glass everywhere on the floor, old bottles and shattered windows. The old man stepped back, trying to keep his balance, but his foot caught on a chunk of wood, and he went down hard, landing in a pile of trash with a groan. I could hear him coughing, and for a second everything was quiet, except for the buzz of flies. Then the guy in the red jacket crouched down and grabbed a broken beer bottle off the floor. He stood up, holding it by the neck, and brought it down on the old man's arm. The bottle shattered, and I saw blood spray out. The old man started yelling, but his voice was thin, already fading. The others just watched, eyes glazed. One of them started laughing, a slow, ugly sound. Another guy clapped and said, "Get him!" like this was a show. I felt frozen. I pressed my hands into the dirt, trying not to breathe too loud. If they saw me, I knew I was dead. The guy kept hitting the old man with what was left of the bottle, jabbing at his face and neck. The blood ran in thick streaks down his shirt and onto the ground. The old man stopped moving, just a limp heap on the floor. The others stepped back, not helping, just staring like they were too drunk to care. For a second it was totally quiet, just the heavy sound of someone breathing hard. Then the man in the red jacket picked up a rock from the floor, big as his fist. He raised it over his head and brought it down on the old man's skull with a wet crack. I turned away, but I couldn't block out the sound. He did it again, and again. The blood was everywhere, pooling in the dust and dripping down the broken boards. The old man's body didn't move at all now, just lay twisted with his face hidden. I thought I might throw up. My hands were shaking, but I didn't dare move, not even to wipe the sweat from my face. The guys inside started yelling again, their voices bouncing around the walls. The one with the rock kicked the body, then wiped his hands on his jeans. Nobody said anything about calling for help or checking if the old man was still alive. They just stood around, lighting cigarettes, acting like nothing had happened. I stayed hidden, pressed flat against the weeds, my whole body buzzing with fear. I kept my eyes locked on the ground, waiting for the sound of footsteps or the creak of the boards, anything to tell me they'd seen me. But nothing happened. I listened as they started arguing again, this time about what to do next. I could hear someone rifling through the old man's pockets, looking for money or anything worth taking. I knew I couldn't stay there forever, but I was too scared to move, too scared to breathe, afraid any sound might bring them out into the weeds where I was hiding. I waited for what felt like forever, barely moving, until the men's voices faded and it sounded like they were leaving the building. I stayed put until I couldn't hear them at all, then crawled backward through the weeds, dragging my legs so slow my knees hurt from every twig and rock. My arms shook so bad I could barely keep steady, but I didn't make a sound. Once I got far enough from the old maintenance building, I stood up and walked fast, then broke into a full run. My lungs burned as I dodged through the trees and brush, not caring if I tore my arms on the brambles. I just needed to get out of there and never look back. When I finally burst out of the woods into our yard, the sky was turning orange and my shirt was stuck to me with sweat. I slipped through the back door as quietly as I could, but inside, everything was the same as always. My dad was sprawled out on the couch, snoring, empty bottles on the coffee table. My mom stood in the kitchen with a cigarette, pouring cheap vodka into her mug. I tried to talk to her right away because it felt like if I didn't say it now, I never would. My voice sounded thin and shaky as I told her there'd been a murder in the woods, that I'd seen men beating another man to death. She barely glanced up, her lips curling in a tired smile, and she laughed. "You've been watching too much TV," she said, shaking her head. "You want attention, that's all." I felt the panic twist in my chest. I waited for my dad to wake up, then told him too, hoping maybe he'd listen. But as soon as the word murder left my mouth, he slapped me hard across the face. "Don't you dare lie to me about that kind of thing," he said, his voice slurred. "You're lucky you don't get grounded for this. Go to your room and stop making up stories." I tried to argue, but he raised his hand again and I shut my mouth. They told me I was imagining things, that movies had rotted my brain, and if I said anything else, there would be real trouble. After that, I stopped trying. For days I couldn't sleep, replaying the scene in my head, flinching at every sound in the night. When I did go back to the woods, I made sure never to go anywhere near the abandoned building. Even when my friends asked me to show them the trails, I kept to the main paths and never told them why. I tried to forget, but every broken branch or patch of dried mud made my stomach twist. One night, after my parents had been yelling at each other for hours, they came into my room and told me I was going to live with my grandfather. "We can't take care of you anymore," my mom said. "You'll be better off somewhere else." A week later, I was on a bus with a backpack and a duffel bag, heading out of state. My grandfather's house was small and smelled like old books and pine cleaner. He met me at the station with a firm handshake and a soft, quiet voice. For the first time in years, nobody yelled at me or threw anything across the room. He let me stay up late reading and cooked breakfast every morning. After a few weeks, when I felt like I could breathe again, I finally told him what had happened in the woods back home. I braced myself for laughter or anger, but he just listened, nodding. When I finished, he put a hand on my shoulder and said, "You did the right thing telling me." He didn't call me a liar or say I was crazy. He asked questions about the place, the men, what I saw, what I heard. He said we should tell the police, even if it had been a while. We spent an evening writing everything down. What the building looked like, how to get there, what the men looked like, what they were wearing. He called the local police department and told them I needed to give a statement. The detective was patient, asking me to go over every detail. He told us it might be hard to prove anything without evidence or other witnesses, but they'd take my report seriously. My grandfather said it was important that we told the truth, even if nothing came of it. I stayed with my grandfather for the rest of middle school and all of high school. He taught me how to cook, how to fix a leaky faucet, and how to change a tire. I tried not to think about the woods or the murder, but sometimes I woke up from nightmares, feeling the old terror. My grandfather never got angry about it. "You survived," he'd say. "That's what matters." Life was quieter, safer. I didn't talk much about my parents or my old town. The detective called a few times over the years to check in, but there was never any news. Then, 5 years later, I was a senior in high school and thinking about college when my grandfather handed me the phone. It was the detective. He said they'd found human remains buried near the old maintenance building. The spot matched the description I'd given in my report years ago. The bones were mostly gone, but the detective said it was obvious the person had died violently, just like I'd described. They checked missing persons reports, but nobody ever claimed the body. They figured the man had been homeless, with no family looking for him. The police said the main suspect I described, the man in the red jacket, had died of a drug overdose a couple of years after the murder. Nobody was ever arrested. There was no trial. But the detective said my information helped close the case, and that what I did had mattered. My grandfather told me he was proud of me for speaking up, even when nobody believed me at first. The years since then have been different. I finished high school and started college, majoring in psychology. I want to work with kids from families like mine, kids who live with chaos and don't always get believed when they try to talk about it. I know now that sometimes being a witness to something awful can push you to help others. My grandfather's belief in me changed everything. Sometimes I still dream about the woods and the abandoned building, but when I wake up, I remind myself that telling the truth, even when it seems like nobody is listening, can change the course of your life. When I was 9, my best friend Madison invited me to go camping with her family at Redwood Grove in Northern California. My mom helped me pack my sleeping bag, a flashlight, extra socks, and a bag of snacks, mostly little bags of chips and some candy bars. Madison's dad picked me up in his red minivan, and I remember the ride took forever, winding up and up through the trees. Madison and I sat in the back making lists of things we'd do when we got there, drawing on a pad with fat markers until the road finally straightened and the signs for Redwood Grove appeared. When we pulled into the campground, the first thing I saw was just how huge the trees were. They stretched straight up like something out of a picture book, and there were big shadows everywhere, with sunlight slanting down through the branches. The campground was busy with families unpacking tents, folding chairs and coolers. Some people had RVs, but most had tents like us, and you could smell wood smoke from campfires even though it wasn't quite dark yet. There were picnic tables scattered around the sites, and a public bathroom in the middle with a roof covered in moss. Madison's parents set up the tent while we helped by dragging bags from the van and trying to get the little stakes into the dirt. It was hard, but Madison's dad made it look easy, and soon the tent was standing up. After that, Madison's mom gave us quarters so we could get sodas from the machine near the office. We took our time walking, poking at pine cones and making up stories about squirrels and chipmunks. Other kids were biking up and down the gravel paths, their tires making crunching sounds, and we waved to them, feeling like we were part of some big adventure. When the sun started to go down, Madison and I wandered around, looking for something fun to do. That's when we came up with our plan. We would play pranks on other campers, just silly things, nothing bad. Madison said, "Let's hide behind that stump and scare people." It sounded perfect. So we crouched behind tree trunks, giggling, and whenever someone walked by, we'd jump out and yell, "Boo!" At first, people just looked surprised and then started laughing. One dad dropped his water bottle and then chased us around pretending to be a monster, which made his kids laugh even harder. After a while, some other kids our age saw what we were doing and wanted to join in. Soon we had a group of 4, running from one campsite to another, waiting for people to walk by. Sometimes we just made noises from the bushes and watched as people looked around, confused. Once, we managed to sneak up on a group of teenagers and made one of them shriek. We thought we were the funniest people in the world. Most of the adults didn't mind. A few even pretended to be super scared, jumping back with their hands in the air. We got braver, creeping farther away from our own campsite. The campground was full of chatter and the sound of firewood cracking. Tents glowed orange and yellow from lanterns inside. After an hour or two, Madison's mom called us back for dinner, but we begged for 5 more minutes. She finally gave in, saying not to go too far. By then it was almost dark. We hid behind a big fallen log close to the main trail that led to the bathrooms. We waited, whispering, for anyone to pass. When a group of little kids came by with flashlights, we both jumped up and shouted, making them scream and run. We felt a little guilty, but then they laughed and threw some pine needles at us. By the end of the night, we'd lost count of how many people we scared. I remember counting at least 15. My heart was pounding every time we ran back to hide. When it got really dark and colder, we finally went back to Madison's tent. The campfire was going, and her parents were making s'mores. I could still hear people talking and laughing at their own campsites. Madison and I crawled into our sleeping bags with our faces still hurting from smiling so much. We whispered about all our best scares until we finally fell asleep. The next morning started the same as any camping day. I woke up to the sound of someone zipping open the tent. Madison's mom was already making coffee on a little gas stove, and the smell of bacon filled the air. The sun was barely up, and the air was cold. Madison and I got dressed quickly, pulling on hoodies and sneakers. Her parents let us wander while they made breakfast, so we decided to keep our prank game going. We headed down one of the gravel paths, checking around to make sure no one had seen us yet. Most of the people we tried to scare that morning acted just like before. Some laughed, some jumped, and a couple even asked us to scare their friends as a joke. Then we saw a man walking alone down the path, heading toward the restrooms. He was about 40, maybe a little older, average height, wearing an old dirty baseball cap pulled low over his eyes and faded jeans with stains on the knees. He didn't look like most of the other campers. We hid behind a big tree near the trail, waiting until he got close. Madison whispered, "Now!" and we both jumped out. I shouted, "Boo!" as loud as I could. He stopped right away, but he didn't laugh or act surprised. He just stared at us, his eyes not blinking, and then smiled. It was a weird smile, not friendly at all. He looked at both of us for a long time, longer than anyone else had, and the way his mouth moved made my stomach feel cold. He didn't say anything right away, just kept staring. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet and flat. "You girls shouldn't be doing that kind of thing," he said. He smiled again, but it was even stranger than before, like he was waiting for something else to happen. Madison grabbed my arm, and we both stood there frozen for a second. The man kept looking at us, his smile not moving, his hands in his pockets. We didn't say anything. Madison pulled harder, and we turned around and ran back the way we came, not looking back. We didn't stop until we could see our campsite and Madison's parents in the distance, smoke rising from their little stove and the sound of bacon sizzling. We slowed down when we got closer, both of us breathing hard, and didn't talk about what just happened. I kept glancing back at the path, but the man was gone. Later that afternoon, Madison's parents decided to walk to the camp store to get more ice and some marshmallows. They told us to stay at the tent and not wander off, promising they'd be back soon. Madison and I sat at the picnic table, playing cards and listening to distant birds, the sound of the highway faint through the trees. After about 10 minutes, I heard footsteps on the gravel. When I looked up, I saw the same man from that morning coming toward us, hands in his pockets, that strange half-smile on his face. He stopped right by our tent and looked down at us. "You girls out here alone?" he asked, his voice low. I told him our parents would be back any second. He nodded, but didn't seem to believe it. "I just wanted to make sure you're safe," he said. He crouched down a little so his face was closer to ours. "A lot can happen out here if you're not careful." Madison moved closer to me. The man looked at her, then at me, then pointed back over his shoulder toward a white trailer I hadn't noticed before, parked behind some shrubs at the very edge of the campground. The side of it was rusty, and one of the windows was covered with cardboard. "My kids brought a bunch of toys," he said, voice turning friendlier. "Action figures, board games, all sorts of fun stuff. Maybe you want to see, since you two like games?" I looked at the trailer and didn't see anything outside that looked like kids had been there. No bikes, balls, nothing. The ground was just packed dirt and brown grass. Madison said, "Where are your kids?" He paused for a second. "Oh, they're just taking a nap inside," he answered. "They get tired after lunch, but I bet they'd like to meet you. Why don't you come over? I got a surprise for good little girls who like to play." The words made my throat feel tight. I glanced at Madison and saw her shaking her head, just a tiny movement. We both stepped backward until our backs were against the tent. The man noticed and smiled wider, but it didn't look friendly anymore. He straightened up, looked over his shoulder at the store in the distance, then turned back to us. "You don't want to hurt my feelings, right? I'm just trying to be nice." He started walking slowly toward his trailer, then stopped and turned to see if we were following. He motioned with his hand. "Come on, don't be shy." Everything in me said not to go. Madison was gripping my arm, and I could feel her shaking. We just stood there, frozen, while the man waited. When he realized we weren't moving, his smile faded. He took a step toward us, not smiling at all now, and said, "You two need to learn some manners." Then, without another word, he turned and headed back toward the trailer. As soon as his back was turned, Madison whispered, "Run." We took off in the opposite direction, ducking behind a patch of thick bushes about 30 feet from our tent. We crouched down, barely breathing, peeking through the branches. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. A few seconds later, the man came back out of his trailer. This time he was holding something in his hands, and as he stepped into the sunlight, I saw it was a coil of rope, or maybe a long cord, bundled up and dangling from one hand. He walked slowly around the clearing, eyes darting back and forth. The fake friendly look was gone. Now he looked frustrated, lips pressed tight. He started calling out, "Girls, where'd you go?" His voice was sing-song, soft but carrying through the trees. "Come on, don't you want your surprise?" The way he said it made my skin crawl. He walked around the edge of the bushes, looking behind trees, peering under the picnic table. He called our names, even though I was sure we hadn't told him. "Madison, come on out. I'm not mad." We pressed ourselves deeper into the bushes, barely daring to breathe. He wandered closer to our hiding place, still swinging the rope from his hand. For a second, I thought he'd see us, but then he gave up, muttering to himself, and stomped back toward the trailer. He slammed the door so hard I heard something rattle inside. Madison was the first to move. She tugged my sleeve and mouthed, "Now." We crawled out the other side of the bushes, careful not to make noise, and then ran, full speed, across the field toward the camp store. We didn't stop until we were inside, right next to the shelves of chips and bottled water, gasping for air. Madison's parents saw us and rushed over, faces worried. We told them everything, trying to keep our voices down. Madison's dad turned pale and told her mom to stay with us while he went to find the camp security. The security guards showed up in minutes, driving a little green golf cart. We pointed toward the trailer and described the man. Madison's dad stayed with us while the guards went to talk to him. We watched from the window as 2 guards knocked on the door of the white trailer. The man came out, arms crossed, talking quickly. They asked him for his name and checked something on their radios. Another guard arrived and went inside the trailer with a flashlight. A few minutes later, the first guard came back and spoke to Madison's dad. He said the man had registered under a name that didn't match any ID, and there was no sign of any kids' stuff inside the trailer at all. They called the police. Later, Madison's parents packed up our tent and loaded everything into the minivan. Madison's mom hugged us both, shaking. We left the campground before the police even arrived. I looked back as we drove away and saw the trailer still parked there, faded and dirty under the trees. We never found out what happened to the man. Madison's parents didn't want to talk about it after we got home. I didn't go camping again for a long time. I learned something that day I never forgot. The scariest monsters are just regular people, the kind who smile at the wrong times and say the wrong things when nobody else is watching. I worked as a counselor at Pine Ridge Summer Camp from 2016 to 2020, up in the Appalachian Mountains of North Carolina. The camp sat about 45 minutes from the nearest real town, up 2 miles of gravel road that snaked through thick pine and hardwood forest. The cabins were old, all log beams and rusted metal roofs, set in a haphazard ring around a wide, rocky field they called the Lower Green. There were 6 kids in each cabin, boys on one side of the field, girls on the other. Staff stayed in the tiny counselor rooms at the back. Some of those rooms didn't even have windows. All summer, the place filled up with the noise of 60 kids, shouting, laughing, doors banging, footsteps running on packed dirt paths. It felt like normal camp stuff most of the time. Sometimes, though, you'd notice things that made you stop and listen a little harder. Every year, kids talked about strange things happening. They'd come up to you at breakfast with these weird, anxious faces and tell you someone stole their shoes or their sleeping bag. Then a few days later, their missing stuff would turn up shoved under a bunk in another cabin or halfway out in the woods. Sometimes it was little things, a hairbrush, a flashlight, someone's socks. Once it was a set of allergy pills for a kid with a nut allergy, which sent everyone scrambling until the nurse found them in the garden, still sealed up. The worst were the nightmares. It happened every session. A kid would wake up screaming bloody murder, soaked in sweat, but never remembered what they dreamed. Afterward, they'd act jittery for days. Some would beg to call home. I saw counselors crying behind the staff bathroom once, completely freaked out because one of their campers wouldn't stop shaking. There was one building everyone hated, the old administrative building. It sat right at the edge of the main camp area, half hidden by rhododendrons and poison ivy. It was built in the 1930s, all thick stone, mossy roof, windows barely big enough for a grown person's head. The steps out front had deep ruts in them from generations of feet. Inside, there was a front office with a big, heavy wooden desk and a row of gray metal filing cabinets. Behind the office were storage rooms stacked with boxes and broken furniture. I avoided that place as much as I could. Whenever the directors needed someone to help file accident reports or restock medical kits, I'd offer to take a group to the lake instead. A few times each summer, a counselor would volunteer for an errand in the admin building and come out looking pale, saying they heard something moving in the storage room or smelled cigarette smoke when no one inside smoked. People used to joke about the admin basement. There was a steel door at the bottom of a dark set of stairs, chipped and warped from water damage. Supposedly only the camp director had the key, but sometimes that door was standing open in the morning. One year, the director even changed the lock and kept the new key on a carabiner clipped to her belt, but the door still managed to come open more than once. No one wanted to go down there to check. Whenever there was a big thunderstorm and the power went out, everyone would gather in the dining hall and swap stories about what was really in the basement. Some said it was where they stored the medical records and old camp photos. But the way people talked, you'd think it was full of rats or mold or something worse. I never saw anything down there myself. Still, I made sure to stay out of that building after dark. I'd take a flashlight out to the bathhouse to brush my teeth, rather than cut through the admin building, even if it was raining. By my second summer, I noticed other staff did the same. The senior counselors, the ones who'd worked at Pine Ridge for 5 or 6 years, got especially tense whenever they were assigned night watch near the admin building. They'd swap shifts or make excuses to trade for a different patrol route. Sometimes you'd see someone standing near the porch, glancing over their shoulder at the dark windows. It wasn't just the kids who were scared. The admin building always felt cold, even when the sun was beating down and the rest of camp was sweating. The stone walls trapped the chill, and the place smelled damp, like earth and old cardboard. There were two main rooms, the front office, where the directors kept all the forms and keys, and a back hall lined with heavy doors. During the day, you'd hear the muffled sound of the copy machine and the clatter of someone sorting papers. At night, it was silent, except for the ticking of a broken wall clock that no one ever fixed. The small windows were set high and let in almost no light. You could see dust floating in the sunbeams when you walked through in the afternoon, but it always felt like dusk inside, even at noon. A lot of the old staff said the building was haunted, but it was mostly the feeling you got, that someone was standing just out of view, or that the silence was holding its breath. Some nights, when I was on duty late, I'd walk past and see a light flicker on in the office, only for it to go out as soon as I looked again. The director insisted on keeping all the important camp files in the basement. Rosters, incident reports, financial records going back decades. According to the rules, she was the only person with access, but a few times every summer, that basement door would be found open in the morning, swinging just enough to show the darkness inside. There was an old security system that was supposed to monitor the admin building. It had motion detectors and a keypad by the door. But the thing went off constantly for no reason. Sometimes the alarm would start blaring at 2 or 3 in the morning. The first few times, everyone would scramble up to the building, only to find nothing wrong. No broken windows, no footprints, nothing moved. We called in 3 different security companies during my second year. Each one spent a day testing the alarm, checking the wiring, walking through every room. All 3 said the system was working perfectly, maybe even too sensitive for such an old building. They'd show us printouts, tell us there was no sign of malfunction. But the false alarms kept coming, 2 or 3 times every month, always late at night or just before dawn. After a while, the directors started ignoring it unless the alarm sounded for more than a few seconds. Still, whenever it went off, someone had to get out of bed, grab a flashlight, and do a walkthrough to make sure no one was actually inside. Usually, nothing was out of place, but once or twice the person checking would find the basement door wide open again, swinging in the draft. Dr. Sarah Chen had worked at Pine Ridge for more than a decade, and everybody knew her office by the piles of folders and the constant smell of herbal tea. She handled all the intake interviews and scheduled time with any camper or counselor struggling to adjust. If a group of kids reported nightmares, she'd sit with them in a circle in the old library, speaking quietly and listening while they described their dreams. Most of the time, her explanations made sense. "Your mind is just sorting out stress," she'd say. "Nightmares are normal when you're somewhere new." When staff complained about the admin building, Chen explained it was basic psychology. Dim lighting and isolation put people on edge. "We fear what we can't see," she said. "That's all it is." To deal with the anxiety, she introduced structured group sessions twice a week for both campers and staff. She had everyone talk through their worries and learn simple coping exercises. She also made a new rule. After sunset, nobody entered any building alone. Everyone was assigned a buddy. The buddy system meant if a kid needed a counselor, you had to knock on your neighbor's door and walk over together, even if it was just to refill a water jug. Dr. Chen said it would make everyone feel safer and cut down on gossip about the admin building. By the 3rd summer, new fire safety policies came down from the camp owners, requiring timed evacuation drills every month. This meant clearing every structure, from the shower blocks to the oldest storage spaces. The morning of the first big drill, the alarm sounded just after breakfast. I grabbed my clipboard and checked off cabins as they emptied. My assignment was to sweep the administrative building, including the basement. The director was already in the front office, counting heads. I told him I'd handle the storage check. He handed me his keyring, but when I got to the basement stairs, the steel door hung open, just like so many mornings before. Sunlight didn't reach down there, and I had to use my flashlight to check the corners. I called, "Hello? Anyone down here? Fire drill's on. Let's go." The echo bounced back at me. No response. The basement was colder than upstairs. I saw a line of old metal shelves, some holding rusty lanterns, a few plastic bins marked with faded masking tape. Several boxes had been pulled out and dumped in the walkway, their lids askew. Papers littered the floor, yellowed at the edges, some covered in old handwriting. I stepped around a broken chair and made sure nobody was hiding behind the stacked mattresses at the back wall. The place was empty, but something felt off. When I went back up, I reported the open door and the scattered files. The director barely looked up from his checklist. "Probably just the lock again," he said. "We'll get maintenance to look at it." He jotted a note and moved on. That week, the camp had a new security company come in to install an electronic lock system, one you needed a card to open. The camp directors passed out lanyards with new badges and demonstrated how the lock beeped and flashed green when it engaged. But not even a month later, I walked by on trash duty and saw the basement door cracked open again, just a sliver, swinging gently in the draft from the stairwell. That last summer, the directors went all in on security upgrades. Security cameras appeared on every cabin and major building. New motion detectors replaced the faulty alarm system in the administrative office. Dr. Chen's psychological support program grew. She scheduled daily group check-ins, private appointments, and regular workshops for staff about stress management and rumor control. Counselors went through extra training on how to spot anxiety and de-escalate drama before it spread. It worked. The session reports started showing fewer missing items and almost no nightmares. There were fewer complaints about the admin building. Dr. Chen said this was proof that group psychology was at the heart of it all. She even published a study about it, using anonymous stories from camp to demonstrate how easily rumors and mass anxiety could spread in closed, isolated settings. Her paper got attention from other camps and even some school districts. Most staff were relieved. The directors quoted Dr. Chen's work in emails and pre-season meetings. Old counselors said the curse of the admin building had finally ended. Campers seemed happier, and parents reported fewer calls home about lost items or bad dreams. Dr. Chen told us the best way to keep things normal was to talk openly, stick to routines, and keep the lights on. Still, I noticed things she didn't talk about in her research, like the way the admin basement door, no matter what locks were installed, sometimes didn't latch at night. I thought about the time I found those scattered files, how it looked like someone had searched in a rush and then left everything as it was. Most likely it was just maintenance or a staff member who forgot to clean up, but nobody ever said they'd been down there. I stayed on until the end of my last session, helping close up cabins and packing away equipment for the off-season. On my final day, I walked the grounds one last time. Kids and staff were already gone. The field was empty except for the grounds crew dragging hoses across the grass. I paused at the admin building, watching the sunlight slide across its roof. The new security camera blinked at me from above the door. I checked the basement entrance out of habit. It was shut, and the electronic lock's tiny light glowed red. Still, I found myself reaching for the handle, just to check. The door was solid, unmoving. For a second I remembered the quiet of that basement, and the feeling that I was standing where I shouldn't be. Maybe Dr. Chen was right. Maybe it was all just group psychology, nerves, and suggestion. But sometimes, late at night, I still think about the way the light never quite reached the back corner of the basement, and how I never learned who kept leaving that door open, or why they needed to go down there alone. Some explanations look perfect in reports and meetings, but they don't always fit what you feel in the moment. Standing alone at the bottom of a set of old stone steps, listening for the sound of someone else breathing in the dark.
I should have known better than to stop for gas that night. With my tank running on empty and the next town a daunting 50 miles away, I had little choice. As I pulled into the deserted station, an unsettling feeling crept up my spine. Something just felt wrong, though I couldn't pinpoint what it was. The neon open sign flickered feebly in the window, casting an eerie red glow across the cracked pavement. Stepping out of my car, the cool night air raised goosebumps on my arms. The station stood isolated on the empty highway, engulfed by darkness on all sides. No other buildings, no streetlights, just an island of dim fluorescent light in an ocean of black. My footsteps echoed in the silence as I walked toward the pump. Just as I reached for the nozzle, something through the grimy station window caught my eye. A figure stood motionless behind the counter. I waved, trying to appear friendly, but they remained unmoving, just staring. Shaking off the unease, I focused on filling my tank. The pump clicked rhythmically, the only sound aside from the whisper of the wind through the nearby trees. I kept glancing at the window, but the figure stayed still. Once my tank was full, I replaced the nozzle and screwed on my gas cap, knowing I'd have to go inside to pay. A knot twisted in my stomach at the thought. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself and walked to the door. A bell jingled as I entered, the sound cheerfully jarring in the oppressive quiet. Inside, the station was dimly lit, with shelves stocked with dusty snacks and faded magazines. Behind the counter stood the attendant, a tall, gaunt man with sunken eyes and sallow skin. "Evening," I said, forcing a smile. "Just the gas on pump 3, please." The man didn't respond. He didn't even blink, just stared at me with those hollow eyes. I cleared my throat. Pump 3. How much do I owe you?" Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the corners of his mouth turned up. It wasn't a smile. It was more like his face was cracking, revealing something beneath that wasn't meant to be seen. "You don't know anything," he said, his voice a dry rasp. "You can't leave anyway." My heart began to race. "What do you mean I can't leave?" He leaned forward, his grin widening to an impossible degree. "Your car won't start. None of them ever do." I backed away, my hand fumbling for the door handle. "I'm just going to check on that," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm sure it's fine." I burst out of the station, not caring if I seemed rude. I just needed to get back to my car and escape. As I rushed across the parking lot, I pressed the button on my key fob. Nothing happened. No lights, no chirp of the locks. Reaching my car, I yanked on the handle. It was unlocked. I slid into the driver's seat and turned the key. The engine sputtered weakly before falling silent. No, I muttered, trying again and again, each attempt resulting in a weak sputter, and then nothing. Looking up, I froze as my breath caught in my throat. The attendant was now outside, walking toward me with that same terrible grin. His movements were jerky, unnatural, like a puppet on strings. I locked the doors, hands shaking. The attendant kept advancing, his eyes fixed on me. He reached my car and placed one pale hand on the window. "I told you," he said, his voice muffled through the glass. "None of them ever leave." I scrambled for my phone, praying for a signal. Nothing, not even one bar. I was trapped. The attendant began to circle the car, dragging his hand along the metal. The scraping sound set my teeth on edge. I tried the engine again, willing it to start. Nothing. As he came around to my window, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. His feet weren't touching the ground. He was floating, hovering an inch or two above the pavement. This couldn't be real. I must have fallen asleep at the wheel. Any moment now, I'd wake up and find myself safely on the highway. But I didn't wake up, and the attendant kept grinning, kept circling. "What do you want?" I shouted through the glass. He stopped, cocking his head to one side like a curious dog. "Company," he said simply. "It gets lonely out here. Please," I begged, "just let me go. I won't tell anyone about this place. I swear." For a moment, his grin faltered, something like sadness flashing across his face. "I can't," he said. "I'm not in control here. None of us are." I looked around, really looked for the first time, and I saw them. Faint, translucent figures scattered around the station, some in cars, some wandering aimlessly across the lot. All of them trapped just like me. The attendant placed his hand on my window again, and this time it passed through the glass as if it wasn't even there. I recoiled, pressing myself against the far door. "Don't fight it," he said, his arm reaching further into the car. "It's easier if you don't fight." I closed my eyes, waiting for those cold fingers to touch me, but instead, I heard a sound that made my heart leap. The roar of an engine. My eyes flew open. Headlights were approaching fast, a car speeding down the highway. The attendant turned, distracted by the newcomer. In that moment of inattention, I tried my engine one last time. It roared to life. I didn't hesitate. I threw the car into reverse, tires squealing as I backed away from the attendant. He reached for me, his face contorted in anger, but I was already shifting into drive, speeding out of the station. My heart pounded as I glanced in the rearview mirror. I saw the other car pull in, its driver oblivious to the danger. I wanted to stop and warn them, but fear kept my foot on the gas. As the station faded into the distance, my phone chimed. Signal restored. I pulled over, hands shaking as I dialed 911. 911. "What's your emergency?" the operator asked. "There's a gas station," I said, my voice trembling. "About 20 miles back on Highway 16. Something's wrong there. Really wrong. There are people trapped." "Sir, slow down," the dispatcher said. "What exactly is the nature of the emergency?" I took a deep breath, trying to organize my thoughts. How could I explain what I'd seen? Who would believe me? I said carefully, that the gas station is taking people, trapping them somehow. There's a man there, the attendant, but he's not normal. There are others, like ghosts or something. Please, you have to send someone to check it out. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "Sir, have you been drinking tonight?" "No, I swear I'm stone cold sober." "I know how this sounds, but please just send someone to check." There was another car pulling in as I left. They could be in danger. The dispatcher sighed. "All right, sir, we'll send a patrol car to check it out. Can I get your name and number in case we need to follow up?" I provided my information and ended the call. Part of me wanted to keep driving, to put as much distance as possible between myself and that place, but I couldn't leave, not knowing another person might be trapped there. So I waited, watching the road behind me. After what felt like hours, but was probably only about 30 minutes, I saw flashing lights approaching. A police cruiser sped past me, heading toward the station. I followed at a distance, my headlights off. As I crested a hill, I saw the cruiser's lights illuminating the gas station. My heart sank. It looked normal. No ghostly figures, no floating attendant, just a rundown station on a lonely stretch of highway. I watched as the officer got out of his car, looking around. He went inside, came out a few minutes later, then got back in his cruiser and drove away. I sat there for a long time, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had it all been in my head? Some kind of hallucination brought on by exhaustion. But it had felt so real. As the sun began to rise, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, I made a decision. I put my car in drive and pulled back onto the highway, heading home. But I made a promise to myself. I would never stop at another gas station at night, and I would warn everyone I knew about the danger lurking on that lonely stretch of road. Because even if no one believed me, even if it had all been some bizarre dream, I knew one thing for certain. Something was very wrong at that gas station, and I was one of the lucky few who had managed to escape. I never should have stopped for gas that night, but with my tank on empty in the next town over 50 miles away, I didn't have much choice. As I pulled into the deserted station, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on what. The neon open sign flickered weakly in the window, casting an eerie red glow across the cracked pavement. I stepped out of my car, the cool night air raising goosebumps on my arms. The station stood alone on the empty highway, surrounded by darkness on all sides. No other buildings, no streetlights, just an island of dim fluorescent light in a sea of black. I walked to the pump, my footsteps echoing in the silence. As I reached for the nozzle, movement caught my eye through the grimy window of the station. I saw a figure standing motionless behind the counter. I waved, trying to be friendly, but they didn't move, just stood there, staring. Shaking off my unease, I focused on filling my tank. The pump clicked rhythmically, the only sound apart from the whisper of wind through the nearby trees. I kept glancing at the window, but the figure remained still. With my tank full, I replaced the nozzle and screwed on my gas cap. I'd have to go inside to pay, and my stomach twisted at the thought. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself and walked to the door. A bell jingled as I entered, the sound jarringly cheerful in the oppressive quiet. The inside of the station was dimly lit, shelves stocked with dusty snacks and faded magazines. Behind the counter stood the attendant, a tall, gaunt man with sunken eyes and sallow skin. "Evening," I said, forcing a smile. "Just the gas on pump 3, please." The man didn't respond. He didn't even blink. He just stared at me with those hollow eyes. I cleared my throat. Pump 3. How much do I owe you?" Slowly, so slowly it was almost imperceptible, the corners of his mouth turned up. It wasn't a smile. It was more like his face was cracking, revealing something underneath that wasn't meant to be seen. "You don't owe anything," he said, his voice a dry rasp. "You can't leave anyway." My heart began to race. "What do you mean I can't leave?" He leaned forward, his grin widening to impossible proportions. "Your car won't start. None of them ever do." I backed away, my hand fumbling for the door handle. "I'm just going to go check on that," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm sure it's fine." I burst out of the station, not caring if I seemed rude. I just needed to get back to my car and get out of here. As I rushed across the parking lot, I pressed the button on my key fob. Nothing happened. No lights, no chirp of the locks. Reaching my car, I yanked on the handle. It was unlocked. I slid into the driver's seat and turned the key. The engine sputtered weakly, then fell silent. No, I muttered, trying again and again. Each time, the same result. A weak attempt at life, then nothing. I looked up, my breath catching in my throat. The attendant was outside now, walking towards me with that same terrible grin. His movements were jerky, unnatural, like a puppet on strings. I locked the doors, my hands shaking. The attendant kept coming, his eyes fixed on me. He reached the car and placed one pale hand on the window. "I told you," he said, his voice muffled through the glass. "None of them ever leave." I scrambled for my phone, praying for a signal. Nothing. Not even one bar. I was trapped. The attendant began to circle the car, dragging his hand along the metal. The scraping sound set my teeth on edge. I tried the engine again, willing it to start. Nothing. As he came around to my window again, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. His feet weren't touching the ground. He was floating, hovering an inch or two above the pavement. This couldn't be real. I must have fallen asleep at the wheel. Any moment now, I'd wake up and find myself safely on the highway. But I didn't wake up, and the attendant kept grinning, kept circling. "What do you want?" I shouted through the glass. He stopped, cocking his head to one side like a curious dog. "Company," he said simply. "It gets lonely out here." Please, I begged, just let me go. I won't tell anyone about this place. I swear. His grin faltered for a moment, something like sadness flashing across his face. I can't, he said. I'm not in control here. None of us are. I looked around, really looked for the first time, and I saw them. Faint, translucent figures scattered around the station, some in cars, some wandering aimlessly across the lot, all of them trapped, just like me. The attendant placed his hand on my window again, and this time it passed through the glass like it wasn't even there. I recoiled, pressing myself against the far door. Don't fight it, he said, his arm reaching further into the car. It's easier if you don't fight. I closed my eyes, waiting for those cold fingers to touch me. But instead, I heard a sound that made my heart leap. The roar of an engine. My eyes flew open. Headlights were approaching fast, a car speeding down the highway. The attendant turned, distracted by the newcomer. In that moment of inattention, I tried my engine one last time. It roared to life. I didn't hesitate. I threw the car into reverse, tires squealing as I backed away from the attendant. He reached for me, his face contorted in anger, but I was already shifting into drive. I sped out of the station, my heart pounding. In my rearview mirror, I saw the other car pull in, its driver oblivious to the danger. I wanted to stop, to warn them, but fear kept my foot on the gas as the station faded into the distance. My phone chimed, signal restored. I pulled over, my hand shaking as I dialed 911. 911. What's your emergency? There's a gas station, I said, my voice trembling. About 20 miles back on Highway 16. Something's wrong there, really wrong. There are people trapped. Sir, slow down, the dispatcher said. What exactly is the nature of the emergency? I took a deep breath, trying to organize my thoughts. How could I explain what I'd seen? Who would believe me? I think, I said carefully, that the gas station is taking people, trapping them somehow. There's a man there, the attendant, but he's not. He's not normal. And there are others, like ghosts or something. Please, you have to send someone to check it out. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Sir, have you been drinking tonight? No. I swear, I'm stone cold sober. I know how this sounds, but please, just send someone to check. There was another car pulling in as I left. They could be in danger. The dispatcher sighed. All right, sir. We'll send a patrol car to check it out. Can I get your name and number in case we need to follow up? I gave her my information, then ended the call. Part of me wanted to keep driving, to put as much distance between myself and that place as possible. But I couldn't leave, not knowing another person might be trapped there. So I waited, watching the road behind me. After what felt like hours, but was probably only about 30 minutes, I saw flashing lights approaching. A police cruiser sped past me, heading towards the station. I followed at a distance, my headlights off. As I crested a hill, I saw the cruiser's lights illuminating the gas station. My heart sank. It looked normal. No ghostly figures, no floating attendant, just a rundown station on a lonely stretch of highway. I watched as the officer got out of his car and looked around. He went inside, came out a few minutes later, then got back in his cruiser and drove away. I sat there for a long time, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had it all been in my head? Some kind of hallucination brought on by exhaustion, but it had felt so real. As the sun began to rise, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, I made a decision. I put my car in drive and pulled back onto the highway, heading home. But I made a promise to myself. I would never stop at another gas station at night, and I would warn everyone I knew about the danger lurking on this lonely stretch of road. Because even if no one believed me, even if it had all been some bizarre dream, I knew one thing for certain. Something was very wrong at that gas station, and I was one of the lucky few who had managed to escape. I never should have hiked alone. That's what everyone always says, right? But I'd been doing solo hikes for years without incident, until that day in the Appalachians when I stumbled upon something I wasn't meant to see. The morning had started like any other on the trail. I woke at dawn, but as the days stretched on and the papers piled up, that nagging feeling in my gut grew impossible to ignore. Taking a deep breath, I raised my hand to knock on the faded blue door. The sound echoed hollowly, unanswered. I tried again, louder this time, calling out, "Mrs. Aboni, it's Sarah from next door. Are you all right?" Silence. I shifted my weight, debating my next move. It felt invasive to try the door, but the worry gnawing at me overrode my hesitation. I reached for the handle, half expecting it to be locked. It wasn't. The door swung open with an ominous creak, revealing a slice of the dim interior. The musty smell of neglect wafted out, mingling with something else, something sickly sweet that made my nose wrinkle. "Mrs. Aboni." I called again, my voice sounding small and uncertain in the stillness. I stepped inside, my eyes struggling to adjust to the gloom. The house was a time capsule of 1970s decor, all earth tones and heavy wooden furniture, but there was something off about it now. A fine layer of dust coated every surface, and the air felt thick and stagnant. Moving further into the living room, I noticed little signs of disruption. A lamp knocked over on an end table, a framed photo lying face down on the carpet. It was as if a struggle had taken place, but everything had been half-heartedly put back into place. My heart was pounding now, every instinct screaming at me to turn around and leave, but I couldn't, not until I knew Mrs. Aboni was okay. I made my way towards the kitchen, calling out periodically. Each room I passed was empty, showing the same signs of subtle disarray. In the kitchen, dirty dishes filled the sink, and a half-empty cup of tea sat on the counter, a thin layer of mold floating on its surface. That's when I heard it. A soft thump from upstairs, so faint I almost thought I'd imagined it. "Hello," I called, my voice cracking. "Is anyone there?" Another thump, louder this time. Definitely not my imagination. I stood at the bottom of the stairs, every muscle in my body tense. Part of me wanted to run, to call the police and let them handle whatever was going on. But what if Mrs. Aboni was up there, hurt and unable to call for help? Swallowing hard, I began to climb the stairs. Each step creaked under my weight, the sound unnaturally loud in the silent house. As I reached the landing, that sickly sweet smell grew stronger, making me gag. "Mrs. Aboni." I tried again, my voice barely above a whisper. The upstairs hallway stretched before me, 4 closed doors lining its length. Which one had the sound come from? As if in answer, another thump sounded from behind the door at the far end. Mrs. Aboni's bedroom. I approached slowly, my hand trembling as I reached for the doorknob. The smell was overwhelming now, and I had to fight the urge to cover my nose. I turned the knob, pushing the door open inch by inch. The room was dark, heavy curtains drawn across the windows, but even in the dim light, I could make out the shape on the bed, a figure lying motionless under a mound of blankets. "Mrs. Aboni," I whispered, taking a tentative step into the room. The figure didn't move, but another thump sounded from under the bed. I froze, my blood turning to ice in my veins. If Mrs. Aboni was on the bed, then what was making that noise? Slowly, dreading what I might see, I crouched down and lifted the edge of the bedspread. 2 eyes gleamed back at me in the darkness, and I stumbled backward with a strangled cry. But it wasn't a monster or an intruder. It was Mittens, Mrs. Aboni's ancient tabby cat. Relief flooded through me, making my knees weak. It was just the cat. Everything was fine. Except it wasn't. Because now that my eyes had adjusted to the gloom, I could see that the figure on the bed wasn't breathing. And the smell. Oh God, the smell. I backed away, my hand clamped over my mouth to stifle a scream. I had to get out of there, had to call the police. But as I turned to flee, something caught my eye. A glint of metal on the nightstand. It was a key I recognized. The spare key to Mrs. Aboney's house that she'd given me years ago for emergencies. But I hadn't used that key to get in. The door had been unlocked, which meant someone else had been here. Someone who had Mrs. Aboney's key. A floorboard creaked behind me. I whirled around, my heart in my throat. There, silhouetted in the doorway, stood a figure. Tall, broad-shouldered. Definitely not Mrs. Aboney. "Who are you?" I managed to choke out, though I already knew. It was Tommy, Mrs. Aboney's good-for-nothing grandson, the one she was always complaining about, always giving money to despite her better judgment. "Didn't expect to see you here, Sarah," he said, his voice eerily calm. "Guess you were always a nosy one, weren't you?" I edged towards the window, my mind racing. "Tommy, what happened? What did you do?" He laughed, a hollow sound that sent chills down my spine. "What did I do? I finally got what was owed to me. The old bat was going to change her will, you know. Cut me out entirely. Couldn't let that happen, could I?" My back hit the wall. There was nowhere left to go. Tommy took a step into the room, and I saw something glint in his hand. A knife. "Now," he said almost conversationally, "what am I going to do with you?" Time seemed to slow down. I could hear my own heartbeat thundering in my ears. I saw Tommy's grip tighten on the knife, saw him start to move towards me. And then I saw my chance. With a desperate lunge, I grabbed the heavy lamp from the bedside table and hurled it at him. It caught him square in the face, and he stumbled backward with a howl of pain. I didn't wait to see if he'd fall. I ran, shoving past him, and bolting down the stairs. I could hear him behind me, cursing and stumbling. I reached the front door, yanked it open, and burst out into the blinding sunlight. I didn't stop running until I reached my own house, slamming and locking the door behind me with shaking hands. I called 911, gasping out what had happened between sobs. The next few hours passed in a blur. Police cars and ambulances filled the street. Neighbors gathered, whispering and pointing. I answered questions until my throat was dry, repeating the story over and over until it didn't even feel real anymore. They caught Tommy trying to flee town, found Mrs. Aboney's jewelry and cash stashed in his car. He confessed to everything, faced with the overwhelming evidence. But even as justice was served, I couldn't shake the feeling of guilt. If I'd checked on Mrs. Aboney sooner, could I have saved her? Would she still be alive if I'd been a more attentive neighbor? In the days that followed, as life in our little suburb tried to return to normal, I found myself unable to look at my neighbors the same way. Behind every pristine lawn and cheerful wave, I now saw the potential for secrets, for darkness. Because the truth is, you never really know what's going on behind closed doors, and sometimes being a good neighbor means being brave enough to open them. "Why don't I come visit this weekend? We can have a girls' night, watch some movies. It'll help you relax," I agreed, grateful for the company. But as the days ticked by until Kate's arrival, things only got worse. I'd wake up to find objects moved. A book on the coffee table when I'd left it on the shelf, my car keys in the fridge instead of the hook by the door. One more morning I came downstairs to find all the photos on the mantel turned face down. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was sleepwalking, moving things without realizing it, but deep down I knew that wasn't the case the night before Kate was due to arrive. I was in the shower when the light suddenly went out. I stood there in the dark water, running, cold heart pounding. Then slowly, I saw a shape form in the steamed-up glass of the shower door, a handprint too, large to be my own, sliding down the glass. I bolted from the bathroom, wrapping myself in a towel. As I ran to my bedroom, I slammed the door shut and wedged a chair under the handle, my whole body shaking. When Kate arrived the next day, I was a mess, dark circles under my eyes, jumping at every sound. She took one look at me and her smile faded. "Sarah, what's going on? You look terrible." I broke down, then telling her everything. The noises, the moved objects, the handprint in the shower, to her credit. Kate listened without interrupting, her face growing more concerned with each word. "Okay," she said when I finished. "Here's what we're going to do. We'll stay here tonight together. If anything weird happens, we'll both see it, And if it does, we'll leave first thing in the morning and figure out what to do next. Deal. I nodded, believed to have someone else. There's someone who believed me that night. We made dinner and watched a movie, trying to keep things light, but there was an undercurrent of tension, both of us jumping slightly at every creak and groan of the old house. We were just getting ready for bed when we heard it, a loud crash from downstairs. Kate and I looked at each other, eyes wide. Stay here, she whispered, grabbing a tennis racket from her bag. I'll go check it out. No, I hissed, grabbing her arm. We should stick together. Slowly, hearts pounding, we made our way downstairs. The crash had come from the kitchen. As we approached, I could see shards of glass glittering on the floor in the moonlight streaming through the window. Kate flipped on the light switch, and we both gasped. Every dish, every glass, every piece of crockery was shattered on the floor, and there, written on the wall in what looked horribly like blood, were the words, "Get out." Kate turned to me, her face pale. We're leaving now. We ran upstairs, throwing our belongings into bags. I could hear noises all around us now, banging on the walls, scratching sounds, a low, inhuman moan that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. As we raced for the front door, a family portrait on the wall began to shake. It flew off the wall, narrowly missing Kate's head. She screamed, and we burst out of the house into the cool night air. We didn't stop running until we reached Kate's car as she fumbled with the keys. I looked back at the house. There in the upstairs window, I saw a figure, dark, indistinct, but undeniably there, and it was watching us. Kate finally got the car started, and we peeled out of the driveway. Neither of us spoke for a long time, the only sound the roar of the engine as we put miles between us and the farmhouse. Finally, as the first light of dawn began to break, Kate spoke. "What are you going to do?" I shook my head, still trying to process everything that had happened. "I don't know. I can't go back there, but I can't just ignore it either. What if someone else buys the house? They could be in danger." We decided to go to the local historical society. If something had happened in that house, maybe there would be a record of it. It took some digging, but finally we found something, a newspaper article from the 1920s. The farmhouse had belonged to the Anderson family. One night, the father had gone mad, killing his wife and 2 children before taking his own life. The article was vague on the details, but one line stood out. Neighbors reported hearing strange noises from the house for weeks before the tragedy. It all made sense now. The feeling of being watched, the moved objects, the writing on the wall. The spirits of the Anderson family were still there, trapped in the house where they had died. I couldn't bring myself to sell the house knowing what I knew. Instead, I contacted a medium, someone who specialized in cleansing haunted properties. It took time, and there were moments when I wasn't sure it would work. But slowly the presence in the house began to fade. I never lived in the farmhouse again, but I visit sometimes, leaving flowers for the family that never found peace in life. The house stands quiet now, its dark history known only to me. Sometimes when I drive by at night, I think I see a figure in the upstairs window, but I blink and it's gone. Just an old house with old memories, and maybe, just maybe, a few restless spirits finally at peace. Story 5. The moment the lights went out, I knew we were in trouble. 1 second the TV was blaring some mindless reality show, and the next we were plunged into total darkness. The sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the howling wind outside and the startled gasps of my family. Dad, my daughter's voice quavered from somewhere to my left. "What's happening?" I fumbled for my phone, using its faint glow to illuminate the living room. My wife, Sarah, was already moving, her silhouette outlined against the window as she peered outside. "Looks like the whole street's out," she reported, her voice tight with concern. "Oh, must be the storm." As if on cue, a crack of thunder shook the house, making us all jump. I saw my son Tommy clutch his stuffed dinosaur tighter. "It's okay, guys," I said, trying to inject some confidence into my voice. "Just a power outage. I'll go check the breaker box and grab some flashlights. Sit tight." I made my way to the kitchen, using my phone's flashlight to navigate. As I rummaged through drawers looking for our emergency supplies, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It wasn't just the darkness or the storm. There was a heaviness in the air, a tension that set my nerves on edge. I found the flashlights and a pack of batteries, then headed to the garage to check the breaker box. As I passed the front door, a movement outside caught my eye. I froze, peering through the small window. For a moment, I saw nothing but rain and darkness. Then a flash of lightning illuminated the yard, and my blood ran cold. There was a figure standing at the edge of our property, barely visible through the downpour, tall, motionless, watching the house. I blinked, and in the next flash, it was gone. My heart racing, I hurried back to the living room. "Okay, cut the flashlights," I announced, passing them out. "And breakers?" "Fine, so it must be a neighborhood-wide issue." Sarah looked at me sharply, picking up on the tension in my voice. "Everything okay, hon?" I hesitated, not wanting to scare the kids. "Yeah, just keep away from the windows, okay? Storm's pretty bad out there." She nodded, understanding. Passing between us, something was wrong, and we both knew it. We settled in the living room, the warm glow of the flashlights creating a small circle of comfort in the darkness. I tried to keep the kids distracted with stories and games, but I couldn't stop my eyes from darting to the windows every few seconds. An hour passed, then two. The storm showed no signs of letting up, and the power remained stubbornly out. The kids were getting restless, and I could see the worry lines deepening on Sarah's forehead. That's when we heard it, a soft scratching at the front door, so faint I thought I might have imagined it, but then it came again, louder this time. Sarah's eyes met mine, wide with fear. The kids fell silent, sensing the sudden tension. Tommy whispered, "Is someone out there?" Before I could answer, the scratching turned into a knock. 3 sharp raps that echoed through the silent house. I stood up slowly, my mind racing. It could be a neighbor checking on us, or someone in trouble seeking shelter from the storm, but the pit in my stomach told me it was neither of those things. "Stay here," I murmured to my family, picking up the heavy flashlight. It wasn't much of a weapon, but it was better than nothing. I approached the door cautiously, my heart pounding so loud I was sure whoever was out there could hear it. The knocking came again, more insistent this time. Taking a deep breath, I called out, "Who's there?" Silence. Then a voice, low and grelly, "Please, I need help. My car broke down. Can I use your phone?" Every instinct I had was screaming danger. I glanced back at Sarah, saw her shaking her head vehemently. "I'm sorry," I called back, "but we can't open the door. The storm's too dangerous. I can call someone for you if you'd like." A pause, then, "No, that's all right. I just need to come in for a moment. Won't you open the door?" The voice had changed, any pretense of friendliness gone. It was cold now, demanding. I backed away from the door, my grip tightening on the flashlight. "I'm calling the police," I said, loudly, hoping my voice didn't betray my fear. A chuckle from the other side of the door, a sound that sent chills down my spine. "No, you're not. Your phones won't work. No one's coming to help you." As if to prove his point, I heard a sharp crack from the living room. Sarah gasped, and I turned to see her staring at her phone in disbelief. The screen was shattered, sparks dancing across its surface. Impossible. All of our phones couldn't just die at once. The knocking turned into pounding the door, shuddering under the assault. "Let me in," the voice roared. "All pretense abandoned. Let me in now." "Kids upstairs," I shouted, rushing back to Sarah. "Barricade yourselves in our bedroom. Go." They scrambled up the stairs, Sarah ushering them along. I could hear them sobbing, and it broke my heart, but there was no time for comfort now. I ran to the kitchen, grabbing the biggest knife I could find. The pounding at the door was relentless, now punctuated by inhuman growls and snarls. Sarah reappeared at my side, clutching a golf club from the hall closet. Her face was pale, but her jaw was set with determination. "What do we do?" she whispered. Before I could answer, there was a tremendous crash. The front door burst open, wood splintering as it was torn from its hinges. In the beam of my flashlight, I caught a glimpse of our attacker. It was the figure I'd seen in the yard, but up close it was clear this was no human. Its skin was pale and mottled, stretched tight over an emaciated frame. Its eyes glowed an unnatural yellow in the darkness, fixed on us with predatory intensity. It lunged forward with impossible speed. I swung the knife, feeling it connect with flesh, but the creature didn't even flinch. It backhanded me, sending me flying across the room. I hit the wall hard, the air driven from my lungs through blurred vision. I saw Sarah swing the golf club. It connected with the creature's head with a sickening crunch, but again it seemed unfazed. It grabbed the club, wrenching it from her grasp and snapping it like a twig. I struggled to my feet, desperate to help her, but I felt slow, clumsy, my limbs refusing to cooperate. The creature had Sarah by the throat now, lifting her off the ground as she clawed at its arm. No, I screamed, throwing myself at the monster. We went down in a tangle of limbs rolling across the floor. Its strength was incredible, inhuman. I fought with everything I had, but it was like trying to wrestle a freight train. Suddenly a new sound cut through the chaos, a high-pitched wail, piercing and insistent. The smoke alarm. The creature recoiled, shrieking in pain. It clawed at its ears, momentarily forgetting about us. I didn't waste the opportunity. I grabbed Sarah's hand, and we ran for the stairs. We found the kids huddled in our bedroom, tears streaming down their faces. The smoke alarm was still blaring, and I realized what had happened. In their panic, they must have set it off somehow. Fire escape, I gasped, pointing to the window. Now we scrambled onto the small balcony, the cold rain a shock against our skin. I could hear the creature recovering, its enraged howls getting closer. We descended the fire escape as fast as we could, the metal slick with rain as our feet hit the ground. I saw lights in the distance, red and blue, getting closer. The police, someone must have heard the commotion and called them. We ran towards the lights, not daring to look back. As we reached the police cars, I finally chanced a glance over my shoulder. Our house stood dark and silent. There was no sign of the creature. The next few hours passed in a blur of questions and disbelief. The police found no trace of an intruder, just our battered front door as evidence that something had happened. They chalked it up to storm damage and an overactive imagination fueled by fear. But we knew the truth as we sat huddled together in a hospital waiting room being checked for injuries. I caught Sarah's eye. We didn't need to speak. We both knew that our lives had changed forever, because now we knew that there were things out there in the darkness, things that didn't care about locked doors or safe neighborhoods, things that could strike at any moment, turning a normal night into a nightmare. As the first rays of dawn broke through the clouds, I held my family close, grateful that we had survived, but I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning, that somewhere out there in the shadows, it was waiting, and next time we might not be so lucky. Story 6. The first time I noticed the black SUV in my rearview mirror, I thought nothing of it. 3 hours later, as it still tailed me down the empty highway, I realized this was no coincidence. This was the beginning of the most terrifying night of my life. I had set out early that morning, the sun barely peeking over the horizon as I pulled out of my driveway. The long drive from Phoenix to Dallas stretched ahead of me, a solo road trip I'd been looking forward to for weeks, music blaring, windows down the open road, all to myself. It was supposed to be liberating. The first few hours flew by in a blur of desert landscape and cheesy road trip songs. I stopped for gas around noon, stretching my legs and grabbing some snacks for the road. That's when I first noticed the SUV, black, nondescript, with tinted windows that made it impossible to see the driver. It pulled in as I was filling up my tank, parking at a pump on the opposite side. I didn't think much of it at the time. Plenty of people were probably making the same drive. I paid for my gas, hoed back in my car, and hit the road again. It wasn't until about an hour later that I realized the SUV was still behind me. I mean, it's a highway, cars follow each other all the time, right? But as the mile ticked by and the SUV maintained the same distance, never passing me or falling behind, a knot of unease began to form in my stomach. I tried to shake it off. I was being paranoid. Too many true crime podcasts had me jumping at shadows. To prove it to myself, I decided to take the next exit. Sure that the SUV would continue on its way, my heart sank as I watched the SUV's blinker flash following me off the highway. Okay, I thought, trying to keep calm. This is fine. They probably just need to stop too. I'll go to the gas station and they'll go on their way. But they didn't. As I pulled into the gas station, the SUV followed, parking a few spaces away. I sat in my car, hands gripping the steering wheel, watching in my side mirror as the driver's door opened. A man stepped out, tall, broad-shouldered, wearing dark sunglasses. Despite the overcast day, he stood there for a moment, seeming to look right at me. Before walking into the gas station, my mind was racing. This couldn't be a coincidence anymore. Why was he following me? What did he want? I didn't wait to find out. The second he disappeared into the store, I started my car and peeled out of the parking lot, tires squealing. My hands shook as I merged back onto the highway, constantly checking my rearview mirror for a blissful few minutes. The road behind me was clear. I started to relax, to think maybe I had overreacted after all. Then I saw it, the black SUV gaining on me fast. Panic set in. I pressed harder on the accelerator, weaving between the few other cars on the road, but the SUV kept pace, always there in my mirror, never more than a few car lengths behind. I tried to think logically through my fear. I needed to get help. I fumbled for my phone, cursing as I realized I had no signal. Of course, miles of empty desert in every direction meant no cell towers. The SUV was closer now, close enough that I could see the outline of the driver, still wearing those dark glasses, his face expressionless as he stared straight ahead. I had to get off this highway, find somewhere with people, safety in numbers. Right, the next exit sign advertised a small town 5 miles ahead. It was my only chance. I took the exit ramp faster than I should have, my car swaying dangerously. The SUV followed closer than ever as the road narrowed into a 2-lane street. It pulled up right behind me, so close I couldn't even see its headlights in my mirror anymore. The town, when it appeared, was little more than a cluster of buildings around a main street. At this time of day, it was nearly deserted. My eyes darted around, frantically looking for anywhere I could go there. A diner with a few cars parked outside. I yanked the wheel, pulling into the diner's parking lot. I didn't even bother to park properly, just slammed on the brakes and jumped out of the car. I ran for the diner's door, glancing back to see the SUV pulling in behind me. The bell above the door jingled as I burst in, startling the few patrons inside. An older waitress looked up from where she was wiping down the counter, concern etching her features as she took in my panicked state. "Honey, are you all right?" she asked, already moving towards me. "Please," I gasped, struggling to catch my breath. "There's someone following me. He's been following me for hours. I think he's right outside." The waitress's eyes widened, and she quickly ushered me further into the diner. "Come on back here, sweetie. We'll call the police." As she led me behind the counter, I heard the bell jingle again. My blood ran cold as I turned to see the man from the SUV standing in the doorway. Up close, he was even more intimidating. Easily over 6 feet tall, with broad shoulders and arms corded with muscle. He still wore the sunglasses, hiding his eyes, but I could feel his gaze boring into me. "Sir," the waitress said, her voice stern despite the slight tremor I could hear in it, "I'm going to have to ask you to leave." The man didn't move, didn't even seem to breathe. Then, slowly, he reached up and removed his sunglasses. I stifled a gasp. His eyes were pale, almost colorless, and filled with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "I'm afraid I can't do that," he said, his voice low and grelly. "You see, this young lady and I have some unfinished business." "I don't know you," I said, hating how my voice shook. "I've never seen you before today. Why are you following me?" He smiled then, a cold, humorless thing that didn't reach his eyes. "Oh, but I know you, Sarah. I know all about you, about the accident, about what you did." My breath caught in my throat. The accident he couldn't possibly know about, that no one knew I had made sure of it. "I don't know what you're talking about," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Don't play dumb," he snarled, taking a step forward. The other patrons in the diner were watching now, a mixture of fear and confusion on their faces. "You left him there to die, my brother. You hit him with your car, and you just drove away." The room seemed to spin around me. How did he know I had been so careful? There were no witnesses, no evidence left behind. I had convinced myself it was just a bad dream, something I could forget if I tried hard enough. "I'm calling the police," the waitress said, reaching for the phone behind the counter. "Go ahead," the man said, not taking his eyes off me. "By the time they get Here we'll be long gone, won't we, Sarah? I saw his hand move towards his jacket, and my heart nearly stopped. Did he have a weapon? I couldn't take that chance. I ran. I pushed past the waitress, ignoring her startled cry, and burst through the back door of the diner into the alley behind. I could hear heavy footsteps behind me. Knew he was giving chase. The alley opened up onto another street. I ran, blindly, not knowing where I was going. Just knowing I had to get away. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but fear kept me moving. I ducked down another alley, hoping to lose him in the maze of back streets. But as I turned a corner, I found myself facing a dead end, a high fence blocked my path, too tall to climb. I spun around, ready to backtrack, but it was too late. He stood at the entrance to the alley, blocking my only escape route. Nowhere left to run, he said, advancing slowly. I pressed my back against the fence, my mind racing. This couldn't be how it ended, not like this. Just as he reached for me, a siren pierced the air. Red and blue lights flashed at the end of the alley. Police, don't move. The man froze, then slowly raised his hands as the police swarmed in, cuffing him. I sank to the ground, the adrenaline draining out of me. It came out later that the man was indeed the brother of someone I had hit with my car 2 years ago, a hit and run. I had tried desperately to forget. He had spent those 2 years tracking me down, waiting for the right moment to exact his revenge. I faced consequences for my actions that day, but as I sat in the police station giving my statement, I couldn't help but feel a twisted sense of relief. The guilt I had carried for 2 years was finally out in the open. The open road doesn't hold the same appeal for me anymore, but sometimes when I'm driving at night, I still check my rearview mirror, a little more often than necessary, just in case. Story 7. The steady drip of water echoing through empty corridors was the first sign that we weren't alone. I froze my camera halfway to my face and locked eyes with Jake. His expression mirrored the chill that ran down my spine. In an abandoned hospital scheduled for demolition, there shouldn't be running water, there shouldn't be anything at all. We'd snuck into Mary's hospital just after sunset, slipping through a gap in the chain-link fence that surrounded the property. The place had been shut down for years, its windows boarded up, and its walls covered in graffiti, but for urban explorers like us, it was a gold mine of eerie photos and spine-tingling thrills. Or at least that's what we thought when we'd hatched this plan over beers last week. Now, standing in the musty darkness of what used to be the emergency room, I wasn't so sure. The beam of my flashlight caught dust mote swirling in the air, and the walls seemed to close in around us. Maybe it's just a leaky pipe, Jake whispered, but his voice lacked conviction. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. We'd been in abandoned buildings before, but something about this place felt different, wrong. We pressed on, our footsteps echoing off the peeling linoleum floors. I tried to focus on getting good shots. An overturned gurney, here a shattered medicine cabinet there, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. As we turned a corner into what must have been a patient ward, Jake suddenly grabbed my arm. Did you hear that? He hissed. I strained my ears, hearing nothing but our own breathing and the distant drip of water. Then faintly I caught it, a soft, beeping sound like medical equipment. That's impossible, I muttered, but we both knew what we'd heard. Drawn by a morbid curiosity, we followed the sound. It led us deeper into the hospital, past rooms filled with broken furniture and water stained walls. The beeping grew louder, with each step a steady electronic pulse that seemed to mock the deadness of our surroundings. We reached a set of double doors marked radiology. The beeping was coming from inside. Jake reached for the handle, but I grabbed his wrist. Maybe we shouldn't, I said, surprising myself with how shaky my voice sounded. Jake hesitated, then shook his head. We came here for a thrill, right? Let's see this through. Before I could protest further, he pushed the doors open. The room beyond was pitch black, our flashlights barely penetrating the gloom, but the beeping was clear now, coming from somewhere in the center of the room. As we stepped inside, motion-activated lights flickered to life, momentarily blinding us. When my eyes adjusted, I almost wished they hadn't. The room was filled with active medical equipment, heart monitors, ventilators, IV stands, all of them were running, lights blinking and screens glowing in the dimness. "This isn't possible," Jake breathed, voicing my thoughts. "The power's been off for years." I raised my camera with trembling hands, desperate to document what we were seeing. But as I looked through the viewfinder, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. In the center of the room, partially hidden by a privacy curtain, was a hospital bed. And it wasn't empty. I must have made a sound because Jake turned to look at me, then followed my gaze. His face went pale. "Is someone there?" he whispered, swallowing hard. I nodded. "Only one way to find out." We approached the bed slowly, our steps unnaturally loud in the beeping room. With each step I expected, hoped that we'd discover it was just a trick of the light, a pile of old blankets that looked like a body in the gloom. But as we reached the bedside, and Jake pulled back the curtain, those hopes were shattered. There, lying perfectly still, was a patient, an old man, his skin waxy and pale, tubes running from his arms to the surrounding machines. His chest rose and fell with mechanical precision, in time with the ventilator hiss. "This can't be real," I muttered, raising my camera again. But when I tried to take a picture, the screen remained black. The battery was dead. Jake was backing away, shaking his head. "We need to get out of here now." I couldn't have agreed more. We turned to leave, but found our exit blocked. A nurse stood in the doorway, her uniform crisp and white, a stark contrast to the decay around us. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "And where do you think you're going?" she asked, her voice echoing strangely in the room. "Visiting hours aren't over yet." Jake let out a strangled laugh. "Look, we're sorry, we shouldn't be here. We'll just go, okay?" The nurse's smile widened, revealing too many teeth. "Oh, I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, we've been waiting for new arrivals for so long." As she spoke, more figures appeared behind her, doctors, nurses, patients in hospital gowns, all with that same too wide smile and empty eyes. Panic surged through me. I grabbed Jake's arm and yanked him towards the other exit run. We sprinted through the hospital corridors, the sound of pursuit close behind. Left, right, upper flight of stairs. I lost all sense of direction. All I knew was that we had to get out. We burst through a door and found ourselves on the roof. The night air was cool on my face, but there was no relief. We were trapped. Jake ran to the edge, looking down. "It's too high," he panted. "We can't jump." The door behind us crashed open. The nurse stood there, flanked by her grotesque entourage. Now, she said, "There's no need to run. We have beds waiting for both of you." As they advanced, Jake and I backed up until we hit the low wall at the roof's edge. I could feel the empty air behind me, hear the distant sound of traffic below. "You have to jump," I said, my voice barely a whisper. Jake looked at me like I was crazy. "Oh, we'll die." I glanced back at the approaching figures, their smiles now manic grins. "If we stay, we'll wish we had understanding," dawned in Jake's eyes. He nodded, gripping my hand tightly. "On three," I said. 1, 2. We never made it to 3. A hand grabbed the back of my jacket, yanking me backwards. I heard Jake yell, felt his hand slip from mine. Then I was falling, tumbling through the air. The ground rushed up to meet me, and I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for impact. But it never came. I jolted awake with a gasp, my heart pounding. I was in my bed, tangled in sweat-soaked sheets. Sunlight streamed through the window, and I could hear the normal sounds of the city waking up outside. It had all been a dream, a vivid, terrifying nightmare, but just a dream. I reached for my phone, needing to hear Jake's voice to confirm he was okay, but as I unlocked the screen, I felt the blood drain from my face. There in my camera roll was a single photo. It showed a hospital room filled with active medical equipment, and in the center, a bed with a pale, still figure lying in it. The photo was dated last night. As I stared at the screen, my phone buzzed with a text, "Unknown number visiting. Hours aren't over yet. We're waiting for you to come back." I dropped the phone like it had burned me, my mind reeling. It couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of sick joke. But as I sat there trying to make sense of it all, I noticed something on my nightstand that hadn't been there when I went to bed. A small white object with trembling fingers. I picked it up. It was a hospital wristband, the kind they put on patients when they're admitted, and it had my name on it. Story 8, the last subway of the night is never a pleasant experience, but I Never expected it to turn into a nightmare as the doors closed behind me, sealing me in with a stranger whose eyes never left my face. I realized I might not make it home alive. It had been a long day at the office, one of those days where everything that could go wrong did go wrong, and I found myself staying hours later than I intended. By the time I finally packed up my laptop and headed out, the streets were nearly empty, the usual bustle of the city replaced by an eerie quiet. I hurried down the stairs to the subway station, the fluorescent lights casting harsh shadows on the grimy tiles. The platform was deserted, my footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. I checked my watch, 11:58 p.m. The last train was due in 2 minutes. As I waited, I felt a prickle on the back of my neck, that feeling of being watched. I turned, scanning the platform, but saw no one. Still, the unease lingered. The rumble of the approaching train was a relief. It screeched to a stop, the doors sliding open with a hiss. I stepped inside, automatically moving towards the middle of the car. That's when I saw him. He sat at the far end, friend, the only other passenger, a man in a dark coat, his face partially hidden by the brim of a hat. As I sat down, his head lifted slightly, and I caught a glimpse of his eyes, cold, calculating, fixed directly on me. I tried to shake off my discomfort. It was just another late-night commuter, probably as eager to get home as I was. I pulled out my phone, more for something to do with my hands than any real purpose. No signal. Of course, there never was this far underground. The train lurched forward, the familiar sway, almost comforting, almost because I could still feel those eyes on me. I risked a glance up. He hadn't moved, hadn't shifted his gaze. A chill ran down my spine. This wasn't normal commuter behavior. No one stares that intently at a stranger. I looked at the map above the doors, counting the stops until mine 7 stops with this man and his unnerving stare. I could do this. Just keep calm, keep your head down, and it'll be fine. The train slowed. As we approached the first stop, the doors opened, but no one got on, of course. Not who else would be crazy enough to be out this late. As the doors closed and we pulled away, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The man had moved. He was now sitting closer, just a few seats away. How had he moved so silently? I hadn't heard a thing. My heart began to race. This was not good at all. I clutched my bag closer, my eyes darting to the emergency call button near the doors. Would anyone even respond this late? Another stop again. No one got on. And again, when I looked back, the man had moved closer. Now he was just 1 seat away, his face still obscured, but his presence looming large. I stood up abruptly, moving to stand near the doors. My legs were shaking, but I tried to look confident, alert. I'd heard once that predators look for easy targets. If I looked strong, capable of fighting back, maybe he'd leave me alone. But as we pulled away from the third stop, I heard the soft scuff of shoes on the floor. He was standing now, 2 right behind me. Lovely night for a ride, isn't it? His voice was soft, almost gentle, but it said shivers down my spine. I didn't respond, didn't turn around. Maybe if I ignored him, he'd go away. A foolish hope, I knew, but it was all I had. It's rude not to answer when someone speaks to you. His tone had hardened, a dangerous edge creeping in. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. Please, I managed to croak out. I don't want any trouble. He chuckled, a low, mirthless sound. Trouble? Oh, my dear. Trouble found you the moment you stepped onto this train. My mind raced, trying to remember the self-defense class I'd taken years ago. Go for the eyes, the groin, the knees. But could I really do it? Could I actually fight this man? We were approaching another stop. Maybe someone would get on. Maybe there would be a late night worker or a group of drunk friends heading home from a bar. Anyone. But as the door slid open, the platform was empty. No one was coming to save me. As the doors began to close, I made a split-second decision. I bolted. I don't know what I was thinking. Where was I going to go? But blind panic had taken over, and all I knew was that I had to get away from this man. I managed to squeeze through the doors just as they were closing, hearing a curse behind me. As the man realized what I was doing, I ran down the platform, my footsteps echoing loudly in the empty station. I reached the stairs and took them 2 at a time, my lungs burning. I could hear him Behind me, his footsteps heavy and fast. He was gaining on me. I burst out onto the street, the cool night air hitting me like a slap. The street was deserted, no cars, no pedestrians, just empty sidewalks and dark buildings. I ran, not knowing where I was going, just knowing I had to put distance between myself and my pursuer. I could hear him behind me, closer now, his breath heavy and ragged seemed to fill my ears. I turned a corner, hoping to lose him, and found myself in an alley, a dead end. I spun around, ready to backtrack, but it was too late. He stood at the entrance to the alley, blocking my escape. Now, he said, his voice eerily calm. That wasn't very nice, running away like that. Didn't your mother teach you better manners? He stepped closer, and for the first time I got a clear look at his face. He was older than I'd thought, lines etched deeply around his mouth and eyes. But those eyes, they were young, alert, filled with a hunger that made my skin crawl. Please, I begged, my back pressed against the cold brick wall. I have money, take it. Take anything you want, just let me go. He laughed, the sound echoing off the alley walls. Oh my dear, what makes you think I want your money? He reached into his coat, and I braced myself with the glint of a knife or the cold metal of a gun, but instead he pulled out a badge. Detective John Marlowe, he said, his voice taking on an official tone. You're under arrest. I stared at him, uncomprehending. Oh, what? Sarah Jenkins, he said, and hearing my name on his lips made me flinch. You're wanted for questioning in connection with the disappearance of your roommate, Lisa Chen. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. Lisa, my roommate, my best friend, the girl who had gone missing 3 months ago, leaving behind a mystery that had consumed my life. I don't understand, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. I've already talked to the police. I told them everything I know. Detective Marlowe's eyes hardened. Did you tell them about the fight you had with Lisa the night she disappeared? Did you tell them about the threatening texts you sent her? Did you tell them about the blood we found in your car? My legs gave out, and I slid down the wall to the ground. This couldn't be happening. How did he know about the fight? I had deleted those texts, and the blood, that was from when I'd cut my hand helping Lisa move furniture, wasn't it? As Detective Marlowe read me, my right, snapping handcuffs around my wrists. My mind raced. Had I done something? Were there gaps in my memory I couldn't account for? I'd been so stressed, so worried about Lisa. Could I have known? No, it wasn't possible. I loved Lisa. I would never hurt her. This was all a terrible mistake. But as Detective Marlowe led me out of the alley to a waiting police car, I couldn't shake the feeling that my nightmare was only just beginning. The last subway ride of the night hadn't just been a frightening encounter with a stranger. It had been the beginning of the unraveling of my entire life. As the car pulled away, sirens silent in the dead of night, I watched the city streets blur past. Somewhere out there was the truth about what had happened to Lisa, and somehow I was going to find it. I had to, because if I didn't, I might never see the outside of a prison cell again. The night that had started with a simple subway ride had turned into the first chapter of a mystery I never wanted to be part of, but now it was a mystery I had to solve, for Lisa, for myself, for the truth. Story 9. The first sign that something was terribly wrong was when our pilot started arguing with thin air. One moment we were cruising smoothly at 30,000 feet. The next his voice crackled over the intercom, tense and agitated. Don't know, that's not right, I won't do it, get out of my cockpit. A collective murmur of unease rippled through the cabin. I exchanged worried glances with the elderly woman seated next to me. Her arthritic hands clutched the armrests, knuckles white with fear. It's probably just some technical difficulties, I said, trying to sound reassuring, but the tremor in my voice betrayed my own growing anxiety. Our flight had started, routinely enough, a small private plane, just 8 passengers plus the pilot, making the short hop from Chicago to Detroit. I take this route dozens of times for business, and it had always been uneventful, boring, even not today. The plane suddenly lurched to the right, eliciting gasps and a few screams from my fellow passengers. My stomach dropped. As if I were on a roller coaster, the fasten seatbelt sign flashed on, accompanied by a manic string of dings to ladies and gentlemen. The pilot's voice came again, strained and breathless. We're experiencing some turbulence. Please remain in your seats. Turbulence. This felt like more than simple air pockets. The plane continued to bank sharply, and I could see the wing outside my window dipping dangerously low. We were losing altitude fast. A middle-aged man in a rumpled suit stood up, stumbling towards the cockpit. "And I'm going to see what's going on," he announced, his face pale but determined. Before anyone could stop him, he'd wrenched open the cockpit door. What I saw in that brief moment before he slammed it shut behind him would haunt me for years to come. Our pilot was alone, grappling with the controls, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and rage. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that he was shouting, gesticulating wildly at the empty co-pilot's seat beside him. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Our pilot was hallucinating, or worse. Panic erupted in the cabin. A young woman began to sob hysterically, while an older man demanded answers in a booming voice. I remained frozen in my seat, my mind racing through possible scenarios, none of them good. Minutes ticked by, feeling like hours. The plane continued its erratic course, sometimes leveling out briefly before plunging again. My ears popped painfully with the rapid changes in altitude. Finally, the cockpit door opened again. The man in the suit emerged, his face ashen. He cleared his throat, trying to project calm. He clearly didn't feel. "Folks, we have a situation," he began, his voice barely audible over the roar of the engines and the panicked murmurs of the passengers. "Our pilot he's not well. He claims there's someone else in the cockpit with him trying to take control of the plane." A fresh wave of terror washed over the sea. The sobbing woman's cries reached a fever pitch. "But there's no one else there," the man continued. "I've offered to help, but he's paranoid, won't let anyone near the controls. Says we're all in on it, whatever it is." My mind whirled trying to process this information. A psychotic break, drug-induced hallucinations, whatever the cause. We were in serious danger. "What are we going to do?" someone shouted. The man in the suit ran a shaky hand through his hair. "I've managed to radio for help. Air traffic control is aware of our situation. They're clearing a path for us to make an emergency landing at the nearest airport." A collective sigh of relief swept through the cabin, but I couldn't shake the dread that had settled in the pit of my stomach. We still had to get down safely with a delusional man at the controls. The next 30 minutes were the longest of my life. We bounced and swayed through the sky, each movement of the plane sending jolts of a dread through my system. I found myself gripping the hand of the elderly woman next to me, both of us seeking comfort in the touch of another human being. I tried to distract myself by looking out the window, but the view only heightened my fear. The ground was coming up fast, much too fast. Fields and roads grew larger with alarming speed. Suddenly, the pilot's voice came over the intercom, again high-pitched and frantic. "He's trying to crash us. I won't let him. I won't." The plane took a sharp nosedive. Oxygen masks dropped from the ceiling, swaying wildly with the plane's descent. I fumbled with my hands, shaking so badly I could barely secure it over my face. We were falling, plummeting towards the earth at a sickening angle. I squeezed my eyes shut, certain these were my last moments alive. The roar of the engines was deafening, punctuated by the terrified screams of my fellow passengers. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the dive leveled out. My stomach lurched as we pulled up the course, pressing me back into my seat. I opened my eyes to see we were skimming just above a long stretch of highway, cars swerving to avoid us with a bone-jarring thud. We hit the ground. The landing gear screeched against the asphalt as our pilot struggled to bring us to a stop. We bounced once, twice, the wingtips nearly grazing the ground. With each impact, finally Merkli, we slowed to a stop for a moment. There was absolute silence. Then, as if a spell had been broken, chaos erupted. People were crying, laughing hysterically, hugging strangers. In relief, I sat motionless, my body still braced for impact, unable to believe we had actually survived. The man in the suit wrenched open the emergency exit, and we spilled out onto the highway. In the distance, I could hear sirens approaching. We had made it. We were alive. As the adrenaline began to ebb, leaving me weak, and shaky, I turned to look back at the plane. Our pilot was being let out by two passengers, his eyes wild and unfocused. He was still muttering about the phantom co-pilot, insisting that someone else had been trying to take control in the harsh light of day. Standing on solid ground, it all seemed like a surreal nightmare, but the terror had been all too real. As we waited for the authorities to arrive, I found myself wondering about the fragility of life, about how quickly normally can shatter. One moment you're on a routine flight, the next you're plummeting towards Earth at the mercy of a man battling his own demons. The emergency vehicles arrived, bathing the scene in flashing lights as paramedics checked us over and police took statements. I couldn't stop replaying the events in my mind. The pilot frantic voice, the sickening lurch of free fall, the miraculous landing on the highway. Later, we would learn that our pilot had suffered a psychotic episode brought on by a combination of sleep deprivation and undiagnosed schizophrenia. The airline would face serious questions about their screening processes. Lawsuits would be filed. But in that moment, standing on a stretch of highway that had become an impromptu runway, all I felt was an overwhelming sense of gratitude, grateful to be alive, to feel the solid ground beneath my feet, to have another chance. As I gave my statement to a patient police officer, I found myself glancing up at the sky. It was a beautiful day, the kind of clear blue expanse that usually filled me with a sense of peace. Now I couldn't help but see it differently. The sky, once a realm of wonder and possibility, now held a new kind of terror. I knew with a certainty that settled deep in my bones that I would never look at air travel the same way again. The next time I boarded a plane, if I ever did, I would carry with me the knowledge of how quickly things could go wrong, of how thin the line was between safety and catastrophe. But I also carried something else, a newfound appreciation for life, for each breath, each moment, because I had stared death in the face at 30,000 feet and lived to tell the tale as the last of the passengers were loaded into ambulances and a highway was slowly reopened to traffic. I took one last look at the plane. It sat there on the asphalt, a metal bird grounded by human frailty, a reminder of our vulnerability, but also of our resilience. I turned away, ready to go home, to hug my family, to feel the solid earth beneath my feet. The sky could wait for now. I was content to be earthbound, grateful for the miracle of survival, and forever changed by a flight that had taken me to the edge of disaster and backstory. 10. The warehouse loomed before me, a hulking silhouette against the night sky. As I fumbled with my new set of keys, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Little did I know my first night as a security guard would be my last and the longest night of my life. I'd taken the job out of desperation. Bills were piling up, and the night shift paid a little extra. Plus, how hard could it be to watch an empty warehouse? I breezed through the training, barely paying attention to the warnings about staying alert and following protocols. It was just a formality. Right, wrong, so very wrong. The lock clicked open, and I stepped inside. Flicking on my flashlight, the beam cut through the darkness, illuminating rows upon rows of towering shelves stacked with crates and pallets. The air was thick with the smell of cardboard and dust. I made my way to the small security office near the entrance, trying to ignore the way shadows seemed to dance just outside. My flashlight's reach. The office was cramped but mercifully well lit. I settled into the creaky chair in front of a bank of monitors showing feeds from cameras throughout the warehouse. Okay, John, I muttered to myself. Just stay awake for 8 hours, and you're golden. The first hour crawled by. I alternated between watching the monitors and doing rounds, my footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. Nothing but silence and shadows. It was during my second round that I heard it, a faint metallic clinking sound coming from the back of the warehouse. I froze, straining my ears. There it was again, definitely not just the building. Settling, my heart rate picked up as I moved towards the sound, flashlight beam darting nervously from shelf to shelf. Hello, I called out, wincing at how my voice echoed. This is security. If someone's in here, you need to leave now. Silenced. Then unmistakably, the sound of footsteps, quick light moving away from me. Adrenaline surged through me. This wasn't part of the job description. I should call the police, wait for backup, but a part of me, the part that had been bored out of my mind for the past hour, was curious. Maybe it was just a stray cat that had somehow gotten in. I rounded a corner, and my flashlight beam caught a flash of movement, a figure, definitely human, ducking behind a stack of crates. "Oh hey," I shouted, my voice cracking slightly. "I can see you, come out now." More movement, and suddenly there were two figures, then three, emerging from behind various hiding spots, men dressed in dark clothes, their faces obscured by masks, and they were armed. Time seemed to slow down. I saw the glint of a gun barrel, heard a shout, and then I was running. Blind panic took over as I sprinted back the way I had come, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly. A loud crack split the air. A gunshot. They were shooting at me. I dove behind a shelf, my breath coming in ragged gasps. This couldn't be happening. This was supposed to be an easy job, a way to make some extra cash. Not this. I could hear them spreading out, searching for me. I needed to get to the office to call for help, but the office was on the other side of the warehouse, and they were between me and it, moving as quietly as I could. I began to make my way along the row of shelves. Every noise, every shadow made me flinch. I was a security guard, for crying out loud. I wasn't trained for this. I reached the end of the row and peered around the corner. The main aisle stretched before me, seeming impossibly long and exposed, but I could see the office door if I could just make it there. Taking a deep breath, I prepared to make a run for it, but just as I tensed to move, a hand clamped down on my shoulder. I spun around, my fist already swinging. It connected with something solid, and I heard a grunt of pain. Not waiting to see who I'd hit, I bolted. Shouts erupted behind me as I sprinted down the aisle. A bullet whizzed past my ear, so close I could feel the air displacement. Another slammed into a crate just inches from my head, sending splinters flying. I reached the office door and practically fell inside, slamming it shut behind me. My trembling hands found the lock, and I twisted it just as someone slammed into the other side. "Open up," a gruff voice shouted. "Open this door, or we'll blow it open." I scrambled for the phone, punching in 911 with shaking fingers. "Please," I gasped. As soon as the operator answered, "I need help. There are armed men in the warehouse. They're trying to kill me." The operator's calm voice was a lifeline. She assured me help was on the way, told me to stay hidden and quiet. But as I huddled under the desk, listening to the men outside trying to break down the door, I wondered if help would arrive in time. Minutes stretched into an eternity. The pounding on the door grew more frantic, the wood beginning to splinter. I could hear the arguing amongst themselves, their voices tense and angry. "We don't have time for this," one of them hissed. "The cops will be here any minute. We need to get what we came for and go, not without taking care of him first." Another responded, "He's seen us. We can't leave witnesses." A witness, that's all I was to them. An inconvenience to be eliminated. The reality of my situation hit me like a punch to the gut. These men were going to kill me if they got the chance. The door frame cracked, wood splintering. One more good hit, and they'd be through. I looked around desperately for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. My eyes landed on the fire extinguisher in the corner. Just as I lunged for it, the door burst open. Two men rushed in, guns raised. Without thinking, I squeezed the handle on the extinguisher, spraying them with a cloud of white foam. They staggered back, momentarily blinded. I didn't hesitate. I swung the extinguisher, feeling it connect solidly with one man's head. He went down hard. The other was wiping his eyes, trying to clear his vision. I hit him too, my arms aching with the effort. And then miraculously I heard sirens. The cavalry had arrived. The next few minutes were a blur. Police swarmed the warehouse. I was ushered out, wrapped in a shock blanket, and questioned extensively. It turned out the men were part of a sophisticated theft ring. They had been after some high-value electronics stored in the warehouse. As the adrenaline wore off, the reality of what had happened began to sink in. I had nearly died. I had fought for my life in a place I had thought would be boring and safe. I quit the security job the next day. No amount of money was worth going through that again, but the experience changed me. I Realized how unprepared I had been, how naive. I started taking self-defense classes, became more aware of my surroundings. Sometimes I still have nightmares about that night, the sound of gunshots, the feel of the fire extinguisher in my hands as I fought for my life. But mostly I remember the moment. I decided to fight back the moment. I refused to be just a victim that night. In the warehouse taught me a valuable lesson. Life can change in an instant. Danger can find you in the most unexpected places, but when it does, you have a choice. You can give in to fear, or you can find strength you never knew you had. Me, I choose to be strong, because you never know when you might have to fight for your life in the middle of the night, in a place you thought was safe. Story 11. The moment I saw the van, I knew something was wrong. It was parked so close to my car that I couldn't even see the driver's side door in the bustling shopping mall parking lot filled with the usual Saturday afternoon chaos. This vehicle stood out like a sore thumb. My heart rate quickened as I approached, shopping bags hanging heavy from my arms. I'd spent the last 2 hours wandering the mall, treating myself to a bit of retail therapy after a particularly grueling work week. The thought of returning to my cozy apartment, perhaps with a glass of wine and a good book, had been my light at the end of the tunnel. Now, as I stood frozen and a few yards from my car, that light flickered and dimmed. The van was old, its once white paint now a dingy gray peppered with rust spots. The windows were tinted so dark they were nearly black, making it impossible to see. Inside it was the kind of vehicle that would make any woman walking alone quicken her pace. I glanced around, hoping to catch the eye of a security guard or another shopper, but everyone seemed absorbed in their own worlds. A young couple laughed as they loaded shopping bags into their SUV. A harried-looking mother wrangled 2 squabbling children into a minivan. No one was paying attention to the lone woman standing stock still in the middle of the lot. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself and began to walk towards my car. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe the van's driver had simply parked poorly and was already back in the mall, oblivious to the anxiety they were causing. I tried to convince myself of this as I drew closer, my keys clutched tightly in my free hand, the jagged edge of my house key protruding between my knuckles. A makeshift weapon I'd learned about in a self-defense class years ago. As I reached the rear of my car, I heard it, a soft scraping sound barely audible over the ambient noise of the parking lot. It was coming from behind the van. My breath caught in my throat as I saw a shadow move, a figure crouched low, hidden from view by the vehicle's bulk. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to turn and sprint back towards the safety of the crowded mall, but a morbid curiosity mixed with a paralyzing fear kept me rooted to the spot. I found myself taking a step closer, then another, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it could be heard across the lot. As I rounded the corner of the van, time seemed to slow. I saw a man dressed all in black crouched by the driver's side door of my car. In his hand was a slim JY, the tool sliding between the window and the door frame. He was trying to break into my car. Our eyes met, and for a moment the world stood still. I saw the surprise in his eyes turned quickly to determination. He straightened up, towering over me, his face hidden behind a dark bandana. Give me your purse, he growled, his voice low and menacing. Now I stumbled backward, my mind racing. This couldn't be happening. Not here, not in broad daylight in a busy parking lot. But it was happening, and I had to act fast. Help, I screamed, my voice sounding strange and distant to my own ears. Someone help me. The man lunged forward, grabbing for my arm. I swung my shopping bags wildly, the heavy packages connecting with his head. He grunted in pain and surprise. Momentarily stunned, I seized the opportunity and ran. My legs felt like lead, my lungs burning as I sprinted across the parking lot. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps pounding on the asphalt. He was gaining on me. Someone please, I yelled again, my voice cracking with desperation. Ahead I saw a group of people exiting the mall. An elderly couple turned at the sound of my cries, their eyes widening as they took in the scene. The old man fumbled for his phone, his wrinkled hands shaking as he dialed, knowing help was on the way gave me a burst of energy. I pushed harder, my feet barely touching the ground as I ran. The distance between me and the mall entrance seemed impossibly vast, but I forced myself to keep going. Suddenly, I felt a hand grasp the back of my jacket. I was yanked backward, losing my balance and tumbling to the ground. The rough asphalt scraped my palms and knees as I hit the pavement. My attacker loomed over me, reaching for my purse. In that moment, a strange calm washed over me. Time seemed to slow down again, and I saw everything with crystal clarity. I saw the desperation in the man's eyes, the tremor in his hands. I saw the growing crowd of onlookers, some frozen in shock, others rushing to help. And I saw my opportunity as the man bent down to grab my purse. I kicked out with all my might. My foot connected solidly with his knee, and I heard a sickening pop. He howled in pain, stumbling backward. I scrambled to my feet, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The man was on the ground now, clutching his injured knee. A part of me wanted to run to get as far away as possible, but another part, a part I didn't even know existed, wanted to make sure he couldn't hurt anyone else. I grabbed my fallen shopping bag, still heavy with purchases, and swung it like a flail. It connected with the side of his head, sending him sprawling. His bandana slipped, revealing a young face contorted with pain and fear. By now, a small crowd had gathered. Two burly men rushed forward, pinning my attacker to the ground. In the distance, I could hear police sirens approaching. As the adrenaline began to fade, the full weight of what had just happened hit me. My legs gave out, and I sank to the ground, my whole body shaking. An older woman knelt beside me, wrapping a comforting arm around my shoulders. "You're safe now, dear," she murmured. "You were so brave." Brave is that what I had been in the moment? It hadn't felt like bravery. It had felt like pure animal survival instinct. The police arrived, their presence bringing a sense of order to the chaotic scene. I gave my statement in a daze, watching as they handcuffed my attacker and loaded him into a square mod car. An EMT checked me over, cleaning the scrapes on my hands and knees. As the excitement died down and the crowd dispersed, I was left standing alone by my car. The van was gone, towed away as evidence. My shopping bags were scattered across the parking lot, their contents spilled out on the asphalt. It all seemed so trivial now. I unlocked my car with shaking hands and slid into the driver's seat. For a long moment, I just sat there, my forehead resting on the steering wheel, tears that I had been holding back finally came, a flood of fear and relief and lingering adrenaline. When the tears subsided, I took a deep, shuddering breath and started the car. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I caught a glimpse of myself in the rearview mirror. I hardly recognized the woman staring back at me. Her eyes were wide and alert, her jaw set with determination. She looked like a survivor. The drive home was a blur. I moved on autopilot, my mind replaying the events of the afternoon on a loop. By the time I walked through my apartment door, I felt like I had aged years in just a few hours. I locked the door behind me, checking it twice, then 3 times. I moved through my apartment, turning on every light, checking every closet and corner. Only when I was absolutely certain I was alone did I allow myself to relax, sinking onto my couch. I reached for my phone. I had dozens of missed calls and messages. News traveled fast. I ignored them all and dialed my mom's number. "Hey, Mom," I said when she answered, my voice cracking. "Something happened today. I'm okay, but I just really need to talk." As I recounted the story to my mother, her comforting voice washing over me, I felt something shift. Inside me, the fear was still there, a knot in my stomach that I suspected would take a long time to unravel. That alongside it was something new, a strength I hadn't known I possessed, a resilience born from facing my worst fears and coming out the other side. I knew that the next time I walked through a parking lot, I would be more aware, more cautious. The world had revealed its darker side to me today, but it had also shown me that I was capable of fighting back, of surviving. As I hung up the phone and curled up on my couch, exhaustion finally overtaking me, I made a promise to myself. I would not let this experience define me or limit me. Instead, I would use it as a reminder of my own strength, my own resilience tomorrow. I decided I would sign up for those Krav Maga classes. I'd been considering I would invest in a better security system for my apartment, and I would live my life not in fear, but with a new appreciation for my own capability. The woman who walked into that parking lot this morning was gone. In her place was someone stronger, someone who had looked danger in the eye and refused to back down. And that woman, I realized as I drifted off to sleep, was someone I was proud to be. Story 12. The moment I stepped onto that Greyhound bus, I knew something was off. Maybe it was the way the driver's eyes lingered a little too long, or how that man in the back seemed to be watching my every move. I should have trusted my gut and gotten off, but I didn't, and that decision nearly cost me everything. It was supposed to be a simple trip, 26 hours from Seattle to Los Angeles, a straight shot down the coast. I'd done it before, back in college when I was too broke for plane tickets, but this time was different. This time I was running. I'd left Seattle in a hurry, throwing clothes into a duffel bag and booking the first ticket out of town. The less said about why, the better. Let's just say I'd made some mistakes, pissed off some people who didn't forgive easily. I needed to disappear for a while, and LA seemed as good a place as any to lose myself. The bus was half empty when I boarded, that peculiar mix of people you only find on long-distance buses at odd hours. An elderly woman clutching a worn leather purse, a couple of college kids with oversized headphones, and him, the man in the back. I noticed him immediately, though I tried not to stare. He was older, maybe mid-50s, with a face that looked like it had seen some hard living, but it was his eyes that got me. Cold, calculating, constantly moving. They followed me as I made my way down the aisle, settling on me as I took my seat a few rows ahead. I told myself I was being paranoid. Too many late nights watching true crime documentaries. He was probably just another traveler, maybe a little rough around the edges, but harmless. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that settled over me. As the bus pulled out of the station, the first few hours passed uneventfully. I tried to sleep, my head resting against the window, but every time I dozed off, I jerk awake. Sure, I could feel those eyes on me. Each time I looked back, the man was there, awake and watching. We stopped at a small town in Oregon for act break. As I stood in line for the bathroom, I overheard a snippet of conversation between the driver and another passenger. Yeah, they still haven't caught him. Police say he could be anywhere by now. Scary stuff. You think he might try to skip state, who knows? But I'll tell you one thing, I'm keeping my eyes peeled. You never know who might be on your bus. A chill ran down my spine. I didn't know what they were talking about, but combined with the man's unsettling presence, it was enough to ratchet up my anxiety another notch. Back on the bus, I pulled out my phone, hoping to distract myself with some music. No signal, of course. We were in the middle of nowhere, nothing but trees and mountains for miles around. As night fell, the bus grew quieter. People dozed off, the low hum of the engine a soothing lullaby, but I couldn't relax. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined the man creeping up the aisle towards me somewhere in Northern California around 2 a.m. It happened, a loud bang followed by a sickening lurch. The bus swerved, people screaming as they were jolted awake. We skidded to a stop on the shoulder of the road, tilting precariously. Everyone stay calm, the driver shouted, struggling to be heard over the panicked voices. We've blown a tire. I need to go out and take a look. Please remember in your seats. As he exited the bus, I noticed the man in the back stand up. He made his way slowly down the aisle, that cold gaze never leaving me. My heart pounded in my chest. As he drew closer, he paused at my row. Mind if I sit here? He asked, his voice a low growl. Before I could answer, he slid in next to me, effectively trapping me against the window. Up close, I could see a jagged scar running along his jawline, partially hidden by stubble. Long trip, isn't it? He said conversationally, as if we weren't stranded in the middle of nowhere in the dead of night. Were you headed LA? I muttered, trying to keep my voice steady. He nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Running from something? I froze. How could he know that was I? That obvious. He must have seen the panic in my eyes. Because he chuckled, "Don't worry, sweetheart, we've all got our secrets. Some of us are just better at hiding them than others." Outside I could hear the driver cursing. Whatever was wrong with the tire, it wasn't a quick fix, you know. The man continued, leaning in closer. "I couldn't help but notice you when you got on the bus. Pretty young thing like you. Traveling alone, it's not safe out there." My skin crawled at his proximity. I could smell stale cigarette smoke on his breath. "I'm fine," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. His hand landed on my knee, and I flinched. "Are you sure about that? Because I think you and I both know you're in trouble. I can see it in your eyes. You're scared running, but you don't have to be." I tried to pull away, but there was nowhere to go. "Please," I said, hating how my voice shook. "I don't want any trouble." His grip tightened. "Troubles already found you, sweetheart. Question is, what are you going to do about it?" Just then the bus door opened, and the driver climbed back in. "Folks, I've got some bad news. The tire is completely shredded. I've called for a replacement bus, but it's going to be a few hours. We're stuck here for now." A chorus of groans filled the bus, but all I could focus on was the man next to me, his hand still on my knee, his eyes boring into mine. "Looks like we got some time to kill," he said, his voice low enough that only I could hear. "Why don't you and I take a little walk, get some fresh air?" Every instinct screamed at me to refuse to call for help, but as I opened my mouth, he leaned in even closer. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," he whispered. "And you see, I know who you are. I know what you did back in Seattle, and I know there are some very angry people looking for you. So unless you want me to make a phone call that'll have them here before that replacement bus arrives, you'll come with me nice and quiet." My blood ran cold. How did he know? Who was he? With shaking legs I stood. The man followed, keeping a firm grip on my arm as we made our way to the front of the bus. "Just stretching our legs," he said cheerfully to the driver. As we passed outside, the night was pitch black. The only light came from the bus headlights, creating a small island of visibility in the darkness. The man led me away from the bus into the shadows. "Please," I begged as soon as we were out of earshot. "What do you want from me?" He spun me around, pushing me up against a tree. "What do I want? I want you to understand the situation you're in. You think you can just run away from your problems. That's not how it works, sweetheart." Tears streamed down my face as I realized the full horror of my situation, trapped in the middle of nowhere with a man who knew my secrets, who clearly meant me harm. But as he leaned in, his grip loosening slightly, something snapped inside me. I was tired of running, tired of being afraid. With all the strength I could muster, I brought my knee up hard. He doubled over with a grunt of pain, and I shoved him away. Then I ran like I'd never run before, back towards the bus, towards safety. I could hear him behind me, cursing, his heavy footsteps getting closer. The bus loomed ahead, a beacon of hope. "Hell!" I screamed as "Somebody help me!" The driver's head snapped up, his eyes widening as he took in the scene. He moved to block the bus door just as I reached it, putting himself between me and my pursuer. "What's going on here?" he demanded. I turned to see the man slow to a stop, his face twisted with rage. For a moment I thought he might try to push past the driver, but then we heard it. Sirens in the distance, growing closer. The man's eyes dark-eyed between me and the approaching sound. Then without a word he turned and melted into the darkness. The police arrived minutes later, responding to the call about our broken-down bus. As I gave my statement, shaking and crying, I realized how close I'd come to disappearing forever. I never did make it to LA. Instead, I went back to Seattle, determined to face my problems head-on. It wasn't easy, but it was better than running, better than living in fear. Sometimes when I'm on a long journey, I still find myself scanning my fellow passengers, looking for that cold, calculating gaze. But I'm not the same scared girl I was that night. I'm stronger now, wiser, and I know that no matter what trouble finds me, I have the strength to face it. That night on the bus taught me a valuable lesson. Sometimes the most dangerous journey isn't the one you take across the country. It's the one that forces you to confront your own demons. Story 13. The moment I realized I was lost, the forest seemed to come alive with menace. The trees, once picturesque in their autumn splendor, now loomed over me like silent sentinels as the sun dipped lower on the horizon, casting long shadows across the leaf-strewn ground. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cooling air. I'd set out early that morning, eager to tackle the ridgeline trail, known for its challenging terrain and breathtaking views. As an experienced hiker, I felt confident in my abilities. Perhaps too confident. The trail had lived up to its reputation, winding up steep inclines and along narrow ridges that offered panoramic vistas of the surrounding wilderness. But somewhere along the way I'd made a mistake. Maybe it was when I'd stepped off the main path to snap a photo of a particularly stunning view, or perhaps it was when I decided to take what I thought was a shortcut to avoid a group of noisy teenagers. Whatever the cause, the result was the same. I was now hopelessly lost in a vast expanse of wilderness. As daylight rapidly faded, I paused, trying to calm my racing heart and think logically. I had supplies: water, energy bars, a first aid kit. I had my phone, though the signal had disappeared hours ago. And I had my wits, or at least I hoped I did. Taking a deep breath, I pulled out my map and compass. I'd always prided myself on my navigation skills, but now as I tried to make sense of the contour lines and landmarks, doubt crept in. Nothing looked familiar. The terrain around me didn't seem to match what I was seeing on the paper. As I stood there, the forest grew quieter. The chirping of birds and ruffling of small animals gave way to an eerie silence, broken only by the whisper of wind through the leaves. I felt exposed, vulnerable, as if every shadow held a potential threat. Swallowing hard, I picked a direction that I hoped would lead me back to the main trail and started walking. The fading light made the going treacherous. Roots seemed to reach up to grab at my feet, and low-hanging branches clawed at my face and arms. Time became fluid, stretching and contracting in strange ways. Had I been walking for minutes or hours, the darkness deepened, and I was forced to use my flashlight. Its beam creating unsettling shapes in the undergrowth. That's when I heard it, a sound that made me freeze in my tracks. My name, called out softly, almost carried away by the wind. Hello, I called back, my voice sounding small and afraid in the vastness of the forest. Is someone there? Silence, and I imagined that the stress and fatigue must be getting to me, I thought. But then it came again, clearer this time. Over here, the voice called. It sounded wrong somehow, not quite human. But in my desperation for any sign of rescue, I found myself moving towards it. Where are you? I shouted, sweeping my flashlight in wide ARS, trying to pierce the darkness. Good, do this way, the voice replied, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I stumbled forward, hope and fear wearing in my chest. The voice led me deeper into the woods, away from any semblance of a path. The trees grew denser, their branches intertwining overhead to block out what little moonlight managed to filter through. Suddenly, my foot caught on something, sending me sprawling to the ground. My flashlight flew from my hand, its beam spinning crazily before going out, plunging me into total darkness. Panic clawed at my throat as I scrambled to my feet, hands outstretched, trying to orient myself. The voice had gone silent, leaving me alone in a sea of blackness. Hello, I called again, hating how my voice quavered. Please, if anyone's there, I need help. The silence that followed was deafening. Then slowly I became aware of sounds: twigs snapping, leaves rustling, and something else, a low guttural growl that raised the hair on the back of my neck. My heart pounding, I backed away, slowly trying to move as quietly as possible. My foot struck something solid, a tree trunk. I pressed my back against it, trying to make myself as small as possible. The noises grew closer. Whatever was out there, it wasn't human, and it was hunting me. In that moment of pure terror, a strange calm washed over me. The fog of panic cleared from my mind, replaced by a razor-sharp focus. I had to survive. I had to outsmart whatever was stalking me. Slowly, carefully, I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone. The screen's glow seemed blindingly bright in the darkness. I quickly dimmed it, then pulled up my compass app. It wasn't much, but it was something. Taking the deep breath, I picked a direction east towards where I thought the main trail might be and started Moving, I kept my steps as light as possible, pausing frequently to listen. The sounds of pursuit faded in and out, sometimes seeming right behind me, other times distant and indistinct. I don't know how long I walked. Time lost all meaning in the pitch-black forest. My world narrowed to the small circle of dim light from my phone screen and the constant goring fear of what might be lurking just beyond. As I pushed through a particularly dense thicket, my hand brushed against something that didn't feel like tree bark. I froze, then slowly turned my phone towards it. The light revealed a wooden post with faded yellow paint. A trail marker relief flooded through me, so intense it made me dizzy. I hadn't imagined the voice, after all, it had led me back to the trail, albeit in a terrifying roundabout way. With renewed energy, I followed the markers, moving as quickly as I dared in the darkness. The sounds of pursuit faded away entirely, replaced by the more normal nighttime noises of the forest. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I saw a light in the distance. As I got closer, I realized it was a flashlight beam. Then I heard voices, human voices, calling my name. Here, I shouted, my voice cracking with emotion. "I'm here too." Forest rangers burst through the underbrush, their faces a mixture of relief and concern. They'd been searching for me since sunset when I failed to return to the trailhead. As they led me back to safety, asking questions and checking me for injuries, I found myself unable to explain what had happened. How could I describe the voice that wasn't a voice, the presence that had both terrified and guided me? How could I make them understand the primal fear I'd felt, alone in the dark with something unknowable hunting me? In the end, I simply told them I'd gotten turned around and lost the trail. They nodded, sympathetically, no doubt having heard similar stories from other rescued hikers. But as we emerged from the forest and I saw the flashing lights of emergency vehicles in the parking lot, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd experienced something beyond the ordinary. The forest had revealed a side of itself that few ever see, a place where the line between the natural and supernatural blurs, where ancient instincts awaken, and where the boundary between predator and prey becomes frighteningly thin. I knew I would hike again. The call of the wilderness was too strong to resist, but I also knew that I would never again underestimate the power and mystery of the forest. And on future hikes, as I stood at the trail head preparing to set out, I would say a silent thank you to whatever force had guided me back to safety on that terrifying night. As the paramedics checked me over and my worried family engulfed me in hugs, I cast one last look back at the dark line of trees. For a moment I thought I saw something move in the shadows, a flicker of movement gone. Almost before I registered it, a chill ran down my spine, and I quickly turned away. Some things, I decided, were better left in the forest, unexamined and unexplained. But the memory of that night, the fear and the strange guidance I'd received, would stay with me forever, a reminder of the thin line we walk between the world we know and the mysteries that lie just beyond our understanding. Story 14. The moment I saw the hidden camera, I knew our romantic getaway had turned into a nightmare. What I didn't know was that it was only the beginning of a terrifying game of cat and mouse that would push us to our limits. It was supposed to be perfect. Jake and I had been planning this trip for months, a chance to reconnect away from the stress of our jobs and the city. We'd found the cabin, been online, secluded, rustic, with breathtaking views of the surrounding forest. The photos showed a cozy interior with a stone fireplace and a porch that begged for morning coffee and stargazing. We arrived late Friday afternoon, the sun already dipping behind the trees. The drive had been long, and we were both tired and a little cranky. But as we pulled up to the cabin, I felt a surge of excitement. It was even more charming in person, with weathered wood siding and cheerful red shutters. Home sweet home for the next week, Jake said, giving my hand a squeeze. As we got out of the car, we unloaded our bags and stepped inside. The interior was just as inviting as the photos had promised, all warm wood tones and comfortable furniture. I ran my hand along the back of the plush sofa, already imagining curling up there with a good book. Let's check out the bedroom, Jake said with a wink, grabbing our bags and heading down the short hallway. I followed, taking in the rustic decor. Old snowshoes and vintage skiing posters adorned the walls. It was perfect, almost too perfect. The bedroom was spacious, dominated by a king-size bed with a handmade quilt. Large windows looked out into the forest, and a door led to a small private deck. "This is amazing," I breathed, flopping backward onto the bed. Jake grinned, leaning down to kiss me. "Want to break it in?" I laughed, pushing him away playfully. "Later, I want to explore a bit first." We spent the next hour wandering around the cabin and the surrounding property. There was a fire pit out back and a small trail led down to a crystal clear stream. By the time we got back inside, the sun had set and our stomachs were growling. "I'll start dinner," Jake offered. "Why don't you get the fire going?" I nodded, moving to the fireplace. As I knelt to arrange the kindling, something caught my eye, a small dark object tucked into the stonework, its lens glinting in the fading light. My blood ran cold. A camera hidden, watching. "Jake," I called, my voice shaking, "can you come here for a second?" He must have heard the tension in my voice, because he appeared instantly concerned etched on his face. "What's wrong?" Wordlessly, I pointed to the camera. His eyes widened as he saw it. It then narrowed in anger. "What the hell?" he muttered, reaching out to grab it. "Wait," I said, catching his arm. "Don't touch it. We don't know if there are others." Jake nodded, his jaw clenched. "We need to search the whole cabin." The next hour was a blur of paranoid scrutiny. We found 3 more cameras, one in the bedroom, one in the bathroom, and another on the back porch. Each discovery sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. How long had they been there? How many people had been watched without their knowledge? "We need to leave," I said, hugging myself tightly. Now Jake nodded, already throwing our bags together. "I'll call the rental company on the way." And the police. We were almost to the door when the lights went out. For a moment we stood frozen in the sudden darkness. Then Jake's phone flashlight clicked on, illuminating our shocked faces. "It's fine," he said, his voice tense. "Probably just a blown fuse. Let's go." But when we reached the car, we found the tires slashed, all 4 of them. "This isn't happening," I whispered, panic clawing at my throat. Jake grabbed my hand, pulling me back towards the cabin. Inside now, we stumbled back into the dark house, Jake locking the door behind us. "We need to barricade ourselves, and whoever did this might still be out there." We pushed a heavy bookcase in front of the door, then did the same with furniture at all the windows. Jake tried calling 911, but there was no signal. "Of course," he muttered, "we're in the middle of nowhere." A sound outside made us both freeze. Footsteps on the porch, slow and deliberate. "Hello," a voice called. "Is anyone home?" It was a man's voice, friendly and concerned, but after what we discovered, it sent chills down my spine. "We know you're in there," the voice continued. "We saw you arrive earlier. We're not here to hurt you, we just want to talk." Jake and I exchanged glances. There was more than one. "Go away," Jake shouted. "We've called the police. They're on their way." A chuckle from outside. "No, you haven't. There's no signal out here." We made sure of that. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. This was planned. They were waiting for us. "What do you want?" I called, hating how much my voice shook. Like I said, "We just want to talk, to explain you weren't supposed to find the cameras so quickly. Most people don't notice them at all." The casual way he said it made me feel sick. How many others had been watched? How many videos were out there? "We're not coming out," Jake said firmly. "And you're not coming in. Leave now, or I swear to God I'll make you regret it." Silence from outside. For a moment I dared to hope they had left. Then I heard it, a key in the lock. Jake grabbed my arm, pulling me towards the bedroom. "The deck," he whispered. "We can climb down and make a run for it." We slipped out onto the small balcony just as we heard the front door open. The night was pitch black, the forest a wall of shadows. Jake went first, lowering himself over the railing and dropping to the ground with a soft thud. "Come on," he whispered urgently. "Would I'll catch you." I swung my legs over my whole body, trembling just as I was about to let go. A hand grabbed my arm. I screamed, twisting to see a man's face inches from mine. He was older, with graying hair and cold eyes that crinkled with amusement. Now," he said softly. "That's not very polite, trying to leave without saying goodbye." I lashed out, my fist connecting with his jaw. He grunted, his grip loosening just enough for me to wrench Free, I felt the impact knocking the wind out of me. Jake was there instantly, pulling me to my feet. Run, he yelled. We plunged into the forest, branches whipping at our faces as we stumbled through the underbrush. I could hear shouts behind us, flashlight beams. Cutting through the darkness we ran, until my lungs felt like they would burst, until my legs were leaden and shaking. Finally, Jake pulled me behind a large tree, both of us struggling to catch our breath. I think we lost them, he panted, but as the words left his mouth, a twig snapped nearby. We froze, hardly daring to breathe. Come out, come out. Wherever you are, a sing-song voice called. It was a different man this time. Younger. We just want to play a little game. Jake squeezed my hand and pointed to a denser patch of forest. We began to inch towards it, moving as silently as possible. We almost made it, but at the last second my foot caught on a root, and I stumbled. The noise seemed deafening in the quiet forest. There, a voice shouted, and we were running again, blind panic driving us forward. I had no idea where we were going, no plan beyond getaway. Getaway. Suddenly, the trees thinned, and we burst out onto a road. In the distance, I could see headlights approaching. Help, I screamed, waving my arms frantically. Please help us. The car slowed, then stopped. An older couple peered out at us, their faces concerned. Please, Jake gasped. We need help. There are people after us. The woman's eyes widened, and she quickly unlocked the doors. Get in quickly. We scrambled into the back seat, and the car took off. Just as our pursuers emerged from the tree line, as we sped away, the adrenaline began to wear off, leaving me shaky and nauseous. Jake pulled me close, and I buried my face in his chest, finally letting the tears come. The couple took us straight to the police station in the nearest town. We spent hours giving statements, describing the cameras, the men, everything that had happened. It turned out we weren't the first. The cabin had been used for years to make illicit videos, selling them on the dark web. Our discovery had forced them to act more directly than usual. They caught the men a week later trying to flee the state. The trial was a media circus, with dozens of victims coming forward. Jake and I testified, facing our tormentors in court. It was terrifying, but also empowering. We had survived, we had fought back, and now we were making sure they could never hurt anyone else. The experience changed us, of course. How could it not? For months I jumped at every shadow, flinched at every unexpected touch, but slowly we healed. Together, we never rented another cabin. But we didn't let fear stop us from living, from traveling. We just became more cautious, more aware, and every night, before we go to sleep, we check our room for hidden cameras, just in case, because we learned the hard way that sometimes the most dangerous threats are the ones you invite in yourself. Story 15. The water was black as ink, and something was moving beneath the surface. What had started as a carefree night of summer fun had turned into a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. As I treaded water, surrounded by my friends, I realized with growing horror that we weren't alone in this secluded swimming hole. It was the hottest night of the year, the kind of sweltering summer evening where the air feels thick and heavy, clinging to your skin like a damp cloth. My friends and I had been looking for a way to beat the heat, and someone, I think it was Jake, had suggested we go for a midnight swim at Miller's Pond. Miller's Pond was a local legend, a hidden oasis tucked away in the woods at the edge of town during the day. It was a popular spot for families and picnickers, but at night it transformed into a teenage playground, a place where we could escape the watchful eyes of parents and indulge in the kind of reckless fun that only seems possible when you're young and invincible. There were 5 of us that night: me, Jake, his girlfriend Lily, my best friend Sarah, and her brother Mike. We'd snuck out of our houses around 11:00 p.m., giggling and shushing each other as we made our way through the silent streets of our sleepy town. The walk to Miller's Pond took about half an hour, but it felt longer in the oppressive heat. By the time we reached the water's edge, we were all sweating and eager to dive in. The pond looked inviting in the moonlight, its surface like black glass reflecting the stars above. Last one in is a rotten egg, Jake yelled, already stripping off his shirt. The rest of us followed suit, leaving our clothes in messy piles on the shore. The water was cool and refreshing as we waded in a blessed relief. From the stifling air we splashed and played, our laughter echoing across the water. It felt magical, like we were the only people in the world. I floated on my back, gazing up at the star-studded sky, feeling perfectly content. That's when I felt something brush against my leg. Underwater, at first I thought it was just a piece of vegetation, or maybe one of my friends playing a prank. But then I felt it again, firmer this time, almost like a hand grasping at my ankle. I jerked upright, treading water as I looked around wildly. Did you guys feel that? I asked, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. Sarah, who was closest to me, gave me a quizzical look. Feel what? Before I could answer, Lily let out a sharp cry. Something touched me, she yelped, swimming quickly towards Jake. An uneasy silence fell over our group. We instinctively drew closer together, forming a tight circle in the water. The playful atmosphere of moments ago had vanished, replaced by a growing sense of dread. It's probably just fish, Mike said, but his voice lacked conviction. Or weeds, or something. I was about to agree to laugh off our fears and suggest we head back to shore when I saw it, a dark shape moving just beneath the surface, larger than any fish that should be in this pond. It circled our group slowly, like a shark sizing up its prey. Guys, I whispered, my voice shaking, don't panic, but I think there's something in the water with us. As if on cue, we all looked down. In the pale moonlight, we could just make out multiple shapes gliding beneath us, their outlines blurry and indistinct in the murky water. Panic set in. Instantly Lily screamed, a high-pitched sound of pure terror that seemed to shatter the night. Jake tried to calm her, but I could see the fear in his eyes too. Swim, Sarah yelled, already striking out for the shore. Swim now. We didn't need to be told twice. As one, we turned and began to frantically paddle towards land. The shore seemed impossibly far away, the distance stretching out before us like a vast watery desert. I've never swam so hard in my life. My arms and legs burned with the effort, adrenaline kissing through my veins. But no matter how fast I swam, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was right behind me, its cold fingers just inches from my kicking feet. Beside me, I heard my gasp and then go under. For a heart-stopping moment, he disappeared beneath the surface. Then he came up, spluttering, his eyes wide with terror. It grabbed me, he choked out. Something grabbed my leg, Sarah screamed, her brother's name, starting to swim back towards him. I caught her arm, pulling her forward. Keep swimming, I yelled. He's okay. Just keep going. The next few minutes were a blur of desperate strokes and terrified glances over our shoulders. The shapes in the water seemed to be getting bolder, rising closer to the surface. Once I caught a glimpse of something that looked like a face, pale and distorted, with large dark eyes that reflected no light. Finally, mercifully, I felt my feet touch the bottom. With the last burst of energy, I half swam, half ran through the shallows, collapsing onto the pebbly shore. The others weren't far behind, all of us gasping and shaking as we scrambled away from the water's edge. We huddled together on the beach, too scared to speak, our eyes fixed on the now calm surface of the pond. Whatever had been out there with us seemed to have retreated to deeper her waters. What was that? Lily finally whispered, her voice horror from screaming. Nobody had an answer. We'd all felt it, seen the shapes moving beneath us, but none of us could explain what we'd experienced. It defied logic, defied everything we thought we knew about our familiar old swimming hole. As our breathing slowed and the initial panic began to subside, we became aware of how exposed we were standing, naked and dripping on the shore. We quickly retrieved our clothes, dressing with shaking hands, all the while keeping a weary eye on the water. We should go, Jake said, his arm protectively around Lily. Now nobody argued. We practically ran back through the woods, jumping at every snapping twig and rustling leaf. It wasn't until we reached the streetlights of town that we finally slowed down, the familiar surroundings offering some small comfort. We parted ways at the corner of my street, all of us eager to get home and try to forget what had happened. But as I watched my friends disappear into the night, I knew that none of us would ever forget this evening. The memory of those shapes in the water, of that pale, inhuman face, would haunt us for years to come. I snuck back into my house, my wet hair, leaving a trail of droplets on the carpet in the safety of my room. I finally allowed myself to break down. Silent snobs racking my body as the full weight of our narrow escape hit me. The next day, we met up at the local diner, all of us sporting dark circles. Under our eyes from a sleepless night, we spoke in hushed tones, comparing notes on what we'd seen and felt. Mike showed us the bruises on his leg, 5 distinct oval shapes that looked disturbingly like finger marks. We made a pact that day, swearing never to speak of what happened to anyone else who would believe us anyway. We also vowed never to return to Miller's Pond, especially not at night. In the weeks that followed, I heard rumors of other strange sightings. At the pond, a young boy claiming he saw faces in the water, an old man insisting something had tried to pull him under while he was fishing, but these stories were dismissed as tall tales or the products of overactive imaginations. Only we knew the truth, only we had felt the terror of being surrounded by unknown creatures in the dark water, of being hunted in what we'd always thought was a safe, familiar place. Years have passed since that night, and I've long since moved away from my hometown, but I still can't bring myself to swim in lakes or ponds, especially not at night. The memory of those shapes beneath the surface of that alien face in the water is forever etched in my mind. Sometimes on hot summer nights when sleep eludes me, I find myself wondering about Miller's Pond. Are they still there, those mysterious entities waiting in the dark waters for unsuspecting swimmers? Or was that night a single inexplicable occurrence, a momentary thinning of the veil between our world and something beyond our understanding? I'll never know for sure, but one thing I do know is that I'll never again take for granted the safety of seemingly calm waters, because sometimes beneath the placid surface, unspeakable things lie in wait, ready to reach up and drag you down into the depths. Story 16. When I signed up for the wilderness survival course, I thought the biggest challenge would be starting a fire or finding edible plants. I never imagined I'd be fighting for my life against the very man who was supposed to teach us how to survive. It started innocently enough. I'd always been fascinated by survival skills, watching countless YouTube videos and reading books on the subject, but I wanted real hands-on experience. So when I saw the ad for an intensive week-long wilderness survival course in the mountains of Colorado, I jumped at the chance. There were 12 of us in total, a mix of men and women ranging from college students to retirees. Our instructor, Jack, looked the part of a seasoned outdoorsman, weathered face, calloused hands, and eyes that seemed to take in everything at once. The first 2 days were grueling but exhilarating. Jack taught us how to build shelters, purify water, and navigate using only the sun and stars. He was tough but fair, pushing us to our limits while ensuring we learned the skills we needed. On the 3rd day, things began to change. We hiked deeper into the wilderness than we had before, to an area Jack said would really test our mettle as we set up camp. That evening, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Jack seemed on edge, his eyes constantly darting to the dense forest surrounding us. But tonight, he announced after dinner, we're going to practice extreme survival scenarios, the kind of situations where you might have to make difficult choices. A murmur ran through the group. This hadn't been mentioned in the course description. What do you mean by difficult choices? Sarah, a college student, asked nervously. Jack's smile didn't reach his eyes. You see now, everyone gets some rest. You'll need it. I tossed and turned that night, unable to shake my unease. Around midnight, I was startled awake by a scream. I bolted upright, heart pounding, to find chaos in the campsite. Jack stood in the center, holding Sarah at gunpoint. The rest of the group was scrambling out of their tents, looks of confusion and terror on their faces. What the hell is going on? Tom, a burly ex-military guy, demanded. And this is your first test, Jack said calmly, as if holding a gun to a student's head was perfectly normal in true survival situations. You often have to make impossible decisions. Who lives, who dies? You have 1 hour to decide which one of you will take Sarah's place. If you don't choose, I'll choose for you. For a moment, we all stood in stunned silence. Then Everyone started talking at once, a cacophony of panic and disbelief. "And this is insane, he can't be serious, we need to overpower him." But Jack's grip on the gun never wavered, and the look in his eyes told me he was deadly serious. "Your time starts now," he said, checking. His watch the next hour was a blur of frantic whispers and terrified glances. Some wanted to rush Jack, but the risk was too great. Others suggested we try to escape into the forest, but in the dark, with no supplies, our chances of survival were slim as the minutes ticked. By an ugly reality set in, we were actually considering choosing someone to die. "It should be the oldest someone," whispered no, "whoever's the least fit." Another argued we should draw straws. "It's the only fair way." I felt sick to my stomach. This couldn't be happening. This wasn't what I signed up for. With 10 minutes left, I made a decision. I couldn't sit by and let this happen. I had to do something, even if it meant putting myself at risk. I stood up, my legs shaking. "I'll do it," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "I'll take her place." Jack's eyebrows raised slightly, the first sign of surprise I'd seen from him. "Noble," he said, "but are you sure?" "The group agrees." Before anyone could object, I walked over to where he stood with Sarah. "Let her go, take me instead." For a moment I thought he might actually do it, then quick as a flash, he shoved Sarah away and grabbed me, the cold barrel of the gun pressing against my temple. "Congratulations," he said to the group. "You've passed the first test, now for the second." My mind reeled. First test? What more could he possibly have planned? "Now you have to save him," Jack continued. "I'm going to take your brave volunteer here into the forest. You have until dawn to find us. If you do, you all go free. If not," he let the sentence hang ominously. Before anyone could react, he was dragging me into the darkness of the forest. I could hear shouts behind us, but they quickly faded as we plunged deeper into the wilderness. We walked for what felt like hours, the gun never leaving my back. Finally, we reached a small clearing with a crude cabin. Jack shoved me inside. "Why are you doing this?" I demanded once. "We were inside. This isn't a survival course. This is insanity." Jack's face twisted into a sneer. "You people come out here thinking you can learn to survive. In a week you have no idea what real survival is, what it takes, what it costs. I'm teaching you the real lessons, the ones they don't put in books." He tied me to a chair, the ropes biting into my skin. Then he sat down opposite me, the gun resting casually on his knee. "So now we wait," he said. "Let's see if your friends can put those skills to use. The hours crawl by." I tried to engage Jack in conversation, hoping to find some weakness, some way to reason with him. But he remained silent, his eyes constantly moving between me and the cabin's single window. As the sky began to lighten, I felt hope slipping away. Had the others gotten lost, given up, left me for dead? Then I heard it, a twig snapping outside. Jack heard it too, his head whipping towards the sound. What happened next was a blur of motion and sound. The cabin door burst open. I saw Tom's hulking figure, heard Sarah's shout of triumph. Jack raised his gun, but he was too slow. Tom tackled him, the gun skittering across the floor. The others rushed in, quickly untying me as Tom and Jack grappled on the ground. In the end, it took 4 of us to subdue Jack. We used the ropes he tied me with to bind him, his eyes burning with a mixture of rage and what looked almost like respect. "You did it," he spat as Tom hauled him to his feet. "No, maybe you learned something." After all, the hike back to civilization was long and tense. We took turns watching Jack, none of us quite believing it was over until we saw the flashing lights of police cars waiting at the trailhead. The aftermath was a whirlwind of police statements, psych evaluations, and media attention. We learned that Jack was a former Special Forces operator who had snapped after one too many tours. He'd been running these extreme survival courses for years, pushing people to their limits and sometimes beyond. In the weeks and months that followed, I struggled to process what had happened. Nightmares plagued my sleep, and loud noises would send me into a panic. But slowly, with the help of therapy and the unwavering support of my fellow survivors, I began to heal surprisingly. The experience didn't kill my love of wilderness survival. If anything, it strengthened it. I knew firsthand now how important these skills could be, how they could mean the difference between life and death. I still go hiking and camping, still practice the skills I learned, but now I do it with a greater respect for the wilderness and for the strength that lies within each of us. I know now that survival isn't just about starting fires or finding food. It's about facing your fears, making impossible choices, and never giving up no matter how dire the situation seems. Every year on the anniversary of our rescue, I meet up with the others from the course. We talk, we laugh, we cry, we remind each other that we're not just survivors, we're thrivers. And no matter what life throws at us, we know we have the strength to overcome it. Because in the end, the most important survival skill isn't something you can learn in a book or a course. It's the will to live, the determination to keep fighting even when all hope seems lost. And that's something Jack, for all his madness, taught us better than any instructor ever could. Story 17. The sound of footsteps echoing up the spiral staircase sent ice through my veins. It was impossible. We were alone in this lighthouse, miles from civilization, locked in from the outside, yet the steady thump of someone or something ascending towards our room was unmistakable. My wife Sarah and I had arrived at the Beacon Point Lighthouse, bed and breakfast earlier that day, eager for a romantic weekend getaway. The online reviews had raved about the stunning ocean views, the charming historical ambience, and the utter seclusion, like stepping back in time. One guest had written, "If only we'd known how prophetic those words would prove to be." The lighthouse keeper, an elderly man named Gerald, had greeted us with a toothless grin and a ring of ancient keys. "You'll have the whole place to yourselves," he said, his rheumy eyes twinkling. "I'll be back in the morning to cook you breakfast." We'd spent the afternoon exploring the lighthouse and the surrounding cliffs, marveling at the crashing waves and rugged beauty of the coastline. As the sun began to set, we'd retreated to our room at the top of the lighthouse, a cozy circular space with a 4-poster bed and windows that offered a 360 degrees view of the darkening sky. It was sometime after midnight when we were jolted awake by the sound of the heavy front door slamming shut. Sarah sat up, her eyes wide. "Did you hear that?" I nodded, already getting out of bed to investigate. But when I tried the door to our room, I found it would budge. The old-fashioned lock had somehow engaged, trapping us inside. "That's weird," I muttered, jiggling the handle. "It must have locked automatically when it closed." Sarah joined me at the door, wrapping her arms around herself. "Can you open it?" I was about to reply when we heard it, the first echoing footstep from the bottom of the tower. We froze, listening intently. Another step followed, then another. "Hello," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Gerald, is that you?" No response, just the continuing measured pace of someone climbing the stairs. Sarah clutched my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "Mark, what's going on? Who's down there?" I shook my head, my mouth dry. I don't know, but we need to find a way out of here." We scanned the room frantically, looking for another exit, a weapon, anything that might help us, but the circular room offered little in terms of hiding places or escape routes. The windows, while offering a breathtaking view, were too small to climb through and too high to jump from safely. The footsteps were getting louder, closer. I could hear the creak of each wooden step now, the counterpoint to the pounding of my heart. "The closet," Sarah whispered suddenly. "We can hide in there." It wasn't much of a plan, but it was all we had. We quickly ducked inside the small wardrobe, pulling the door closed just as we heard the final step on the landing outside our room. For a moment, there was silence. Sarah was trembling against me, and I wrapped my arms around her, as much for my own comfort as hers. Then we heard it, the sound of a key turning in the lock. The door creaked open slowly. From our hiding spot, we could see a sliver of the room through the gap in the closet door. A shadow fell across the floor, cast by someone or something standing in the doorway. I held my breath, hoping against hope that whoever it was would leave. But the shadow moved, entering the room fully. Heavy footsteps crossed to the bed, paused, then began to move around the room methodically, as if searching for something or someone. Sarah buried her face in my chest, muffling a whimper. I stroked her hair, my mind racing. What would happen when they inevitably checked the closet? Should we try to fight, to run? Every option seemed Impossible, yet doing nothing was unthinkable. The footsteps drew nearer to our hiding place. I tensed, preparing for the worst. But just as I thought our discovery was imminent, a new sound broke. The tension, the tolling of a bell. It was deep and resonant, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. One toll, then another and another, 12 in total. As the final echo faded, the footsteps in our room suddenly retreated. We heard the door open and close, then the sound of descending steps growing fainter until they disappeared entirely. We remained frozen in the closet for what felt like hours, afraid to move, to breathe, to believe it was over. Finally, when the first dim light of dawn began to seep through the windows, I cautiously opened the closet door. The room was empty, exactly as we'd left it the night before. No sign of an intruder, no evidence that anyone had been there at all. Maybe we dreamed it, Sarah suggested weakly. As we emerged from our hiding place, I wanted to believe her, but as I approached the door to our room, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The key was in the lock on the outside. With shaking hands, I turned the key and opened the door. The spiral staircase stretched below us, silent and innocent in the early morning light. We didn't wait for Gerald to return. We packed our bags quickly and practically ran down the stairs, both of us flinching at every creak and groan of the old lighthouse outside. The world was waking up. Seagull wheeled overhead, their cries a jarring contrast to the eerie silence of the night. We were loading our car when Gerald's truck pulled up. "Leaving so soon?" he asked, looking surprised. "I was just coming to make your breakfast." I opened my mouth, then closed it again. How could we explain what had happened? Who would believe us? We got an emergency call." I lied. "You have to head back early." Gerald nodded, though his eyes narrowed slightly. "Shame," he said. "Did you at least sleep well?" Sarah and I exchanged glances. "Fine," Sarah said quickly. Everything was fine. As we drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that Gerald was watching us in the rearview mirror, his figure growing smaller but no less imposing. We were silent for the first hour of the drive, both lost in our own thoughts. Finally, Sarah spoke. "We're never talking about this again, are we?" I reached over and squeezed her hand. "Probably for the best," I agreed. But as the miles stretched between us and the lighthouse, I found myself turning the events over and over in my mind. Who or what had been in that tower with us? Why hadn't they opened the closet? And that bell, where had it come from? I thought about the review I'd read, like stepping back in time. Had we somehow slipped through a crack in reality, experiencing an echo of some long ago tragedy? Or was there something more sinister at work? Something that preyed on unsuspecting guests in that isolated tower? I'll never know the answers to these questions. But one thing I do know, I'll never stay in another lighthouse. Some beacons, it seems, are best left dark, their secrets locked away with the ghosts of the past. As we merged onto the highway, heading back to the safety of the city, I glanced at Sarah. She was staring out the window, her face pale but composed. I knew that, like me, she would carry the memory of that night with her forever, a shared secret, a brush with the unknown that would bond us in ways we couldn't yet understand. The lighthouse disappeared from view as we rounded a bend, but its presence lingered in the years to come. I would often wake in the night, my heart racing, convinced I could hear phantom footsteps climbing an endless spiral stair, and in those moments I would reach for Sarah, grateful for her solid presence beside me, an anchor in a world where the line between reality and nightmare had become terrifyingly blurred. Story 18. The moment I stepped into that small-town police station, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. What I didn't know was that the next few hours would become a fight for survival against the very people sworn to protect and serve. It had started as a simple road trip. My best friend's wedding was in San Francisco, and I decided to drive down from Seattle, enjoying the scenic coastal road. Everything was going smoothly until my car started making an ominous rattling noise somewhere in southern Oregon. I managed to limp into a tiny town called Pine Grove just as the sun was setting. The place looked like something out of an old Western movie, a main street lined with weathered buildings, a few flickering streetlights, and not a soul in sight. My car gave one final shudder and died right in front of a rundown garage. A sign in the window proclaimed, "Closed back tomorrow." Great. Just my luck. With no other options, I decided to find the local police station. Surely they could point me towards a motel, or maybe even call a tow truck. I grabbed my phone and wallet, locked the car, and set off down the empty street. The police station was easy to find, a squat brick building with peeling paint, and a neon T open sign that buzzed and flickered erratically as I pushed open the heavy glass door. A bell chimed, overhead, sounding unnaturally loud. In the quiet night, the interior was small and dimly lit. A long counter separated the public area from what looked like an open-plan office space. An ancient ceiling fan spun lazily overhead, doing little to dispel the stuffy atmosphere. "Hello," I called out, my voice echoing slightly. "Anyone here?" For a moment there was only silence. Then I heard the scrape of a chair and heavy footsteps. A man appeared from a back room, adjusting his uniform. As he approached the counter, he was tall and heavy-set, with a thick mustache and small piercing eyes that seemed to look right through me. His nameplate read, "Officer Dorson, can I help you?" he asked, his tone gruff and unwelcoming. I explained my situation: the broken down car, the closed garage, my need for a place to stay for the night. As I spoke, I noticed Dawson's eyes flicking towards the door behind me, as if expecting someone else to enter. "Ain't no motels in Pine Grove," he said when I finished. "Nearest one's about 30 miles south." My heart sank. Is there a tow truck I could call? Or maybe someone who could look at my car? Dawson shook his head. "But Mike's the only mechanic in town, and he won't be back till morning. As for a tow, well," he trailed off, a strange smile playing at the corners of his mouth, "we might be able to arrange something. Why don't you come on back, and we'll make some calls." Warning bells went off in my head. Every instinct told me to politely decline and get out of there, but what choice did I have? I was stranded in a strange town with a dead car and no place to stay. "And it would be great, thank you," I said, forcing a smile. Dorson buzzed me through a side door and led me into the back office. It was cluttered and poorly lit, with stacks of papers covering every surface. An ancient computer hummed on a desk in the corner. "Having a seat?" Dawson said, gesturing to a chair. "I'll see what I can do." As I sat down, I noticed a map on the wall covered in red pins. Something about it made me uneasy, though I couldn't put my finger on why. Dawson picked up a phone and dialed, turning his back to me. As he spoke in low tones, I couldn't make out what he was saying, but his posture was tense, his free hand clenching and unclenching at his side. After a few minutes, he hung up and turned to face me. Good news," he said, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. "We've got a tow truck on the way, should be here in about an hour." Relief washed over me. "That's great, thank you so much." "Not a problem," Dorson replied. "Why don't you wait here? I've got some paperwork to finish up, but I'll let you know when the truck arrives." He settled behind the desk, pointedly ignoring me as he started shuffling through papers. I pulled out my phone, hoping to pass the time, but there was no signal. Of course, as the minutes ticked by, my unease grew. Something felt off about this whole situation, but I couldn't put my finger on what. I found myself studying the map on the wall again, trying to figure out what was bothering me about it. Suddenly, it clicked. The pins, they weren't marking locations in town or even in the county. They were spread out across the entire state, even into neighboring states, and there were dozens of them. "Quite a collection, isn't it?" Dawson's voice made me jump. He was watching me, a knowing look in his eyes. "What are they for?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. Dawson's smile widened, showing too many teeth. "Oh, just keeping track of some ongoing investigations. You'd be surprised how many people pass through our little town and run into trouble." A chill ran down my spine. The way he said it, the look in his eyes. Suddenly I knew I was in danger. I stood up abruptly. "You know what I think. I'll wait outside for the tow truck. Thanks for your help." I moved towards the door, but Dorson was faster. He blocked my path. All pretense of friendliness gone. "I'm afraid I can't let you do that," he said, his voice low and menacing. "You see, we have plans for you." My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. "What are you talking about?" "Let me go." I tried to push past him, but he grabbed my arm, his grip like iron now. Now he said almost soothingly, "There's no need to make this difficult, just come along quietly," and I didn't let him finish. Acting on pure instinct, I brought my knee up hard, catching him in the groin. He let out a grunt of pain, his grip loosening just enough for me to wrench free. I ran for the door, fumbling with the handle. In my panic behind me, I could hear Dawson recovering, his curses ringing in my ears. The door finally opened, and I burst into the main office. But my heart sank as I saw two more officers had arrived. They looked from me to Dawson, who had emerged from the back room, his face twisted with rage. "Stop her," he bellowed. I didn't hesitate. I vaulted over the counter, my feet hitting the ground. Running, I heard shouts behind me as I burst out of the station and into the night. The street was still deserted. As I ran, my footsteps echoing off the buildings, I could hear pursuit behind me, the heavy tread of boots and angry shouts. I turned down an alley, hoping to lose them in the maze of back streets. But as I emerged on the other side, I found myself face to face with another officer. He looked as surprised to see me as I was to see him. For a split second, we both froze. Then I saw his hand move towards his gun. I reacted without thinking, grabbing a trap-can lid and flinging it at him like a frisbee. It caught him square in the face, sending him stumbling backwards. I didn't wait to see if he recovered. I was already running again, my lungs burning, my legs feeling like lead. I could see the edge of town ahead, the dark mass of trees beyond, promising safety if I could just make it to the forest. A car engine roared to life behind me. Headlights flooded the street, and I knew I was out of time. I couldn't outrun a car. Desperate, I looked around for somewhere, anywhere to hide. There, an old pickup truck parked on the street, its bed covered with a top. I dove for it, scrambling under the top. Just as the police car rounded the corner, I lay there, hardly daring to breathe. As the car cruised slowly past, I could hear Dawn's voice barking orders to the others. For what felt like hours, I stayed hidden, listening to the sounds of the search cars driving back and forth, voices calling out, flashlight beams sweeping across the street. Finally, as the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, the noises faded. I cautiously peeked out from under the top. The street was empty, moving as quietly as I could. I slipped out of the truck and made for the trees. I didn't stop running until the town was far behind me, lost in the morning mist. I eventually made it to a highway and flagged down a trucker who gave me a ride to the next big town. There, I went straight to the state police and told them everything. They were skeptical at first, but something in my story must have rung true. They promised to investigate, though they warned me it might be difficult to prove anything. I never found out the full story of what was happening in Pine Grove. The investigation is ongoing, they tell me, but sometimes late at night I find myself looking at maps of Oregon, one wondering about those red pins and the fate of the people they represented. One thing's for certain, I'll never look at small towns the same way again, and if my car breaks down in the middle of nowhere, I think I'll take my chances with the wilderness story. 19. The first time I heard my daughter talking to her friend through the baby monitor, I thought it was cute. By the third night, I was convinced our house was haunted. It's amazing how quickly the ordinary can become terrifying when you're a new parent in a new home. We'd moved into the suburban ranch-style house just a month ago, drawn by the quiet neighborhood and good schools. It was everything a young family could want, spacious with a big backyard and a room perfect for our 2-year-old daughter Lily. The previous owners had even left behind some charming vintage furniture, including an ornate crib that looked like something out of a fairy tale. The first few weeks were a blur of packing boxes and settling into new routines. Lily seemed to adapt quickly, falling in love with her new room and the crib that made her feel like a big girl princess, as she put it. My wife Emma and I were exhausted but happy. This was the fresh start we'd been dreaming of. Then came that first night. I was in the kitchen finishing up some work emails when I heard Lily's voice through the baby monitor. It was well past her bedtime, and I sighed, preparing myself for another round of just one more story. Daddy, But as I listened, I realized she wasn't calling for me. She was talking to someone. What's your name? I heard her ask, her voice tinny through the monitor speaker. There was a pause, then a giggle. That's a funny name, I frowned, setting down my laptop. Kids have imaginary friends all the time. I told myself it's perfectly normal, but something about the one-sided conversation I was hearing sent a chill still down my spine. I crept upstairs, not wanting to interrupt. If Lily was just playing, as I approached her room, I could hear her more clearly. You're silly, she was saying. Daddy says there's no such thing as ghosts. I froze outside her door, my hand on the knob. Ghosts? Where had she even learned that word? Taking a deep breath, I pushed the door open. Lily was sitting up in her crib, apparently alone, but looking at a spot near her window with rapt attention. Hey, sweetheart, I said, trying to keep my voice casual. Who are you talking to? Lily turned to me, her face lighting up. Daddy, I made a new friend. His name is. She frowned, looking back at the empty space by the window. He says I'm not supposed to tell you his name. It's a secret. I forced a smile, walking over to scoop her up. Well, it's way past bedtime for both you and your friend. Time to say goodnight. As I tucked her back in, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching me. But when I turned to look, the room was empty save for the usual toys and furniture. I told Emma about it when I got back downstairs, trying to laugh it off. Looks like someone's got an imaginary friend, I said. Emma smiled, but I could see the worry in her eyes. Did she say anything else about this? Your friend? I hesitated, then shook my head. No need to freak her out with talk of ghosts. Nah, just typical kid stuff. I'm sure it's nothing. But the next night it happened again, and the night after that. Each time I'd hear Lily chatting away on the monitor, having what sounded like a two-way conversation, though I could never hear the other side. And each time I went to check on her, she'd be alone, insisting her friend had just left or was hiding. By the fourth night, Emma and I were both on edge. We'd started researching child psychologists, wondering if Lily's friend was a sign of something more serious. But deep down, I think we both knew this was something beyond normal childhood imagination. That night I was determined to get to the bottom of things. I waited until Lily was asleep, then snuck into her room and hid in the closet, leaving the door cracked just enough to see out. Hours passed, and I was starting to feel ridiculous. Just as I was about to give up and go to bed, I heard Lily stir. You're back, she said softly, sitting up in her crib. I held my breath, straining to hear, and then to my horror, I heard a response. Hello, little one, said a voice that was definitely not Lily. It was low and growly, with an odd echoing quality that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Did you miss me? Lily giggled. Yes. Will you tell me another story about when you lived here? The voice chuckled, a sound that seemed to reverberate through the room. Of course, but remember, this is our secret. Your parents wouldn't understand. I was frozen in place, my mind reeling. This couldn't be happening. Ghosts weren't real. This had to be some kind of trick, a hallucination brought on by stress and lack of sleep. But as I watched, I saw something that shattered any remaining doubt. A figure materialized near Lily's crib. It was hazy at first, like heat shimmer on a hot day, but it slowly solidified into the form of a man. He was tall and thin, dressed in old-fashioned clothes that looked like they belonged in a black and white movie. But the most terrifying thing was his face, or rather the lack of one where features should have been. There was only a smooth, blank expanse of skin. I must have made a sound, a gasp, or a whimper, because the figure suddenly turned towards the closet. Even without eyes, I could feel its attention focus on me. It seems we have company, it said, its voice now cold and menacing. What happened next is a blur in my memory. I burst out of the closet, scooped up a screaming Lily, and ran from the room. Emma met us in the hallway. Awakened by the commotion, we fled the house in our pajamas, not stopping until we were in the car and halfway down the street. We never went back, at least not to live. We sent movers to pack up our things, and I only entered the house once more in broad daylight and accompanied by a priest to retrieve some essential items we'd left behind. A room that had been Lily's was ice cold, and none of the lights would turn on, no matter how many bolts We changed in the weeks that followed. We learned more about the house's history. It had been built in the 1920s, and the original owner had indeed lost a child, a little girl not much older than Lily. The man had become a recluse after his daughter's death, and there were rumors of strange noises and sightings. Even back then, he had died in the house alone and forgotten. We never told Lily the full truth about why we moved. As she got older, her memories of her friend faded, becoming just another childhood fantasy. But Emma and I will never forget that night, or the realization that the barrier between our world and whatever lies beyond is thinner than we'd like to believe. Now, years later, we live in a modern apartment in the city. There's no room for ghosts here, no dark corners where the past can linger. But sometimes, when I pass a mirror or catch a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision, I can't help but wonder, are we ever truly alone? I've come to believe that there are some places where the veil between worlds is gossamer thin, where the dead can reach out to the living, and sometimes innocence can be a bridge between realms. Lily's openness, her lack of preconceived notions about what is and isn't possible, had allowed her to connect with something beyond our understanding. We never bought another baby monitor. The silence of our new home is a comfort, a reminder that some conversations are best left unheard. But on quiet nights, when the wind whispers through the trees outside our window, I find myself straining to listen, half expecting to hear that growly voice again. And sometimes, just sometimes, I catch Lily looking at empty spaces with a faint smile, as if remembering an old friend. In those moments, I'm reminded that there's more to our world than what we can see or touch, that sometimes the things we dismiss as childish fantasy might be glimpses of a reality we're not yet ready to comprehend. So if you ever hear strange voices through your baby monitor, or catch your child talking to an unseen friend, remember our story, and maybe, just maybe, think twice before you dismiss it as mere imagination, because you never know who or what might be listening on the other side. Story 20. The moment I saw his silhouette against the moonlit surf, I knew my peaceful night walk had turned into a nightmare. Little did I know the next hour would become a terrifying game of cat and mouse that would push me to my limits. It had been a long day at the beach resort where I was vacationing. The sun, sand, and constant chatter of fellow tourists had left me drained. As night fell and the crowds thinned, I decided to take a solitary stroll along the shoreline. The sound of waves lapping at the shore and the cool breeze on my skin were exactly what I needed to unwind. I walked for about 20 minutes, enjoying the solitude and the way the moon cast a silvery path across the water. The resort's lights had faded into the distance behind me, and I was alone with my thoughts and the rhythmic sound of the ocean. That's when I saw him. At first I thought it was just another late-night beachgoer, a dark figure standing at the water's edge facing the sea. But as I drew closer, something about his posture made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. He was too still, too focused, and then slowly he turned to look at me. I couldn't make out his features in the darkness, but I didn't need to. The intensity of his gaze was palpable even from a distance. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and run, but I forced myself to keep walking at a steady pace. Don't show fear, I told myself. Don't let him know you're afraid. As I drew level with him, still keeping a good distance between us, he spoke. Beautiful night for a walk, isn't it? His voice was surprisingly pleasant, with a hint of an accent I couldn't place, but there was an undercurrent to it, a tension that set my nerves on edge. Yes, it is, I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. I kept walking, hoping that would be the end of our interaction, but I heard the shift of sand behind me as he began to follow. You shouldn't be out here alone, he said, his tone conversational, but with a hint of something darker. It's not safe. My heart began to race. I quickened my pace slightly, but not so much that it would be obvious I was trying to get away. I'm fine, thank you, I called over my shoulder, not daring to look back. On heading back to my resort now. Oh, which resort is that? The question sent a chill down my spine. I mumbled a vague response and walked faster, no longer caring if he noticed my fear. His footsteps behind me sped up to match my pace. You know, he said, his voice Closer now, I could walk you back. Make sure you get there safely. No thank you, I said firmly, finally risking a glance. Behind me he was closer than I thought, no more than 10 feet away in the moonlight. I could make out more of his features. He was tall and lean with dark hair and eyes that seemed to glitter with an unsettling intensity. I insist, he said, and there was no mistaking the menace in his voice. Now I ran. Sand flew up behind me as I sprinted down the beach. I could hear him in pursuit, his breathing heavy and fast. The sound spurred me on, pushing me to run faster than I ever had before. But the sand was working against me, each step requiring more effort than it would. On solid ground, I veered towards the water, hoping the wet sand near the surf would provide better traction. A wave rushed in the cold water, shocking my system as it swirled around my ankles. But it did the trick. My feet found purchase on the firmer sand, and I surged forward. I chanced another look back. He was still there, maybe 15 feet behind me. Now the moonlight glinted off something in his hand, a knife. Terror gave me a fresh burst of speed. My lungs were burning, my legs aching, but I didn't dare slow down. I focused on the distant lights of the resort, willing them to get closer, faster. Suddenly my foot caught on something, a piece of driftwood half buried in the sand. I went down hard, sand scraping my palms and knees as I hit the ground. For a moment I lay there, winded and disoriented. Then I heard his footsteps, slow now but steady, approaching. That was quite a chase, he said, his breath coming in short gasps. But it's over now. Why don't you just stay down and make this easy on yourself? His shadow fell over me, and I knew I had seconds to act. I grabbed a handful of sand and rolled onto my back, flinging it up towards his face. He let out a startled cry, stumbling back and rubbing at his eyes. I scrambled to my feet and took off again, ignoring the pain in my scraped knees. The lights of the resort were closer now, but still so far away. I knew I couldn't outrun him forever. I needed to find help or a place to hide. As if answering my silent plea, I spotted dilapidated pier jutting out into the water. Without hesitation, I veered towards it. The wooden planks creaked ominously under my feet as I ran down the pier. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps heavy on the old wood. At the end of the pier, I skidded to a stop. The moon illuminated the churning water below, dark and forbidding. For a wild moment, I considered jumping. End of the line, his voice called from behind me. Nowhere left to run. I turned to face him, my back pressed against the railing. He stood a few yards away, knife glinting in his hand, a triumphant smile on his face. Please, I said, hating how my voice shook. Why are you doing this? He shrugged, taking a step closer. Why does anyone do anything for the thrill, the power? His grin widened the fun as he took another step. A plank creaked loudly under his foot. An idea flashed through my mind. Desperate, dangerous, but possibly my only chance. I let my legs give out, collapsing to the pier's surface with a cry of despair. He laughed, obviously thinking I'd given up. That's right, he said, moving closer. No more running, no more. I didn't let him finish. With all my strength, I kicked out at the weakened plank. It splintered with a loud crack, creating a hole in the pier's surface. He let out a startled yell as his foot went through the hole. Off balance, he stumbled forward, his arms windmilling as he tried to regain his footing. I rolled to the side just as he fell, his momentum carrying him past me and over the railing. There was a splash, followed by panicked thrashing. I got to my feet, peering over the edge. He was in the water, struggling against the current that was pulling him away from the pier. Help me, he cried, all menace gone from his voice, replaced by roar. Fear. For a moment I hesitated, but then I saw the knife still clutched in his hand, even as he flailed in the water. I'm going to get help, I called down to him. Then I turned and ran back down the pier. This time I didn't stop running until I reached the resort. I burst into the lobby, gasping and disheveled, and managed to tell the startled staff what had happened. The police arrived quickly. They found him clinging to a pylon under the pier, half drowned and hypothermic. The knife was gone, lost to the waves. In the days that followed, as I gave statements and identified him in the lineup, I learned more about my attacker. He was wanted in 3 states for similar attacks on lone women. I'd been lucky to escape. The experience changed me. I became more cautious, more aware of my surroundings, but I refused to let fear rule my life. I still take walks on the beach, still find peace in the sound of waves on the shore. But now when I walk at night, I carry a whistle and a small canister of pepper spray. And I always trust my instincts, because sometimes the most beautiful nights can hide the darkest dangers, and sometimes the difference between being a victim and a survivor comes down to a single moment of courage.